Chapter 1. The bustling city of Red Leaf. The sky was shrouded in a hazy twilight, with a persistent drizzle falling gently down on the muddy road. An old horse pulled a weathered cart, leaving deep ruts in its wake. Amidst a chaotic assortment of goods piled in the cart, a tattered canopy barely shielded Zhang Feng, who lay amidst the cargo. Raindrops streamed mercilessly through the holes above, splattering relentlessly upon Zhang Feng's face. He tightened the frayed, musty blanket around him, rolled over twice, and let out a resigned sigh. Did I in such dismal conditions? Sleep had become a luxury. Sir, I sincerely apologize for the bumpy ride. I hope it isn't disturbed your rest. I shall be more cautious, the driver, clad in tattered burlap garments, exclaimed upon hearing the commotion from behind. He quickly pulled on the reins, slowing the horse down, and turned back to reveal a face with chestnut hair and emerald eyes, his apology as crumpled as the lines on his face. It's quite all right. How much longer do we have? Zhang Feng waved his hand awkwardly, not accustomed to the driver's deep-seated reverence. This rain had persisted for 2 days, and he had endured the jostling for just as long. All he yearned for now was a warm, comfortable inn, a hot meal, a soothing bath, and a good night's sleep. At our current pace, we should arrive in about half a day, the driver responded promptly, well acquainted with the road he had traversed for decades. Could we go a bit faster? Please, Zhang Feng remarked disdainfully, tossing aside the sour-smelling blanket to reveal a light green windbreaker. Stretching his limbs, he was suddenly caught off guard by a chilling gust, causing him to shiver involuntarily. That he glanced at the blanket at his feet, momentarily caught in a dilemma. Of course, it is my honor to serve you. The driver grinned widely, revealing a set of yellowed, decaying teeth, and then cracked the whip against the horse's hindquarters. The old steed let out a neigh and trotted forward, splattering mud everywhere. Clang, clang, inside the swaying cart. Zhang Feng struggled to grip the blanket, pinching his nose as he draped it over himself once more. Silently, he prayed that the cart would not fall apart before reaching the city of Red Leaf. Uncle, could you tell me more about the city of Red Leaf? Since sleep eluded him, Zhang Feng wished to familiarize himself with the world around him. Understanding oneself and one's surroundings is crucial. Certainly, sir. The driver gathered his thoughts and began. The city of Red Leaf is the domain of Baron Charles. Indeed, not only the city itself, but also the roads we travel, the surrounding villages, farmlands, and the northern Blackstone Forest all belong to Baron Charles. The city of Red Leaf is one of the largest cities in the Sunset Mountains, a place many common folk aspire to reach. However, despite its size, making a permanent residence in the city of Red Leaf is not a simple endeavor. I cannot precisely describe how vast the city is, but it is undeniably large. Its walls are constructed from hard black stone, impassable to any beast. Residing within the city of Red Leaf means never again being awakened in the night by the cries of wild creatures. It took several years just to build these walls. The city is bustling with shops. There is nothing you cannot find. Merchants from near and far take pride in establishing their stores in the city of Red Leaf, that I dream of owning a shop of my own. Most commendable is Baron Charles's castle, the most splendid and secure structure in the city, entirely crafted from black stone. For peasants like me, merely catching a glimpse of it is a great honor. The interior is even more magnificent. It is said that the Lord dines with crystal cutlery, and the floors are adorned with carpets woven from golden threads, while the walls are decorated with gold and silver coins. In addition to the Baron, the city is home to noble knights, armed with the sharpest swords, the sturdiest armor, and the mightiest steeds. With the knight's protection, no one dares to cause trouble in the Baron's domain. The city of Red Leaf also boasts, as the driver continued his animated narrative, an image of a resplendent, exotic city of Red Leaf took shape in Zhang Feng's mind. Living in a modern metropolis, he found himself yearning for such a flourishing city reminiscent of the Middle Ages that a sense of anticipation stirred within him. Noticing Zhang Feng's attentive listening, the driver spoke with even more fervor. These tales, familiar to him, seemed to captivate the attention of a noble, which delighted the driver. I have heard that Baron Charles's wife is a woman of ethereal beauty, akin to a fairy. Any other woman would feel dwarfed in her presence. She, too, hails from noble lineage, possessing profound knowledge and a kind heart, deserving of Baron Charles alone. Speaking of Baron Charles, he is quite the legendary figure. He has managed to organize the city of Red Leaf in just 3 months since taking office. Wait, Baron Charles has only been in office for 3 months? Indeed. The city of Red Leaf was previously under the stewardship of another baron, who met an unfortunate fate when he choked during a meal. The city could not remain without a lord for a day, and thus the territory was bestowed upon Baron Charles. Goodness, what terrible luck! Zhang Feng reflected on the unpredictability of life, contemplating how one could choke to death while eating. But it seemed his own circumstances were not much better. Having just resigned from his job, he found himself inexplicably transported to this desolate place while hiking with a few companions. Yes, Zhang Feng was a traveler from another realm. Although a peculiar door had appeared in his mind, he had been unable to open it despite his best efforts. The only comfort was that he seemed to possess an innate understanding of the language of this world, allowing him to communicate without the awkwardness of staring blankly at others. Zhang Feng touched the backpack slung over his shoulders, filled with modern food he had prepared for his travels, based on his current understanding of the technological level here. It appeared to be a world lagging behind in advancement. Given the scarcity of resources, perhaps these provisions could become his first fortune. First, he would explore the city of Red Leaf, which sounded quite promising, barring any unforeseen circumstances. He intended to settle there. Before long, fields of golden wheat began to emerge, their shimmering ears of grain lifting his spirits considerably. Farmers were seen guiding horses or oxen through the fields, casting curious glances at Zhang Feng, whose attire starkly contrasted theirs. However, upon meeting his gaze, they quickly averted their eyes, bowing their heads in apprehension. Zhang Feng offered them a friendly smile, inadvertently frightening them, which left him feeling quite awkward. The driver, oblivious to these details, continued to enthusiastically describe the city of Red Leaf, that as the rain gradually lessened, a number of houses appeared ahead, mostly wooden structures with a few made of mud bricks, reminiscent of rural homes from over a decade ago in another world. Now that we can see the village, we should be nearing the city of Red Leaf. That I wonder if I will get to see Baron Charles. The thought of witnessing the most prosperous city of this other realm, and possibly encountering its nobility, stirred a small excitement within Zhang Feng. "Sir, we have arrived. Just ahead is the city of Red Leaf," the driver announced, slowing the cart and addressing Zhang Feng with respect. We have arrived. Where is the city of Red Leaf?" Zhang Feng looked around with confusion. Aside from the village ahead, he saw no other settlement. "Sir, just ahead is the city of Red Leaf." The driver pointed towards the village. Zhang Feng felt he must have misunderstood something. Chapter 2. Baron Charles, whether it was a misunderstanding or not, he had arrived, and it would be a shame to leave without purpose. Besides, Zhang Feng had nowhere else to go. Soon, the coachman led Zhang Feng to the so-called Maple Leaf City, where countless curious fair-skinned, blue-eyed denizens of another realm scrutinized him from afar. After surveying his surroundings, Zhang Feng swore that aside from a few relatively tall spire-like buildings, this place resembled the rural landscape he remembered from over a decade ago. The coachman brought the carriage to a halt on a street, then swiftly dismounted and knelt before Zhang Feng, bowing his head. "What are you doing?" Zhang Feng inquired, perplexed by the coachman's actions. "Sir, the carriage is rather high. Please step down onto me to avoid slipping," the coachman replied, his expression one of obsequiousness that a shiver ran down Zhang Feng's spine. He had no inclination to adopt such aristocratic customs. Consequently, with a sudden leap, he jumped down, eliciting a gasp from the coachman. Upon landing, Zhang Feng felt a soft, unwelcome sensation beneath his feet, but he slowly looked down to find a nauseating stench wafting upward from a splattered mound of yellow excrement. Regret washed over him, having arrived in another world. He should have respected local customs instead of being so hasty. Noticing that Zhang Feng had not slipped, the coachman sighed in relief, though he appeared unfazed by the unfortunate encounter. Zhang Feng sought a clean patch of ground to wipe his shoes, still unwilling to abandon hope as he asked once more, "Are you certain we have arrived in Maple Leaf City?" The most prosperous city in the Sunset Mountains, where the streets were awash with filth. The stench was unbearable. Where were the towering city walls, replaced by mere earthen mounds? The bustling shops, merely a gathering of street vendors. Maple Leaf City, more akin to Maple Leaf Village, had he erred or had this world. Covering his nose, Zhang Feng began to question his life choices. Of course, this is one of the most prosperous cities in the Sunset Mountains, the domain of Baron Charles. The coachman, oblivious to Zhang Feng's inner turmoil, wore a proud expression, as if he were Baron Charles himself. At that moment, a group of ragged children, no older than a few years, approached Zhang Feng with broken bowls in hand, their intentions clear. Zhang Feng remained unaware, but the alert coachman immediately positioned himself protectively in front of Zhang Feng, his demeanor shifting to one of impatience as he straightened up, waving his hand dismissively. "Begone, children, play elsewhere, and do not disturb the noble sir. Be careful of your heads." Upon hearing that the strangely dressed, yet refined-looking man was a noble, the children scattered, fully aware of the consequences of crossing paths with the aristocracy. Realizing he had been mistaken for a nobleman, Zhang Feng contemplated explaining himself, but as he observed the tattered, dirty clothing of those around him, their sallow faces, rough skin, and the unpleasant odor emanating from them, he compared himself to them. His attire, though somewhat different, was undeniably more refined, and with his straight posture and handsome visage, he stood in stark contrast to the destitution surrounding him. He understood that explaining his situation would be rather difficult. For the time being, he decided to play along. "Could you perhaps enlighten me about Maple Leaf City?" Since he was here, whether it was Maple Leaf City or Maple Leaf Village, gaining insight would be beneficial. He extended an invitation to the coachman. "Of course, it would be my honor to serve you." The coachman displayed no hint of impatience. Rather, he was visibly elated that he waved to a slightly more slender young man within the crowd, who approached with trepidation. After a brief exchange of instructions, the youth cast an envious glance at the coachman, but obediently took hold of the carriage. "By the way, what is your name again?" Zhang Feng inquired. Having forgotten the name he had found difficult to remember during their earlier introduction. "Sir, my name is Cotton Peters. You may simply call me Cotton." "Very well, Cotton. What are those items over there? Decorations? Or weapons?" Zhang Feng pointed at a nearby stall displaying a collection of dark, rod-like objects, each approximately a foot in length, their surfaces rough and seemingly sturdy. "Sir, those are rye breads, our staple food as commoners. They are nothing compared to the white bread you are accustomed to, which I assume you may not be familiar with," Cotton explained, relieved that he had overheard someone mention that nobles did not consume rye bread, but rather a type of bread known as white bread. Although he had never tasted or even seen white bread, this knowledge served as a means to showcase his understanding. "Oh, so it is bread," Zhang Feng mused, pinching it between his fingers, finding it hard and coarse, hardly resembling any bread he was familiar with. That if he were to consider it a weapon, he would find it much more acceptable. He was tempted to inquire further about white bread, but reconsidered. As a noble, it would be prudent not to expose his ignorance regarding such noble knowledge. The vendors at the stall watched the nobleman warily, their expressions revealing disappointment as he set down the rye bread, realizing it had not garnered his interest. In truth, rye bread was not a luxury for everyone, especially the more genuine varieties devoid of wood shavings, which were priced about 20% higher than the market rate. This was a gamble for him, but it appeared that no one was willing to pay that extra sum, even if it offered a slightly better taste. As Zhang Feng moved past several bread stalls, he observed the fabrics available in this world. Predominantly coarse linen, with offerings that were unremarkable in style and limited to shades of black, white, and gray. In terms of both color and texture, even the goods he wore from the street market surpassed these wares. The merchants selling fabrics gazed at him with glimmering eyes. Had they not known of his noble status, they would have rushed forward, simply wishing to touch the vibrant colors and exquisite fabrics he wore, things they had never encountered before. Unable to withstand their scrutinizing gazes any longer, Zhang Feng hurriedly departed with Cotton. Once he left, the crowd began to speculate, guessing the origins of this nobleman. Some claimed he was the heir to a certain earl. Others insisted he was the illegitimate son of a duke, while yet more suggested he might be a prince from the Buck Kingdom. Speculations ran rampant. "Sir, this is the largest and most luxurious inn in Maple Leaf City, where, as a noble, you can expect unparalleled service. They can cater to your every need." Cotton proudly gestured toward a two-story wooden inn, its color faded and drab. Zhang Feng, having mentally prepared himself, chose to overlook the term luxurious. At that moment, the distant sound of galloping hooves grew nearer, and a knight clad in fine armor, sporting a mask, rode forth, flanked by several attendants wielding swords. They escorted a carriage directly toward the castle. It is the Baron Charles's personal guard, the most formidable and opulent soldiers of Maple Leaf City. The Baron has returned. I heard he went hunting a brown bear to present to the Baroness, but no sign of the bear. Perhaps the hunt was unsuccessful, or he failed to locate one. As the carriage splashed through the muddy ground, Cotton excitedly relayed the news to Zhang Feng. Stealing a glance, Zhang Feng felt somewhat exasperated. Indeed, the Baron's personal guard was quite luxurious, numbering nearly 10. Yet he paid little mind to it. Hunting was a distant and perilous endeavor for him. His immediate concern was securing accommodations first. Very well. Let us conclude our day here. That I appreciate your assistance thus far, but I have nothing to offer you in return. To assist you is my greatest honor. Cotton feigned a noble demeanor, yet his eager eyes betrayed him. Zhang Feng reached into his bag, rummaging around until he produced a palm-sized, earthy-colored item. The moment he revealed it, Cotton's nostrils flared. He caught a whiff of a faint, milky aroma. Zhang Feng extended it toward Cotton, and before he could utter a word, Zhang Feng explained, "This is from my homeland. A biscuit, a type of food that can stave off hunger for a day, though it is not meant for strenuous labor, that I thought you might find it useful." Cotton did not understand what a biscuit was, but he comprehended the significance of food, especially when he learned that such a small piece could alleviate hunger for an entire day. His eyes sparkled with anticipation that in an age marked by food scarcity and low productivity, sustenance was often more coveted than gold. Cotton carefully wrapped the exquisite compressed biscuit in cloth. Although the enticing aroma made his mouth water, he refrained from indulging, aware that this was food meant for a nobleman. If he were to sell it to the shrewd merchants in the city who reveled in ostentation, he might exchange it for property within Maple Leaf City, elevating his wife and child to urban dwellers. Reluctantly bidding farewell to Zhang Feng, Cotton's reluctance stemmed not solely from the reward he had received. This nobleman was the kindest he had encountered, and he felt that if needed, the nobleman would assist without expecting anything in return. For the first time in his life, he sensed a warm gaze devoid of discrimination, arrogance, or superiority. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though the nobleman regarded him as an equal. Of course, he recognized this as an illusion. Nobles and commoners were two distinct breeds, but he cherished the feeling of being treated as a person. Zhang Feng waved goodbye to Cotton as he entered the grandest inn in Maple Leaf City. Chapter 3. The Forgotten City Maple Leaf Inn. Its name, like that of Maple Leaf City, was unremarkable. Indeed, from Zhang Feng's perspective, the term ordinary would be a generous compliment. The interior of the inn was precisely as Zhang Feng had anticipated, damp, dim, and cramped, lacking even a reception hall, save for a solitary table and a slight, scruffy figure slumped over it. The fetid aroma of mold mingled with the stench of sweat, food, livestock, and even excrement, creating a nauseating concoction that left Zhang Feng's eyes watering. He pinched his nose with one hand while rapping on the doorframe with the other. "Is anyone there?" At the sound, the figure on the table stirred, reluctantly lifting his head. "Who is it?" However, upon recognizing the exquisitely dressed, yet oddly attired Zhang Feng, the innkeeper's professional demeanor kicked in, and he quickly approached the man, who was likely of noble descent, bowing and scraping as he spoke. "Good day, sir. I am the proprietor of this establishment. How may I assist you?" Perhaps due to his prolonged stay in that environment, the innkeeper's own odor was even more pronounced, prompting Zhang Feng to instinctively take a step back and, with a hint of resignation, inquire, "Are there any rooms available?" "Certainly." The innkeeper's eyes brightened as he replied instantly. The presence of a noble in his modest establishment was beyond his expectations, for the nobility typically shunned common folk. Those haughty aristocrats would sooner slumber in the streets than share a roof with the peasantry. If he could manage to please this noble, even a modest reward could prove immensely beneficial. "Then please, show me to a room." Although Zhang Feng held little hope, he thought perhaps the accommodations might be relatively clean, or at the very least, possess a lesser degree of foulness. He wasn't particularly finicky. Yet, it became glaringly evident that Zhang Feng's hopes were in vain. The room was not particularly small, measuring about 30 square meters. Ample space for one. though it would have been preferable without the presence of a cow. Moo! Zhang Feng found himself locked in a bewildered stare with the bovine, utterly perplexed as to why there was a cow in an inn room. But the bleating of sheep brought him back to reality, and he soon realized that not only was there a cow, but 3 sheep behind it as well. Are all your rooms like this? Zhang Feng asked, pinching his nose and gesturing towards the cow, somewhat incredulous. Indeed, sir, the innkeeper replied without a hint of embarrassment. Due to some distant merchants arriving in Hongye City to sell livestock, we have yet to sell them all, so they are temporarily residing in our inn. The innkeeper seemed utterly unfazed, accustomed as he was to sharing quarters with livestock. Excuse me, but I must take my leave, Zhang Feng said, cupping his hands in a gesture of farewell. The innkeeper looked on in confusion at this unfamiliar gesture. Zhang Feng slipped away. Wait, sir, we have larger rooms available. Surely you would reconsider. Zhang Feng felt a wave of despair wash over him. Why had he been transported to such a wretched place? He prided himself on his integrity. Why was fate so cruel? The smell was one issue, but the filth was another. Zhang Feng knew well that animals could harbor infectious diseases, and as an outsider in this technologically backward locale, he could scarcely imagine the dire consequences of contracting an illness. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to seek out Cotton, this local man, and offer him some compensation in hopes of finding a solution. Having spent more than a day with Cotton, he found him to be quite amiable, possessing a touch of cleverness, yet fundamentally untainted by malice. Had he encountered a more unscrupulous individual, discovering a solitary noble with considerable wealth, Zhang Feng doubted his chances of safely reaching Hongye City, for ingratiating himself with Baron Charles for a position. He had entertained that notion, but the sight of the soldiers brandishing gleaming swords had quelled his bravado, while the security in this place seemed adequate, aside from its backwardness and squalid conditions. He felt it prudent to remain cautious, especially as a pretender to nobility. Meanwhile, not far from the castle, in the dimly lit council chamber, a dozen individuals sat around a long table in silence. What should we do? At last, a robust man clad in polished knightly armor broke the silence, his scarred visage mirroring his inner turmoil. That he scratched his golden hair, causing a flurry of snowflakes to dance about. Hey, Baker, pay attention! A delicately adorned lady seated beside him waved her hand exaggeratedly, her expression one of disdain. Baker opened his mouth to respond, but before he could utter a word, another woman clad in homespun garments chimed in with a mocking tone. Marcy, stop waving about. The stench of your cheap perfume is truly nauseating. Blanche, the woman named Marcy glared daggers at Blanche, resembling a ruffled hen. Enough. Now is not the time for quarrels. A knight seated at the head of the table rapped the surface, stifling the impending exchange of insults. Concerning the issues we face, what are your thoughts on how we should proceed? What else can we do but disband? Marcy replied nonchalantly. This is not the time for petulance. Marcy, please take this seriously. The knight at the head of the table expressed his displeasure. Hey, Marlowe, I am serious. Baron Charles is no longer with us. Without him, can you manage Hongye City? Marcy retorted. The city's finances have long been in disarray, even if there is some wheat in the fields. It cannot sustain over 1,000 souls for the coming months. Winter is approaching, and whether those commoners see the sun of spring is in question. Had Baron Charles not promised lavish rewards, I would have long since abandoned this wretched place. Listening to Marcy's grievances, Knight Marlowe fell silent for a moment before speaking gravely. We could petition the king for assistance under the name of the Hongye City Council. Oh, please. In such a remote and barren place as Hongye City, there is no profit to be gained and no one would come here. It would be a thankless task. Besides, whether we could even reach the king is uncertain. He may have forgotten this distant realm altogether. Marcy retorted without reservation. Marlowe fell into silence once more, acutely aware of Marcy's harsh truth. However, if they simply surrendered, the thousands of commoners in Hongye City would likely perish this winter, and the chivalric code he held dear stirred his conscience. There is, however, one desperate option. We could sell Baron Charles's title and lands to a wealthy noble, securing their protection for Hongye City's survival. That, of course, we could also profit from this transaction. As Marcy's words resonated, many present perked up. Their interest lay not in the fate of Hongye City, but in the prospect of profit. Yet, a few astute individuals recognized the improbability of such a scheme, knowing the Baroness would never consent. Without her approval, the title could not be transferred, and moreover, no affluent noble would covet such a desolate territory. Marlowe sighed, aware that they had been cobbled together by Baron Charles, while he had been alive. His reputation and interests had held them together. Now that he was gone, the group could easily fracture. Ah, Baron Charles, why must you hunt the grizzly bear? You failed to capture it, and instead it cost you your life. What folly! Your death has left us with this mess. Was it not for his newlywed wife, seeking to win her favor? Now he has harmed both himself and others. In my opinion, this is all his wife's fault. She is a harbinger of misfortune. Had he not married her, none of this would have happened. Some voices murmured in low tones, but the confined space of the chamber allowed all to hear. Enough, we shall adjourn for today, Marlowe interjected, clearly irritated, his expression darkening. These individuals were little more than opportunistic sycophants, unworthy of reliance. Perhaps it was time to consult with the Baroness. If that failed, they would have to prepare for the worst. Chapter 4. Drawing a circle. Cotton had not anticipated encountering Zhang Feng, the affable nobleman. Once more, especially not in his newly acquired home, that it was indeed a stroke of luck. Zhang Feng had happened upon Cotton's son, Bart, the frail youth who had previously led away the carriage. Upon learning that the nobleman sought his father, Bart wasted no time in escorting Zhang Feng to their new abode. Bart felt a deep sense of gratitude toward Zhang Feng. Had he not bestowed upon his father a morsel of noble food, their family would never have acquired property within Hongye City. Although this house was not significantly larger than their previous one outside the city, its significance was entirely different. It represented status and inclusion. From this point onward, they were part of the urban populace. After Zhang Feng conveyed his purpose, Cotton hastily set aside his tasks, earnestly offering advice. Sir, if you are willing to indulge those greedy merchants, they would be more than happy to sell you a fine property. Cotton then sheepishly explained that he had sold the biscuit Zhang Feng had gifted him to a merchant in Hongye City, using the proceeds to acquire this relatively decent property. Truth be told, Cotton could not fathom Zhang Feng's description of a clean, tidy place devoid of foul odors, for he had never encountered such an environment, especially one without livestock under the same roof. He could not conceive of any place, aside from a castle, that did not house animals. In fact, he believed that a significant portion of the castle would likely be occupied by livestock. If he were the lord, he would require 10 cows, 10 horses, and 30 sheep. However, although comprehension eluded him, it did not deter Cotton from proposing an idea. The simplest solution would be to purchase a property. Lord Zhang Feng could easily hire someone to decorate the house to his liking. Cotton's suggestion momentarily stunned Zhang Feng. It sounded rather appealing. Previously, he had struggled to shift his mindset, remaining entrenched in another realm. It is worth noting that in this current world, within the city of Maple Leaf, Zhang Feng, equipped with the contents of his backpack, had already attained a level of wealth sufficient to afford a home. That's a splendid idea, though I am not particularly familiar with this place. Sir, you can entrust the task to me. I assure you, I shall not disappoint. Cotton, recognizing his opportunity to showcase his capabilities, immediately pledged his commitment. Zhang Feng had eagerly awaited such a response that he compared Cotton's, a small piece of compressed biscuit exchange for a 60-square-meter house, and, after a brief contemplation, replied, "All right, I trust you with this, but I do have a minor request. The house must be clean and free of any unpleasant odors as a basic requirement for the location. It is of little consequence, but a house that is distanced from crowds yet still within the protective bounds of Maple Leaf City is preferred. Ideally, it should have been unoccupied for an extended period, showing minimal signs of life, and it should be sufficiently spacious, the larger the better." With each word from Zhang Feng, Cotton's jaw dropped further. Observing Cotton's increasingly bewildered expression, Zhang Feng felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. "Never mind. Disregard what I've said earlier. Just the last point. Bigger is better." This time, Cotton understood, thumping his chest as he assured Zhang Feng that he would complete the task before nightfall. Zhang Feng's desires were straightforward, as long as the house was sufficiently large. No unpleasantness could intrude. If necessary, he could always hire additional help for cleaning. He believed he was in a position to do so. Cotton indeed did not let Zhang Feng down, though the individuals he brought along were somewhat unexpected. Lord Zhang Feng. Greetings. I am Pansy, the steward from the Maple Leaf City Hall. The newcomer was a corpulent, middle-aged man, resembling a moving mountain of flesh, who approached at a brisk pace, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. His face matched his physique in its rotundity, and Zhang Feng exerted considerable effort to discern that he indeed had eyes. The man's frantic sweating suggested that his hurried arrival had taken a toll. This was Zhang Feng's first encounter with someone of such girth in Maple Leaf City. The notion that the populace of another world lives in dire straits had proven to be a fallacy. At least some individuals were faring quite well. Hello, Zhang Feng greeted politely. Through their introduction, Zhang Feng learned that Pansy was not the wealthy merchant Cotton had alluded to, but rather an official representative of the Maple Leaf City Hall. Pansy wasted little time expressing his admiration for Zhang Feng before unfurling a parchment scroll. I have understood your requirements. There are quite a few properties currently available for trade in Maple Leaf City. Please indicate which area you prefer, and if suitable, we can finalize the agreement right away. Upon first laying eyes on Zhang Feng, Pansy recognized the potential for a significant transaction. Judging by Zhang Feng's attire, complexion, and appearance, he was undoubtedly a nobleman, perhaps even of greater lineage than Baron Charles. After all, Pansy had never seen such exquisite fabric or such refined skin on Baron Charles. These were not attributes commonly possessed by ordinary folk. Zhang Feng was tall and well-proportioned, his features sharply defined. He embodied the delicate beauty of the East while possessing the profound allure of the West in the eyes of the inhabitants of this otherworldly realm. He could certainly be considered a handsome man. Zhang Feng scrutinized the hand-drawn map before him, noting that the entirety of Maple Leaf City was roughly circular, with a castle at its center radiating outwardly. There were churches, a central square, city hall, markets, workshops, residential areas, docks, and more. Although Zhang Feng perceived the city's scale to be rather modest, it nonetheless boasted a comprehensive array of amenities that, of course, it would be even better if sanitary conditions could be improved. From the markings on the map, it was evident that prices varied across different regions. The central area was the most expensive, with prices decreasing as one moved outward. After some contemplation, Zhang Feng retrieved several items from his backpack and laid them before Pansy. Sir Pansy, can you assess how many gold coins these items may be worth, or what caliber of property they might secure in exchange? Though Zhang Feng possessed no gold coins, his backpack contained provisions he had prepared for his travels. Given that Cotton had exchanged a single compressed biscuit for a house, Zhang Feng believed his items would hold some market value. Upon seeing the items Zhang Feng produced, Pansy's eyes widened in astonishment, a glimmer of excitement flickering within them. Perhaps it was not merely his imagination. He laid before him 3 items. 4 pieces of compressed biscuits wrapped in paper, a can of beer, and an entire loaf of milk toast, with any identifiable branding removed or rendered irrelevant. The stark difference between Chinese characters and the script of this realm alleviated any concern Zhang Feng had about revealing his identity, while Pansy maintained a relatively composed demeanor upon seeing the compressed biscuits and canned beer, acknowledging them as essential commodities for trade, and thus suppressing any visible reaction. He could no longer contain his excitement upon beholding the milk toast. That it was as if he had encountered a sacred relic. With a quavering voice, he inquired, "Sir, may I examine this piece of bread more closely?" "Of course," Zhang Feng acquiesced, intrigued by Pansy's apparent familiarity with such bread. Pansy gingerly lifted the loaf, first squeezing it gently with his rather ample hands, relishing its remarkable softness, before bringing it to his nose, utterly enraptured. Mr. Pansy, noticing that Pansy had become lost in his own world, cradling the loaf as if it were a rare treasure, Zhang Feng felt compelled to interject. "I apologize, sir. I was simply overwhelmed with excitement. I never imagined I would encounter the legendary Queen's bread in my lifetime," Pansy declared with a countenance of reverence. Queen's bread? Zhang Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had purchased this loaf from the supermarket for a mere $5. How had it transformed into Queen's bread? The legend spoke of a white bread produced within the palace, requiring the efforts of no fewer than 12 individuals to sift the flour, utilizing the finest ingredients such as eggs, milk, vanilla, and honey. all expertly baked by the kingdom's most skilled chefs. Any misstep in the process would thwart the creation of this perfect loaf, rendering it perpetually in demand within the palace, unable to be released to the outside world. Even for the king, it was a luxury not to be indulged in frequently. Pansy recounted every fragment of knowledge he possessed regarding queen's bread, spilling forth in a torrent that in truth, he had never tasted queen's bread. But that did not hinder his conviction that this was indeed it. The white loaf, its soft texture, and the delicate aroma of milk, coupled with his exceptionally keen sense of smell, even allowed him to detect a hint of sweetness. Everything about it affirmed that this was the fabled queen's bread. So how many properties could this loaf secure in exchange? Zhang Feng was momentarily dazed by Pansy's fervent description, nearly believing him had he not personally acquired the bread. Nevertheless, he remained focused on his objective. To Zhang Feng, the bread was trivial, merely a $5 item, while securing a property was of utmost importance. That it was rather disheartening to contemplate that even in another world, he still had to concern himself with housing. Are you truly certain you wish to trade this piece of queen's bread? Anyone capable of removing queen's bread from the palace must possess an extraordinary background. Pansy would likely believe Zhang Feng to be a prince. Thus, he sought confirmation once more. Indeed, I am quite certain, Zhang Feng affirmed with a nod. Pansy's face brightened at this assurance, and he produced a quill crafted from goose feathers, swiftly circling an area on the map. With exaggerated deference, he proclaimed to Zhang Feng, "Esteemed Lord Zhang Feng, from this day forth, the ownership of the entire central residential area of Maple Leaf City is yours." Chapter 5. Zhang Bank City, gazing at the circled area on the map. Zhang Feng found it difficult to believe and asked, "Sir Pansy, are you saying that the entire central residential area belongs to me?" "Yes, indeed, Lord Zhang Feng, that as long as you sign the agreement now, it shall all be yours." While Pansy was enamored with the queen's bread, he did not neglect his professional duties, retrieving a thick stack of parchment from his bag and respectfully presenting it to Zhang Feng. With some apprehension regarding potential hidden terms, Zhang Feng invited the already astonished Cotton to assist in reviewing the document. Indeed, the contract appears quite similar to the one I previously encountered. The contract was straightforward. In essence, as long as Zhang Feng refrained from actions that would harm Maple Leaf City or threaten Baron Charles, he would possess permanent rights to the properties and land in question. The contract seems sound. However, are you certain that this loaf of bread suffices? Zhang Feng gestured toward the can of beer and several compressed biscuits. Only then did Pansy recall that Zhang Feng had produced 3 items. Anything that could be placed alongside the queen's bread must surely be of no small worth. Lord Zhang Feng, forgive my ignorance. Might you elaborate on these 2 items? These are compressed biscuits, exceptionally flavorful and nutritionally rich. One person can stave off hunger for an entire day with just a single piece. Feel free to taste one. I do not mind. Zhang Feng was determined to extol their virtues. Pansy cautiously extracted a piece of the compressed biscuit, eagerly tearing off a small corner and hastily placing it in his mouth. This flavor. Pansy's eyes widened in astonishment, his face a portrait of shock and delight. So fragrant, so crisp. The taste of fresh milk, accompanied by hints of vanilla, honey, and fine salt. Observing Pansy lost in self-indulgence, Zhang Feng nearly believed him, had he not tasted it himself. Was it not merely a concoction of puff powder mixed with sugar, salt, and oil? How could it be as divine as he claimed? This must be a delicacy exclusive to the palace. To savor even a morsel would be the honor of a lifetime. Pansy closed his eyes. Wearing a blissful expression, his somewhat exaggerated gestures stirred a sense of longing in Cotton, who too had once possessed a cookie, albeit for but a fleeting moment. Yet he held no regrets, recognizing that the real estate within the Red Leaf City far outweighed the gratification of his palate. "Your Excellency Pansy, you might wish to try the beer. I assure you, it will not disappoint." Reluctantly, Pansy opened his eyes, still seemingly lost in reminiscence. However, upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, he composed himself and inquired with curiosity, "Is the beer in the palace truly different from what we common folk consume?" He had tacitly accepted that Zhang Feng had royal connections, and Zhang Feng did not offer an explanation, instead personally assisting him in opening the can. This novel method of opening left both Pansy and Cotton wide-eyed. With a slight crack, Cotton procured a somewhat chipped ceramic bowl. Pansy, unperturbed, graciously accepted the bowl with both hands as Zhang Feng poured in a modest amount, then gestured for Pansy to taste. The beer in this world was slightly fermented, possessing a low alcohol content, often turning sour and lacking hops. However, compared to water, it offered some antibacterial properties, and in certain circumstances, beer was consumed in place of water. This beer was entirely distinct from the craft beer Zhang Feng had brought, although he was unaware of the specifics. He speculated that his modern industrially produced beer must differ greatly from the brew of this less developed world. When Pansy witnessed the golden, translucent liquid slowly flowing from the peculiar bottle, he instinctively knew it would be an astonishing beer. It bore no sour scent like other beers. Instead, it exuded a subtle fragrance for someone like him who had grown up drinking beer as if it were water. This brew's uniqueness was palpable. Without further hesitation, Pansy took a hearty gulp. The rich aroma of barley instantly enveloped his palate. Initially, there was a hint of bitterness, but upon further savoring, it transformed into a robust fragrance and smoothness, a sensation he had never experienced in his decades of life. Delightful. A faint blush appeared on Pansy's face. Whether from the alcohol or sheer exhilaration, he could not tell. "Your Excellency, Pansy, how much do you think this beer paired with the cookie is worth?" "Well," Pansy reluctantly set down the bowl, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Behind him stood the town hall. He was aware that most of what he received would be surrendered. He understood that if he presented the cookie and beer to the lords, they would certainly support his decision. For him, merely acquiring a piece of queen's bread would be a tremendous gain. This was not about indulging his palate. He was not so extravagant to T.O. him. That piece of bread symbolized wealth and status. Should he present it to certain affluent lords, he could undoubtedly secure a commendable title, or with a bit of maneuvering, amass a considerable fortune. After all, such items were highly coveted by the king, and theoretically, they could never flow out of the palace. Thus, Pansy resolutely declared, "Lord Zhang Feng, would this arrangement suffice? I shall take all 3 of your items, and I will allocate the commercial and residential districts in the heart of Red Leaf City to you, granting you permanent usage rights, and in return, I shall compensate you with 10 gold coins. What do you think?" Upon finishing, Pansy gazed at Zhang Feng with hopeful anticipation, fearful that he might refuse. Zhang Feng was somewhat taken aback, although he perceived Red Leaf City as merely a diminutive village. It nonetheless housed over 1,000 residents, and the land prices in the city center were undoubtedly substantial, beyond the reach of an ordinary person, especially with the addition of 10 gold coins. A typical family's annual expenditure, based on 3 members, amounted to roughly 1 gold coin, rendering 10 gold coins a significant sum. Moreover, he mentioned 10 gold coins rather than 1,000 silver coins, which carried considerable weight. After all, gold coins were exceedingly rare. 1 gold coin equated to 100 silver coins or 10,000 copper coins. Generally, transactions were conducted in silver and copper coins, with gold coins predominantly held by the nobility. Some individuals might never encounter a gold coin in their entire lives. Zhang Feng sensed something extraordinary about Pansy. He felt the latter was excessively courteous, and the authority he wielded was formidable. Based on current prices, Zhang Feng pondered whether offering a fraction more could allow him to acquire the entirety of Red Leaf City. However, he also understood that it was prudent to temper his ambitions to avoid drawing undue attention. If sensing Zhang Feng's hesitation, Pansy promptly produced a thick stack of parchment, contracts and deeds for the commercial district. He then called out to the outside, summoning a short-haired youth who hurried over. After a brief exchange, the youth dashed away, returning shortly with a small box. He swiftly retrieved a key from his possession and unlocked the box, revealing a dazzling cache of gold coins. "Lord Zhang Feng, what do you think? I have a few queries that I hope Your Excellency Pansy can clarify." Without awaiting a rebuttal, Zhang Feng continued, "Having sold me both the residential and commercial districts, what will happen to the people residing here? Moreover, with such extensive land in my possession, will Baron Charles pose any trouble? You are aware that these properties belong to him. I must consider this carefully. Rest assured, Lord Zhang Feng, our transaction is entirely fair and lawful. The seller is not I, but rather the town hall and the Lord's office, that I lack the authority to deceive a great noble such as yourself. Should this be discovered, I would face the gallows. As for the residents, you need not worry. They are bound by rental agreements, which I can terminate at any time. WY tomorrow morning, you will find that all inhabitants of the residential and commercial areas have vacated. Furthermore, Baron Charles will absolutely not trouble you, as I represent the town hall and the Lord's office, embodying the will of Baron Charles, that I am willing to stake my life on this. Upon hearing Pansy's fervent assurances, Zhang Feng deliberated momentarily, then ceased his hesitance. After ensuring there were no deceitful clauses within the contract, he promptly signed it. After all, he bore no significant costs. Should any trickery arise, he would simply forego the properties. You need not expel the residents. I cannot occupy all this space anyway. Just ensure they pay me the rent. Being a landlord in another world did not seem so bad. Of course, it shall be as you wish. I thank you, Lord Zhang Feng, for your trust. Henceforth, the residential and commercial districts belong to you. You may move in at your convenience. Upon concluding, Pansy felt a swell of pride for his astute decision. Baron Charles had perished. Without his connections, reputation, and capabilities, no one would be inclined to trade with a city devoid of security. Coupled with the remote location of Red Leaf City, many high-ranking individuals were preparing to abandon this dismal enterprise, taking their families and servants with them. Red Leaf City might not survive the winter, and soon it would become a ghost town, rendering its land and properties worthless. To Pansy, it felt as though he had seized an opportunity with empty hands. The only regret lay in those 10 gold coins. However, one could not catch a wolf without letting go of the child, and furthermore, what Zhang Feng offered was indeed worth the price. Watching Pansy leave with alacrity, Zhang Feng gave little thought to the matter. He planned to select a quiet, spacious house as his refuge in this foreign realm. Before departing, he did not forget to bestow another compressed biscuit upon Cotton as a token of gratitude, rendering Cotton utterly moved. From the map's perspective, aside from the castle, I have now claimed half of the prime real estate in Red Leaf City. Can I now humorously call it Zhang Half City? Zhang Feng mused, a smirk creeping onto his face. Chapter 6. Lady Caroline, madam, allow me to escort you to safety first. Within the dimly lit castle, dozens of oil lamps flickered, crackling softly down on the high dais, the stunningly beautiful Caroline Hill, with her golden hair and azure eyes, appeared to waver in the firelight. But where can I possibly go? And what are the over 1,000 souls in Red Leaf City? Caroline's tone was tinged with melancholy and sorrow. We shall protect you. As for the common folk, they can only fend for themselves, the resolute Sir Marlowe declared from below. Is there truly no alternative? We could beseech the king for assistance. It would be futile. Aside from Baron Charles, no one would willingly venture to this barren and remote locale. Moreover, our king is far too distant. By the time our plea reaches him, Red Leaf City may well be lost. At the mention of Baron Charles, Caroline fell into silence for a moment, then spoke. Do you think that if I were to inherit Charles's title, I could lead Red Leaf City onward? Madam, forgive my impertinence, but I do not believe that would be feasible. Baron Charles's ability to govern Red Leaf City was not solely due to his noble status. More importantly, he possessed his own network of contacts. Even if we were to take over Charles' connections, we would still lack the qualifications for an equal dialogue. You must be aware of the avaricious nature of those nobles. They would devour us until not a bone remains. The Baron Charles has only been in Red Leaf City for a mere 3 months. Had he operated here for 3 years, the situation might have been different. Currently, the nobles engaged in trade with Red Leaf City only recognize Charles as their point of contact. Moreover, you seem to have overlooked a crucial point. The laws of the kingdom stipulate that unless appointed by the king, women cannot inherit titles, not even if they are married. Observing Caroline's somewhat pallid complexion, Sir Marlowe, despite feeling a pang of sympathy, continued, furthermore, after Baron Charles' demise, the upper echelons of Red Leaf City have become disheartened. I see no inclination for them to remain. Although their character may be lacking, their capabilities are not to be trifled with. Without their support, even if Baron Charles were still alive, it would be exceedingly difficult to guide Red Leaf City through this harsh winter. Sir Marlowe's tone was tinged with pessimism. After all, managing a city is no trivial matter, especially one with a population exceeding 1,000. If we abandon our efforts, these innocent civilians will perish from hunger. Madam, do not be overly despondent. Beyond Red Leaf City, the Sunset Mountains house other towns that if these free men and tenants are willing to become serfs, perhaps they may survive the winter. In times of famine and strife, some free men voluntarily relinquish their status to become serfs. Though their station is lowly, they constitute the essential labor force within the domain and are crucial to the Lord, who generally would not allow them to starve out of course. This is predicated upon the Lord's willingness to sustain them. Alas, have I made a grave mistake? Caroline murmured, her voice barely audible to herself. Sir Marlowe hesitated for a moment before mustering the courage to say, Madam, there may be one final option. What option? A glimmer of hope reignited in Caroline's eyes. It involves selling Charles' title along with the territory to another noble. Before Sir Marlowe could finish his thought, Caroline interjected, Absolutely not. Her face flushed, possibly from indignation. Sir Marlowe promptly fell silent, aware that he had overstepped. Nevertheless, as a knight, he felt compelled to elucidate every conceivable possibility. Madam Mayor, Knights Baker and Lady Blanche request an audience. A soldier's voice announced from outside the door. Allow them entry. Caroline composed herself, concealing her vulnerability and striving to appear unperturbed. Although it may seem unremarkable in comparison to other places, this is still quite acceptable. Zhang Feng had already moved into his new home before dusk. Although he referred to it as moving, in truth, he possessed little more than a backpack, with most of his time spent deliberating on which house would be best. After much deliberation, he ultimately chose the largest one. It was a stone edifice, 2 stories high, steeped in antiquity and featuring a wine cellar and granary. The residence boasted a spacious hall, whose design was rather elaborate, characterized by its lofty ceilings and an arrangement of both a main room and corridors. The main room served multiple purposes, functioning as a bedroom, workspace, and kitchen. The corridors were designated for storage and as a resting area for servants, while the remaining spaces were unexpectedly allocated for the housing of livestock and poultry. Zhang Feng was utterly flabbergasted. Perhaps this was the generational divide at play today as far as he knew, in rural areas of another world. No matter how small a house might be, it was unheard of to share living quarters with poultry. Typically, a separate enclosure was constructed outdoors for chickens and ducks, ensuring they were not permitted inside, given their propensity for indiscriminate excretion and the potential for carrying fleas or diseases. The adage of disease entering through the mouth. The importance of hand-washing and cleanliness were lessons ingrained in every child from an early age. Zhang Feng found it difficult to comprehend the customs of these people. Fortunately, the house had been uninhabited for quite some time, and the remnants of excrement had long since dried, making it at least visually tolerable. After selecting the house, he enlisted Colton to help find 10 individuals, offering 50 copper coins each for a half-day's work to conduct a thorough cleaning of the premises. The wage of 50 copper coins for half a day's labor was indeed a considerable sum for these impoverished farmers, especially for work that required little skill. Colton quickly gathered 10 people. Including his own family of 4, Zhang Feng was unconcerned, instructing Colton on how to clean, particularly in areas previously inhabited by livestock, ensuring that they dug deep to remove the thick layers of waste. Observing the piles of filth being carted away uplifted Zhang Feng's spirits significantly. Ultimately, as night fell, the entire house was tidied up. While it was not entirely transformed, it was certainly much cleaner and devoid of unpleasant odors. Zhang Feng stood by the second-floor window, munching on a packet of crispy noodles. This delicacy was now quite scarce. Gazing at the silhouette of Red Leaf City under the night sky, he felt an inexplicable sense of emotion. I suppose I've settled in Red Leaf City now. I wonder if I'll ever return. Zhang Feng sighed. Although he had been inconsequential in another world, having lived there for over 20 years, the abrupt transition to this unfamiliar realm was indeed disconcerting. As he surveyed the empty rooms, he found himself longing for his small yet cozy abode back home. Whoa! In the twilight, a carriage laden with luggage and accompanied by family members was seen departing Red Leaf City. Are they relocating? Did I not mention there was no need to evict anyone? Zhang Feng was perplexed. Although the central residential area was now his, he had instructed Pansy not to drive anyone away. Understanding that everyone had their struggles, as long as no one encroached upon his interests, he had no desire to be the villain. After all, they would still be paying rent, and he was curious to experience the life of a landlord in this otherworldly setting. However, it appeared that Pansy had not heeded his words. That Pansy. Zhang Feng felt a twinge of helplessness. Gradually, he began to realize that matters were not as straightforward as he had initially believed. An increasing number of families laden with belongings were departing, some even forming a convoy with multiple fully loaded carts. Were these affluent individuals also being compelled to leave by Pansy? It hardly seemed likely. Chapter 7. The sale of a title. The following day, Zhang Feng rose when the sun had already reached its zenith. How carefree I am! Upon witnessing the sun high in the sky, Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a touch of self-deprecation. Just the previous night, he had been anxious about being outmaneuvered by Pansy, and in the midst of his thoughts, he had fallen asleep. In the kitchen, he found a reasonably clean iron pot, rinsed it out, and boiled a large pot of water. Then he poured a portion of the boiling water into a smaller pot to cool, intending to use it as drinking water for the day, for he could not stomach the sourness of beer. Drinking hot water was certainly the way to go. He then poured the remaining water into a wooden barrel, adding some cool water until the temperature felt right, then stripped down and jumped into the barrel for a refreshing hot bath. Abysmally. The tension, fatigue, and confusion of the past 3 days seemed to evaporate. And as he gazed out at the azure sky and listened to the chirping of birds, particularly in the context of having such a spacious home, Zhang Feng felt that perhaps being transported to this place was not so intolerable after all. After his bath, he soaked a few compressed biscuits in hot water for a simple breakfast and prepared to head to the market to procure some supplies. After all, there was not much left in his backpack. If he indulged, it would likely be depleted in a day. However, just the thought of the hard black bread he had seen at the market, which could serve as a weapon, made his gums ache. Carrying gold coins, Zhang Feng navigated the streets with caution, wary of potential pitfalls. That he now understood why those ancient Western men often wore high-heeled shoes. Upon arriving at the market in Red Leaf City, Zhang Feng noted that there seemed to be fewer people than the previous day, with many stalls left empty. Speaking of people, he realized it was time to hire some servants. Managing such a large house alone felt rather lonely, and besides, he had the means to afford it. As he pondered this, he noticed a crowd gathered around the notice board, intrigued by a particular announcement. Curiosity being a fundamental human trait, Zhang Feng hurried over. Baron Charles is selling his title, along with his territory and personal wealth, for just 100 gold coins. Noble titles can be sold, and at such a low price. Zhang Feng was taken aback, instinctively voicing his thoughts that in reality, 100 gold coins was a substantial sum, but Zhang Feng was yet to grasp the purchasing power of gold coins in this world, especially since he had exchanged only 3 items for a considerable portion of the city the day before. The commoners, largely illiterate, were astonished by Zhang Feng's words, their reactions a chorus of disbelief. How could Baron Charles sell his title? Is he planning to leave Red Leaf City? It's uncertain. I've heard that Red Leaf City has struggled to generate profits for the Lord's estate. Could he truly abandon US? Could this possibly be a ruse? It seems genuine. Both the town hall and the Lord's estate have affixed their seals, along with Baron Charles' signature. This is an opportunity to ascend to nobility. However, 100 gold coins is rather exorbitant that I doubt anyone in Maple Leaf City can procure such a sum. I even suspect that Lord Charles himself would struggle to gather that much. Listening to the discussions around him and recalling the hurried departures of certain individuals from the previous night, Zhang Feng furrowed his brow, sensing an undeniable connection between these two occurrences. That a shadow suddenly loomed ahead. And upon seeing the figure that resembled a small mountain pass by, Zhang Feng called out, "Lord Pansy?" "Ah, Lord Zhang Feng." Encountering Zhang Feng here took Pansy by surprise, and his expression appeared somewhat strained. "Good morning." Good morning." Zhang Feng was certain that Pansy was concealing something from him, and he needed to devise a way to extract the information. "It seems that you have something weighing on your mind." "Lord Pansy." Zhang Feng feigned casual interest. No. Pansy waved his hands dismissively, but this only heightened Zhang Feng's suspicion. "Is it true that you are the one selling Lord Charles's title?" No. I lack such authority. It is the municipal hall and the Lord's office." I'm merely a runner. Zhang Feng's eyes gleamed with a sudden thought. I have a keen interest in the territory here that if you could agree to one condition, I would be inclined to purchase it. Zhang Feng deliberately refrained from mentioning the title, focusing solely on the territory, as he needed to maintain his current persona as a noble, already possessing a title to avoid revealing his true identity, that he surmised that Pansy, as a runner, would likely earn a substantial commission. After much internal conflict, Pansy could not resist the allure of gold. Zhang Feng's conjecture proved correct. If he could sell the title, he would earn a considerable sum. Lord Zhang Feng, please proceed. Simply inform me of any recent upheavals in Maple Leaf City, or reveal what you may be withholding from me. Rest assured, I will not pursue the matter, even if you profit from my gold. You know, I am not lacking in coins. Zhang Feng replied nonchalantly. Pansy pondered for a moment. The previous contract had already been signed, leaving Zhang Feng no recourse for reneging. This new opportunity to profit was one he could not afford to miss. He thus led Zhang Feng to a secluded corner, speaking in hushed tones. Baron Charles has passed away. Ah, is the sale of the title legitimate? Zhang Feng inquired, surprised by the news. Of course, our municipal hall has all the proper documentation. You need not worry. I would never deceive a noble in a contract. Then why does your group not wish to retain the noble title? Do you not desire to become nobility? You could easily sell it at a discount to your own. Zhang Feng asked, curious. That is certainly not the case. Everyone yearns to be noble. Pansy organized his thoughts before continuing. However, the situation here is somewhat unique. First, there is only one noble title, yet there are over a dozen gentlemen in the municipal hall, making it impossible to divide. Furthermore, if we were to sell it at a discount to our own, the gold would be insufficient for all, and no one would be willing. Conversely, if the price is elevated, no one could afford it. Consequently, they devised a plan to sell the title and territory to other nobles or wealthy merchants, thereby splitting the acquired gold. Pansy refrained from mentioning another critical detail, that Maple Leaf City was on the brink of collapse to become its lord. One would need to revive the city. Otherwise, purchasing a dying city would render any expenditure meaningless. I see. Zhang Feng stroked his chin, aware that Pansy was still withholding information. However, he had already surmised the truth that a city without a leader would inevitably lead to unrest, particularly recalling the wealthy individuals he had seen hastily departing with supplies the previous night, indicating that the situation in Maple Leaf City was far from stable. Nevertheless, Zhang Feng was unconcerned. His sole desire was to procure a noble title and experience the sensation of being a true noble. All right, I shall make the purchase. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's declaration, Pansy was filled with excitement. 100 gold coins meant a 10% commission for him. The 10 coins he had lost yesterday would soon be regained. Although Zhang Feng did not possess the full amount in gold, he had other means. Upon returning home with Pansy, Zhang Feng produced several bottles of beer and a pack of compressed biscuits, which Pansy eyed eagerly as they signed the contract that in truth, Zhang Feng could have signed alone, as many sections of the contract were already filled out, even featuring Charles's own fingerprint. However, he noticed a clause stating that upon Zhang Feng's ascension as Lord of Maple Leaf City, Pansy would be permitted to leave. Zhang Feng paid it no mind and signed with enthusiasm. Esteemed Lord of the City, may our collaboration be fruitful. Pansy performed a somewhat unrefined noble salute, presenting the insignia representing his baronial status. Am I truly a noble now? It seems there is little difference, Zhang Feng mused, feeling no surge of power. Meanwhile, in the castle's hall. My lady, we may be in trouble. Chapter 8. Baron Zhang Feng, my lady, we may be in trouble. Early in the morning, Sir Marlowe, accompanied by a servant, met with Lady Caroline. What has happened? Caroline, bearing dark circles under her eyes and appearing somewhat haggard, inquired. Some personnel from the municipal hall have already departed Maple Leaf City. Ah, they have left when? It was likely last night. Curse it. Are they unwilling to stay even an extra day? Caroline bit her lip, her tone tinged with displeasure. Moreover, they took a large quantity of supplies, including food and meat, Marlowe added. What? Caroline was initially taken aback, but her eyes began to redden. The already struggling Maple Leaf City could hardly afford to lose these supplies, especially with winter approaching. By the way, why didn't your knights stop them? Because they were escorted by knights, Marlowe admitted, feeling ashamed and awkward. Now, only 2 knights remain in Maple Leaf City, Sir Beck and myself. While the exodus of the Municipal Hall scoundrels was within Caroline's expectations, the betrayal of the knights plunged her into despair. With 11 knights in total, the loss of 9 was catastrophic. How long can our food supply last? Caroline forced herself to remain calm. Anger and sorrow were unhelpful at this juncture. They needed to devise a solution. The remaining food, aside from what is in the castle, is nearly depleted. Even if we harvest the grain in a few days, it would only suffice to feed the entire city for a month. A month! Caroline bit her lip until it bled. With winter less than 2 months away, they would require at least 6 months' worth of supplies to survive. Yet, they only had enough for a month. Marlowe contemplated before suggesting, the only viable option now is to disperse the people of Maple Leaf City, providing them with some food to seek refuge with other lords. Perhaps there is a glimmer of hope. He refrained from mentioning selling the title and territory to the great nobles for protection. If we disperse them, they will become refugees. With all the lords gathering supplies for the winter, I doubt anyone will be willing to take in over 1,000 refugees. Marlowe did not refute Caroline's words, as he understood the harsh truth. Years prior, he had witnessed the proud lords turning away refugees, leaving thousands to freeze to death. The haunting image of their vacant, despairing gazes remained etched in his memory. "My lady, allow me and Sir Beck to escort you away," Sir Marlowe urged again. Caroline silently shook her head. She had long since lost her home. Where could she possibly go? The thought of over 1,000 commoners in Maple Leaf City potentially starving to death filled her with guilt over her father's expectations. If there truly was no other recourse, she would have to take the final path, selling Charles's title and territory. "Sir Marlowe, Baroness, there is something I believe you should know." Suddenly, an urgent voice called from outside. Sir Beck rushed in. "What is it?" Marlowe asked, maintaining a composed demeanor despite Beck's abrupt entrance. "Baron Charles's title has been sold." "What?" Both Marlowe and Caroline were taken aback by this news. Caroline was especially alarmed. Although she had considered this possibility, she had not yet had the chance to sell. Impossible! Charles is no longer here, and his noble insignia is still with me, and no one can sell his title. Caroline protested in disbelief. Had she been the one to choose, she could have retained some control, opting to align herself with a more reputable noble. Now, with the inexplicable emergence of a new lord, her plans were thrown into disarray. Inheriting Charles's title meant that from the moment the contract was signed, everything within the territory belonged to this successor, including Sir Marlowe, Sir Beck, and even herself. This was why she had been so reluctant to part with the title unless absolutely necessary. It seems it was sold in the name of Baron Charles. With the witness of all the Municipal Hall personnel, Sir Beck scratched his head, uncertain of the procedural details as he had only recently become a knight. Caroline suddenly recalled something and hurriedly lifted her skirt. Disregarding her poise as she dashed up to the second floor, she found the house where Charles had lived and opened the door, only to be met with a scene of utter chaos. Various items strewn haphazardly across the floor. Although she had anticipated some disorder, a chill ran through her heart. The baronial inheritance contract and noble insignia had vanished as she descended the stairs. Looking somewhat disoriented, Marlowe had already surmised the situation, his expression darkening as he remarked, "It must have been those unscrupulous individuals from the town hall. Now, we cannot leave." Since someone had purchased Charles's title and lands, they were now subject to this new lord, and to depart without his permission would be a matter punishable by the gallows. If these people were acting alone, we might still have a chance to profit in the end. However, if the new lord is one of them, or a former town official, and he commands us to remain in Red Leaf City, our fates would be sealed. Marlowe tended to envision the worst-case scenarios, though he believed the likelihood of such an outcome was minimal. After all, he merely held differing ideals from those greedy individuals, with no direct conflict of interest that warranted such cruelty. Yet, one could never be too sure. "Oh, what shall we do now?" Listening to Marlowe's explanation, Beck realized the gravity of their predicament. From this moment forth, their fates were no longer their OWNAS for leaving without the Lord's consent. It was not impossible. One could only pray they would not be caught, and in doing so, they would forfeit their knighthood, likely becoming vagrants. Most importantly, no noble would deign to employ a knight of ill repute. Caroline felt utterly lost. She had no inkling of what awaited her in Red Leaf City. From the moment the new lord affixed his signature and seal, her escape had been thwarted. She could only hope this unfamiliar new lord would be amiable and communicative, capable of guiding Red Leaf City out of its current plight and treating its common folk with kindness. Perhaps even showing her some favor, though she was acutely aware that such thoughts were mere flights of fancy. For she knew all too well the sordid faces of the nobility. It was highly likely that this new lord was merely coveting the vast lands and cared little for the lives of the commoners. Baron Zhang Feng, will you not be leaving Red Leaf City for the time being? Pansy stood at the city gate, bowing respectfully to Zhang Feng. Indeed, I shall not be departing for now. Then allow me to offer you a word of caution. Should a food shortage arise in Red Leaf City, those desperate commoners may resort to any means necessary. So do exercise caution. Zhang Feng raised an eyebrow, realizing that the situation in Red Leaf City was worse than he had anticipated. Thank you for the warning. I shall be vigilant. That is good to hear, Baron Zhang Feng. Until we meet again in the coming spring, farewell. As he watched Pansy lead the convoy away, Zhang Feng nervously touched the baronial insignia in his hand, feeling a mix of anxiety and anticipation as he approached the castle's entrance. Chapter 9. The possibility of return, madam. There is someone outside requesting an audience. He claims, while Caroline and Marlowe were deliberating how to confront the new lord, a servant informed them of the visitor at the castle gate. What does he say? He claims he is the new lord of Red Leaf City. The servant replied cautiously that Caroline's face turned pale. The new lord had indeed arrived. Please let him in now. Let us go out to greet him. This castle appears adequate, though the windows are rather small, likely hindering the light. Zhang Feng stood at the castle's entrance, mentally appraising the structure, while a servant stood respectfully a short distance away. The news that Baron Charles's title had been purchased was already common knowledge. And since Zhang Feng had produced the noble insignia, his identity was evidently legitimate. Thus the servant dared not overstep. Creaking, the castle door slowly opened, revealing a striking figure, clad in a simple yet elegant white linen robe that concealed her tall frame. Her hair was elegantly pinned up in a golden coif, exuding an air of dignity and nobility. Her expression was serious and somewhat cold, but a few loose curls framing her face lent her an air of natural charm, rendering her less intimidating. However, it was her captivating azure eyes, clear and pure, reminiscent of a tranquil spring, that drew Zhang Feng in, making him want to lose himself within their depths. Sir, it was only when Caroline's exquisitely shaped earlobe turned a faint pink that Zhang Feng snapped back to reality, quickly averting his gaze and clearing his throat to dispel the awkwardness. Ahem, well, greetings to you all. I am Zhang Feng, having recently acquired Charles's title. Henceforth, I shall be the new lord of Red Leaf City. That should be acceptable. Yes. He produced the baronial insignia that had belonged to Charles along with a plethora of contracts. Of course, there is no issue, Caroline replied, unable to contest the authenticity of the insignia or the contracts. We pay our respects to the Lord. We pay our respects to the Lord. The two knights behind Caroline knelt on one knee in deference to the new lord. Zhang Feng then noticed that there were indeed two others present. The knights were tall, towering over Zhang Feng, likely nearing 6 feet 3 inches, clad in gleaming silver armor, helmets adorning their heads, swords at their waists, projecting an imposing presence that instilled a sense of security. All three were discreetly observing this oddly dressed new lord. Greetings to you, please rise. Zhang Feng promptly gestured for the two to stand. His small act of kindness astonished everyone present. Marlowe hastily stood without waiting for Zhang Feng's assistance, while Beck was a moment behind but quickly joined his fellow knight. They had never imagined that a noble would personally assist them. After all, knights were merely elevated commoners, belonging to a different social stratum than the nobility, whose arrogance was ingrained within them. They were witnessing a noble like Zhang Feng for the first time, and thus were momentarily at a loss that Caroline's interest was piqued. Zhang Feng's small gesture led her to believe that the new lord might not be so difficult to approach after all. From this day forward, I am the Lord of Red Leaf City, and I hope for a fruitful collaboration in the future. Soon, Zhang Feng found his footing. After all, he was merely a lord, a university graduate of the new era standing on the shoulders of giants. Surely he could fulfill the role of a lord adequately. My lord, I am Marlowe, the captain of the Red Leaf City Knights. Marlowe removed his helmet, revealing a weathered face etched with experience. My lord, I am Beck. Marlowe is my superior. Beck also removed his helmet, revealing a fearsome scar across his face, yet he appeared quite bashful. Zhang Feng was pleased with both men. Most of the townsfolk were thin and short, and he was grateful that his knights were not. After the two had introduced themselves, Zhang Feng turned his gaze to Caroline. Caroline bit her lip, her tone somewhat unsteady as she spoke. My lord, I am Caroline, the widow of the late Baron Charles. So, she was the former Baroness. Upon realizing Caroline's identity, Zhang Feng discreetly averted his gaze. After all, she was the widow of the former lord, and one ought to maintain decorum. Please do come inside. Caroline, feeling somewhat awkward, led Zhang Feng and the two knights into the castle. She had originally intended to give Zhang Feng a tour of the castle, which was quite expansive, serving as both the residence of the nobility and knights, as well as a stronghold against enemies, fulfilling dual military and civilian functions. However, Zhang Feng declined for the time being, having learned from Pansy that the situation in Red Leaf City was rather dire. He first wished to ascertain the current state of affairs. Let us set aside other matters for now. I would like to understand the specific circumstances of Red Leaf City at present. Zhang Feng took his seat at the head of the hall, listening intently as Knight Marlowe reported on the current state of affairs in Red Leaf City. Red Leaf City is currently facing a food shortage, even considering the upcoming wheat harvest. With a population of 1,321, we can barely sustain ourselves for a month. Almost all personnel from the town hall have departed. They were all part of Charles's administration, and with his absence, they have left, taking with them a substantial amount of resources. However, some of these individuals also took a portion of the servants with them, which inadvertently reduces some of our expenses. I suppose that is the only silver lining. Marlowe shrugged with a wry smile. Such matters would typically be reported by the town hall, but with so few remaining, Marlowe had to step in. Listening to Marlowe's account, Zhang Feng began to grasp that the troubles facing Red Leaf City were even greater than he had imagined. He had learned that winters in this world were incredibly harsh. Each year, a portion of the population perished, succumbing to either frost or starvation, and this was under conditions of having stored provisions, with the granaries now empty. Circumstances were even more precarious. Nevertheless, now that he had assumed the title of Lord, Zhang Feng felt it was his duty to ensure his subjects could lead better lives. Surely, Baron Charles must have left behind some assets or belongings that should now rightfully belong to me, yes? Zhang Feng suddenly inquired that if Charles had hidden away a little treasury, it might alleviate their immediate plight. He turned his gaze toward Caroline, who had been silent and standing nearby. Caroline, having barely calmed her tumultuous emotions, felt her heart race once more. She bit her lip, lowering her head, unsure how to respond, her ears flushing a deep crimson, her face growing hotter, yet she could not utter a word. Asking you a question, and yet you turn beet red. Is it even possible to have a civil conversation? Zhang Feng's mind was filled with exasperated thoughts. Suddenly, Zhang Feng was taken aback, and a moment of ecstatic joy flashed across his face, only to be quickly suppressed. The other three individuals, with their eyes cast downwards, remained oblivious to the change in Zhang Feng's expression. The door in his mind had opened. Does this mean I can return? If he could indeed go back. Zhang Feng had no desire to linger in this backward and ignorant era, even though he was now a nobleman. After all, who wouldn't relish modern cuisine or the internet? Why would he willingly subject himself to such a fate? Ahem. Let's conclude for today. You all can continue your discussions. I shall return home first. Without waiting for their consent, Zhang Feng made his exit. After all, he had only just met these three, and if the experiment failed and he couldn't return, any inexplicable situations that arose would be quite troublesome, that he certainly didn't wish to expose his secret, and it was far more reliable to retreat to his own spacious residence. "My lord," as she watched Zhang Feng hurriedly depart, Caroline's complexion turned pale. Her recent hesitation seemed to have incurred the Lord's ire. Regardless, Zhang Feng was now the highest authority in Maple Leaf City that if they were to navigate through their current crisis. The Lord's role was absolutely vital. What shall I do now? Chapter 10. The sensation feels so real. Zhang Feng swiftly returned to his dwelling, locking all doors and windows behind him, feeling a mix of excitement and trepidation. He was uncertain whether the door in his mind would indeed allow him to return, that if it did not, would he truly have to spend the rest of his life here? With such conflicting emotions, he slung his backpack over his shoulders, ensuring nothing was amiss, and prepared to open the door. However, a thought crossed his mind, and instead of rushing through, he casually picked up the cup he used for drinking water from the table and stowed it in his bag. After a moment's reflection, he added a few more cups and also took the box containing gold coins, filling his backpack to the brim before silently urging, "Open, that I in an instant." Zhang Feng vanished. Oh no! It has been 3 days. Could it be that the situation is truly dire? All my fault. Lin Yulan wiped the fine sweat from her forehead as she sat on a large rock, gazing at the lush green forest, her heart heavy with sighs and self-reproach. This hiking excursion had been organized by her online. Originally, she had arranged for several like-minded friends to enjoy the cool weather together. But during the hike, one of them had gone missing, which was undeniably tragic. Lin Yulan felt immense guilt. Had she only urged Zhang Feng to slow down and stay closer, this unfortunate incident would not have occurred. She had a deep impression of this tall young man, characterized by 2 simple attributes: his good temper and striking good looks. His features, reminiscent of a mixed-blood individual, combined Western dimensionality with Eastern delicacy. And his towering height of over 6 feet made him unforgettable, especially with his calm demeanor that exuded an aura of a true gentleman. The other 2 girls in the group had jokingly remarked that if their future boyfriends possessed even half of Zhang Feng's qualities, they would be more than satisfied. Alas, they would never see him again. Zhang Feng's radiant smile, warm as the sun, seemed to dance before Lin Yulan's eyes, causing her to momentarily lose focus as she instinctively reached out her hand. Oh! This sensation feels so real. Zhang Feng, bewildered, stared at Lin Yulan as she extended her hand to gently caress his cheek. So taken aback that he forgot to evade her touch, he had entered the door of another realm with his consciousness, only to find himself back, inhaling the air of Blue Star. Even he, typically laid back, could not remain composed. Finally, he had returned from that desolate place, brimming with excitement, especially upon taking a few steps and spotting Lin Yulan ahead. Zhang Feng confirmed he was truly back. In high spirits, he approached Lin Yulan to greet her. After all, she was the organizer of this trip. However, to his surprise, he was caught off guard. "What are you doing? Beautiful?" "Ah!" Startled by the sudden voice of the phantom before her, Lin Yulan instinctively recoiled. Bang! Zhang Feng swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist to prevent her from falling, retracting his hands once she steadied herself. Why do I feel like my reflexes have quickened? Zhang Feng had initially thought he wouldn't be able to catch her. It had been an instinctive reaction, considering how unexpectedly Lin Yulan had stumbled. However, he found himself puzzled by the outcome. Lin Yulan, on the other hand, was utterly astonished, exclaiming, "Holy cow, you're alive!" Zhang Feng was momentarily at a loss, his expression darkening as he retorted, "I'm not dead. Of course I'm alive." It was only at this moment that Lin Yulan realized, "Zhang Feng, you're not dead. This is wonderful. I knew it. With your looks, how could you possibly have met an untimely end?" "They didn't believe me." Lin Yulan dashed toward him and enveloped him in a tight embrace, her words tumbling over each other in excitement. This left Zhang Feng feeling somewhat awkward, although being embraced by a stunning beauty was certainly a delightful experience. Being tightly clutched around the neck was another matter entirely. "All right, dear sister, I'm fine, no need for tears." Zhang Feng struggled to extricate himself from her embrace. He had intended to say something, but upon seeing Lin Yulan's tear-streaked face, he swallowed his words and quickly amended, "I'm sorry for making you worry." Realizing their position was somewhat inappropriate, Lin Yulan took a step back, confirming that the person before her was indeed Zhang Feng and very much alive. Amidst her tears, she chided him with a smile. "You rascal, I told you to slow down, but you insisted on relying on your stamina to break away from the group and run ahead. It was my fault, Lin Jie. I want to do it again. No, there want to be a next time. Zhang Feng quickly apologized, sensing from Lin Yulan's demeanor that he must have been missing for quite some time. Lin Yulan huffed, yet her mood visibly lifted, sparing Zhang Feng further argument. No one knew how she had endured these 3 days, particularly the psychological toll, as waves of guilt engulfed her, leading to restless nights plagued by images of Zhang Feng's bloodied face. In her dreams, she had fervently apologized to him for leaving him alone in the mountains, for not climbing alongside him, and for even organizing this trip. Lin Yulan had witnessed Zhang Feng plummet from a cliff, shattering upon impact, and saw him writhing in agony as beasts feasted upon him, the vivid blood pooling at her feet. She felt on the brink of madness. Fear was one aspect, but the greater weight was her guilt. Perhaps a single word from her could have averted this tragedy, yet she had remained oblivious. After all, 3 days had elapsed since Zhang Feng's disappearance, and in this remote forest, especially with the locals' warning of wild beasts. If he had fallen from a cliff and broken a leg, someone with no prior survival training would find it exceedingly difficult to endure. Now, witnessing Zhang Feng standing before her, alive and well, all her grievances and self-reproach dissipated, leaving only joy. Zhang Feng had seldom experienced such profound concern. Indeed, it felt rather pleasant. Lin Jie, how long have I been gone? My phone died, and I lost track of time. 3 days. You've been missing for a full 3 days. Everyone thought you were surely doomed, and I was terrified. Oh, I need to call the police right away and tell them not to search anymore. As Lin Yulan dialed the authorities, Zhang Feng calculated that he had also spent 3 days in the other realm, suggesting that the passage of time in both worlds was indeed aligned, contradicting the fabled notion that a day in heaven equated to a year on earth. Gazing at the doors still present in his mind, it felt as though he could traverse back at a mere thought. Zhang Feng suddenly realized his future life might be about to change drastically. Zhang Feng, are you all right? Lin Yulan, having just finished her call, looked at Zhang Feng, concerned that he might be suffering from psychological distress. Empathizing with him, she thought about how she would have likely gone mad if trapped in the mountains for 3 days and nights. I'm fine, don't worry. I'm perfectly all right. Zhang Feng snapped back to reality and, to ease Lin Yulan's worries, struck a silly pose to flex his bicep. What a goof! Are you truly all right? To her surprise, Zhang Feng exhibited a charming side, prompting Lin Yulan to laugh heartily, observing the dark circles under her eyes. Zhang Feng gently wiped away her tears. Lin Jie, I'm genuinely fine. Thank you so much for everything. If you ever need assistance in the future, don't hesitate to ask. Out of the original group of 8, only Lin Yulan remained, and she had tirelessly searched for 3 days. Even if Zhang Feng didn't require her help, he felt compelled to acknowledge her kindness. There's no need to thank me. I didn't do much to help. Rather, I should thank you for returning safely. Otherwise, I'd have been a murderer. I'd never find peace for the rest of my life. Lin Yulan held Zhang Feng's hand, speaking sincerely. Rustling sounds emerged nearby as several uniformed officers pushed through the underbrush, approaching them. Having experienced a whirlwind of emotions, Lin Yulan felt her legs grow weak, and Zhang Feng instinctively supported her as they made their way toward the police officers. Chapter 11. Without seasoning pack, thank you, Comrade Zhang Feng, for your cooperation. However, I must reiterate a few points. In the future, please refrain from venturing into such remote forests, especially alone. Exercise utmost caution. Although crowded tourist attractions often invite criticism, safety remains paramount. After the police officer took a statement, Zhang Feng was allowed to leave that he merely stated that he had lost his way in the mountains, refraining from mentioning his venture into another realm. Of course, even if he had, it is likely that the officer would not have believed him and would have sent him to the hospital instead. Thank you for your concern, officer. Your efforts are appreciated. After this experience, I probably won't be hiking again anytime soon. After expressing his gratitude and bidding farewell to the officer, Zhang Feng and Lin Yulan arrived at the foot of the mountain, where a black Volkswagen awaited them. Upon seeing the two approach, the driver hurriedly opened the car door. Get in. I'll take you home. But are you sure you don't want to go to the hospital for a checkup? Really? It's unnecessary. Can't you see I'm perfectly fine? Zhang Feng replied with a hint of helplessness, though he understood that Lin Yulan was merely concerned for him, even if she reiterated her worries countless times. He bore her attentions with patience. To an uninformed observer, their current appearance might suggest that Lin Yulan was the one who had gone missing, having spent the last 3 days in a tent at the mountain's base and searching for him daily. Her clothes were dirty, her spirit waning, and her lips pale, resembling a delicate beauty in distress that in contrast. Zhang Feng looked pristine, his attire spotless, and his face devoid of any dust, retaining the same handsome and refined demeanor as 3 days prior. All right then, let us return quickly. I feel so tired. Lin Yulan yawned as she pulled Zhang Feng into the back seat of the car. I didn't realize you were quite affluent, having your own chauffeur. Zhang Feng remarked in surprise, unaware of Lin Yulan's family background, knowing only that she was 2 years his senior and that they shared a good rapport, with her often acting as a caring older sister. Not at all. This is just a dilapidated Volkswagen. My father's car that is quite hideous. I wouldn't drive it if you paid me. Lin Yulan's tone dripped with disdain. Zhang Feng's expression darkened instantly. That a dilapidated Volkswagen? Was the emblem truly so devoid of prestige? He felt compelled to explain that a $2 million fade hardly deserved such mockery. Yet upon reflection, he realized it was peculiar that Lin Yulan would belittle the car's appearance without knowing its value. The thought sent a chill down his spine. Best to tread carefully. Just as he prepared to change the subject, he felt a sudden weight on his shoulder. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yulan had fallen asleep. Resting her head against him, gazing at her haggard visage, Zhang Feng sighed silently. It was only she who would care for a friend to such an extent, albeit one not particularly close. The descent was not smooth. Even a luxury sedan would encounter bumps along the way. Observing Lin Yulan swaying, he hesitated before gently draping his arm around her shoulder, disregarding the dust that clung to her. His intentions were pure, wishing only to provide her a more comfortable rest. After a grueling 3 hours, they finally reached the asphalt road, a testament to the remoteness of the mountain. Zhang Feng felt a slight ache in his shoulder. Yet seeing Lin Yulan still fast asleep, he maintained his position. Another 2 hours passed, and as the sun began to set, they finally arrived in the city. Lin Yulan opened her eyes, noticing she was nestled against Zhang Feng. Her expression remained unchanged as she naturally shifted away, but upon spotting the large wet patch on his shoulder, her face flushed crimson. Zhang Feng found the situation amusing. It was his first time witnessing such a bashful reaction from the typically brash Lin Yulan. Not due to his embrace, but rather because of her drool. How long did I sleep? Lin Yulan quickly diverted the topic. About 5 hours, Zhang Feng replied, glancing at his phone, which he had charged somewhat using the car's power outlet. So long. I'm a bit hungry now. Uncle Lee, let's find a place to eat. Certainly, miss. Where would you like to go? Whatever you want. I'll treat you to celebrate your safe return. Lin Yulan patted her chest, exuding an air of affluence. Anything is fine. I have no preference. Zhang Feng shrugged, not lacking an opinion, but rather unfamiliar with the area since his arrival in Xiaqing. Then let us go to Lao Liang's private kitchen. Sounds good. Zhang Feng rummaged through his backpack, producing the sole packet of instant noodles he had saved. How about we have a little snack first? Lin Yulan, seeing the crushed noodles, showed no disdain, eagerly tearing it open to eat after a couple of bites. She took Zhang Feng's hand and carefully sprinkled some noodles onto it. You eat too. Zhang Feng couldn't help but chuckle. This method of sharing food reminded him of his childhood days when friends pooled their money to buy a single packet of instant noodles. The only difference now was the absence of seasoning. Hey, what's this? Lin Yulan inquired curiously upon noticing several dark objects peeking out of Zhang Feng's backpack. Oh, these? I found them in the mountains. They seem like antiques, though I'm not sure if they hold any value. Zhang Feng revealed the bowls and cups he had brought back from the other realm without hesitation. How ugly! Lin Yulan grimaced upon seeing them. Zhang Feng realized that Lin Yulan was a true aesthetics enthusiast. In her eyes, there was no middle ground. Only beauty or ugliness. He was tempted to ask how she perceived him, but thought better of it, if he fell short of her standards. The embarrassment would be unbearable. But you could show them to my father. He has a keen interest in such things. After all, you found them in the mountains. They might be worth something. What does your father do? Zhang Feng, not privy to Lin Yulan's family situation and not one to pry into others' privacy, asked casually. He runs a small antique shop specializing in collecting and reselling such items. Lin Yulan replied nonchalantly. Perfect. When I have the chance, I'll bring these to your father for appraisal. But I wonder if he'll have the time. Could you help me arrange an appointment? Zhang Feng felt a surge of excitement, having been unsure of how to proceed. Just call me when you arrive. I'll give my dad a heads up. Even if he's not around, the master craftsman in the shop can assist. There's no need for any formal appointment. Lin Yulan waved her hand dismissively. That's wonderful. Thank you. Lin Jie, since I found these on the mountain without any effort, if they sell for a good price, I'll split the proceeds with you. Zhang Feng declared earnestly. Ha, great. Just remember you promised. I want to hold back. So don't try to weasel out of it. Lin Yulan replied, delighted. Not so much for the potential profit, but rather because Zhang Feng was willing to share with her, affirming that their friendship was worthwhile. After enjoying a meal with Lin Yulan, Zhang Feng declined her offer for the driver to take him home, as the subway was quite convenient, and there was no need to impose on others. Returning to his cozy abode after 3 days apart, Zhang Feng felt a rush of excitement. Now alone, he could finally examine the enigmatic door in his mind, sensing that its functions extended far beyond the ordinary. Chapter 12. Time travel. An hour later, Zhang Feng lay pale and trembling on his bed, feeling utterly drained. At last, I understand, the door in his mind possessed two functions, time travel and storage. The time travel function allowed him to traverse back to the previous realm, with the ability to return while carrying items back and forth. Based on his previous experiences, he surmised that he could only bring along things he had physically touched, and they could not be too large. The storage function provided a space of a certain size where time stood still. Essentially, items placed within remained unchanged upon retrieval. Zhang Feng estimated the space to be approximately 1 cubic meter, and he sensed that its capacity was not fixed. It might expand after a certain duration or upon meeting other conditions that he could deposit or withdraw items at will, provided he made contact with them and they fit within the storage space. He also discovered an amusing capability. He could instantly change outfits, a skill he deemed particularly useful during winter. As is well known, the coldest moment of winter is often when one rises to dress. Both time travel and item retrieval had their limits, or more accurately, they incurred a cost, which Zhang Feng referred to as mental energy, should the consumption of mental energy exceed his physical limits. There was a significant risk of damaging his mind, rendering him an imbecile. Zhang Feng sensed that the ideal frequency for time travel was approximately once every 3 days, posing no burden on his body. The minimum frequency was once a day, but this would impose some strain, leading to symptoms of fatigue and lethargy. Should he attempt to travel more than once daily, he would be courting disaster, with potential life-threatening consequences. As for the retrieval of items, the consumption is relatively minimal, and it largely depends on the size of the items. Given the current volume of 1 cubic meter, using it a dozen or 20 times a day poses no problem whatsoever. Just now, Zhang Feng experimented with the storage space for nearly half an hour, both storing items and changing clothes, utilizing it hundreds if not thousands of times that he was so engrossed in the excitement that he lost track of time. And by the time he realized something was amiss, he was already completely drained. Zhang Feng felt relieved that he hadn't been forcefully transported to another realm. Otherwise, it could have resulted in significant trouble. Struggling against his exhaustion, he took a shower and collapsed into bed, waking up again to find it was already noon the next day. Phew, thankfully, it seems there's no major issue. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, apart from a slight paleness, he still looked as handsome as ever, which eased his mind. After a quick freshening up, Zhang Feng noticed 2 WeChat messages and a missed call on his phone. Upon opening them, he found they were indeed from Lin Yulan, primarily inquiring about his health and whether he had sustained any lingering effects. She also mentioned that her father was away for a couple of days. But the appraiser at the shop was available, suggesting that Zhang Feng could bring the antique he found on the mountain for the master to examine. The term antique was notably placed in quotation marks. Zhang Feng didn't mind. He merely held the mindset of giving it a try. Having already brought it back, so it wouldn't hurt to have someone assess it, that he contacted Lin Yulan through his phone, first thanking her for her concern, then expressing his desire to treat her to a meal as a token of appreciation for her ongoing support. Lin Yulan, not one to be polite, readily agreed and sent him an address. Zhang Feng checked the navigation to confirm the destination, then made a reservation at a nearby restaurant that had garnered positive reviews online. Although Zhang Feng, having graduated from university a year ago, had amassed a significant fortune, he still had a little savings, allowing him the occasional indulgence. Zhang Feng? Over here. Since Lin Yulan lived nearby, she was already waiting for him at the restaurant. Today, she wore a cream-colored chiffon dress of an unfamiliar brand, paired with a black shoulder bag and high heels, exuding both allure and elegance. That was the first time Zhang Feng had seen her like this, and he was genuinely taken aback, as she typically dressed in a more tomboyish manner. Sister Lin, you look truly beautiful today. Zhang Feng was generous with his compliments. You sure know how to flatter. Lin Yulan replied. Clearly pleased. Due to her love for travel, she rarely donned such attire, but it seemed the effect was quite commendable. Zhang Feng ordered 4 dishes and a soup. Just the two of them didn't require much. As anything extra would go to waste, that must be said that the restaurant's cuisine was indeed delightful. Reflecting on the meager fare consumed by commoners in the other realm, who often resorted to bread mixed with wood shavings, Zhang Feng felt fortunate to live in the modern world. However, during the meal, Zhang Feng noticed something peculiar. His appetite seemed to have increased. Typically, he would have been satisfied with this amount, yet now he felt only about 70% full. After consuming 2 more bowls of rice, feeling satiated, Lin Yulan led Zhang Feng to a nearby antique street. What greeted their eyes were various small stalls, with numerous items that appeared to have aged gracefully, casually laid out on the ground, giving the impression that one could stumble upon a hidden treasure at any moment. Of course, Zhang Feng was aware this was merely an illusion. He had a degree of self-awareness, realizing that hoping to find a treasure at a street vendor was far less reliable than purchasing a lottery ticket. These are mostly just scams, Lin Yulan whispered in Zhang Feng's ear, clearly knowledgeable about the trade. All right, let us head directly to your shop, Zhang Feng replied. As they ventured further into the antique street, the number of stalls dwindled, and Lin Yulan brought Zhang Feng to a quaint, charming shop. The sign read Lin's Antiques. You call this a small antique shop? Zhang Feng gazed at Lin Yulan in admiration. The Lin's Antique shop spanned 3 floors, covering over 300 square meters, totaling more than 1,000 square meters. In this land where every inch is precious, possessing such a large space indicated that Lin Yulan must be quite affluent. Zhang Feng felt an urge to exclaim, "Rich lady, is it too late to seek your sponsorship?" The size of the shop is secondary. I really don't care for it. Let me take you to meet Master Wang, Lin Yulan said, leading Zhang Feng to the 3rd-floor reception room, where they encountered the silver-haired Master Wang. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhang Feng wasted no time. He took out the bowl he had brought from the other realm and handed it to Master Wang. Master Wang, this is something I picked up from the mountain a few days ago. It seems like an antique. Would you be so kind as to take a look? Master Wang, whose full name was Wang Boyu, was one of the oldest appraisers at Lin's Antiques. Had it not been for the young lady's prior notice, he would never have wasted his time here. Did an antique found on a mountain? What luck could that possibly be? Did he think antiques were as common as pebbles on the roadside? Nonetheless, as he was a friend of the young lady, Wang Boyu, although skeptical about any potential value, maintained a warm demeanor, eager to conclude the appraisal and send Zhang Feng on his way. Zhang Feng placed the bowl on the table, and Wang Boyu, donning white gloves, picked it up with utmost care. Initially indifferent, Wang Boyu's expression gradually turned serious after examining it closely. This seems rather intriguing. Chapter 13. An antique from 1,000 years ago. Young man, are you certain you found this on the mountain? Absolutely. Is it from a mountain in our country? Indeed. That mountain isn't far from Xiaqing. This is quite unscientific. Wang Boyu appeared somewhat bewildered. Zhang Feng, unsure of the situation, cautiously inquired, Master Wang, is this an antique? Wang Boyu nodded affirmatively, though his tone was conflicted. From my initial assessment, based on its appearance, this bowl may date anywhere from 300 to 2,000 years old. That is quite a wide range. Zhang Feng was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that this item, once brought here, could genuinely be classified as an antique, considering it was likely manufactured just over a decade ago in another realm. Perhaps it was due to the nature of his crossing. What surprised Zhang Feng even more was Wang Boya's assessment, as the span of 300 to 2,000 years seemed rather imprecise for a professional. Sensing Zhang Feng's skepticism, Wang Boya awkwardly explained, "Young man, to be honest, in my many years of practice, this is the first time I've encountered a vessel of this style. Judging by some of the patterns, it doesn't resemble anything from our country. It could be due to my limited understanding of foreign artifacts. I've racked my brain but cannot identify which country or dynasty this belongs to. Thus, I can only provide a rough estimate. My apologies." Understanding the situation, Zhang Feng felt a quiet amusement. This was an era that did not exist in this world, so it was hardly surprising that he couldn't identify it. However, he pondered, if the dynasty was unidentifiable, did that diminish its value? "Master Wang, how much do you believe this bowl could be worth?" As expected, upon Zhang Feng's inquiry, Master Wang furrowed his brow deeply. Wang Boya believed this was undoubtedly an antique, and its age was considerable, but without knowing which dynasty it belonged to, it was difficult to determine a price. After all, the difference between several hundred and 1,000 years was significant. "Young man, how about this? For this bowl, we at Lin's Antiques will offer 30,000 yuan, that I will take it and verify its age with professional equipment to determine its regional and temporal origins. If the final appraisal values the bowl at 30 to 80,000, consider it a friendly deal that if the bowl is valued over 100,000, we will pay you the full amount without hesitation. So, if the bowl is appraised at 100,000, I will give you an additional 70,000. How does that sound?" This offer was made in light of Lin Yulan's connection. Otherwise, for others, it would be a mere 1,000. Take it or leave it. Zhang Feng had done some homework on antiques before coming, realizing there could be significant price disparities among various antiques. Take domestic porcelain, for instance. The difference between imperial and folk kills could exceed tenfold, even if produced in the same year and of similar quality. The value of an antique is determined by factors such as historical context and origin, rather than just age. Of course, if Zhang Feng could present something from several thousand or even tens of thousands of years ago, that would be a different story altogether. Wang Boya's offer of 30,000 was, to be honest, somewhat unexpected for Zhang Feng. He had anticipated a maximum of 1,000, or perhaps they wouldn't even want it, considering their labor and material costs. Of course, that is perfectly acceptable. Regardless, I'm certainly making a profit here. Thank you, Master Wang. Regardless of whether it was due to Lin Yulan's influence, Zhang Feng made sure to express his gratitude, but then he shifted his tone. "I wonder if Master Wang would be interested in acquiring more of these bowls." "Oh, young man, do you have more? If so, we would certainly be interested. The more we have, the more information we can gather, allowing us to assess better." Wang Boya was somewhat taken aback. Finding one antique in the wild was a stroke of luck, and Zhang Feng seemed to possess such fortune that he could find another. Without further ado, Zhang Feng fully opened his backpack. 1, 2, 3 bowls. And that's not all. Astonishingly, there are 4 cups as well. Moreover, these bowls and cups are all in excellent condition, with not a single one identical to another. Each piece bears its own distinct variations, whether subtle or pronounced. Wang Boya's eyes sparkled with excitement at this sight. These bowls and cups evidently belong to a singular style, and they appear to share a similar antiquity. While deducing their origins from a solitary bowl might prove challenging, the presence of an entire set of bowls, coupled with a corresponding set of cups, left Wang Boya feeling that if he could not ascertain their provenance, he might as well retire from his endeavors. "Let us proceed thus, my young friend. Let us value all items at 30,000 each. With a total of 8 antiques, I shall offer you 250,000 RMB, under the same conditions as before. Should any single item be appraised at over 100,000, we shall compensate you for any shortfall. What do you think, my friend? Of course, I am not making empty promises. We shall draft a contract." "No problem." Zhang Feng immediately acquiesced, exchanging a bowl of little worth from another realm for 250,000 RMB. Only a fool would decline such an offer. "Oh, by the way, I have a small item. Master Wang, could you take a look?" Zhang Feng suddenly recalled, as if an epiphany had struck him. "Oh, there's more," Wang Boyu exclaimed, taken aback by the youth's hidden depths. Zhang Feng reached into his empty backpack, and suddenly a coin of ancient bronze appeared in his hand. Naturally, he retrieved this from his storage space, as coins possess a certain heft, making them cumbersome to carry around. Thus they are better stored away. This is a copper coin. Wang Boyu recognized it instantly, and his excitement surged that if the bowls and cups had increased the probability of deducing the antique's origins by 20%. This coin alone escalated that likelihood by a staggering 90%. After all, the coin bore intricate designs and inscriptions. He envisioned summoning a few colleagues the following day to embark on an archaeological exploration. This would serve both as a request for assistance and an opportunity to showcase his findings. If they were to unearth a forgotten dynasty, Wang Boyu's name would surely be etched into the annals of history. This copper coin has an initial valuation of 250,000. Together with the bowls and cups, I shall offer a flat price of 500,000. The mere copper coin had prompted Wang Boyu to propose a sum of 250,000, which took Zhang Feng by surprise that he glanced at the silver and gold coins in his storage space, contemplating whether to produce more. Ultimately, he decided against it. Having already revealed so much, it was wise not to overextend himself. Although Zhang Feng trusted Lin Yulan, who could say what the intentions of others in the shop might be, one must always maintain a degree of caution. Very well, it's a deal. Both parties felt a sense of elation. Zhang Feng rejoiced in his unexpected windfall of 500,000. Making such a sum in mere days was something he had never dared to dream of. Wang Boyu was thrilled to have introduced a completely unfamiliar set of antiques to his company. Based on his preliminary deductions, these could very well belong to a forgotten dynasty. Should his hypothesis prove accurate, the financial gains would pale in comparison to the enhancement of his reputation within the antique community. My young friend, here is the contract for your review. Should there be no issues, you may sign it, and the company will transfer the funds to you shortly. Zhang Feng scrutinized the document for a while. The terms were mostly as agreed upon, and Lin Yulan had remained present throughout, assuring him that no one would dare manipulate the contract. Regarding the provenance of these antiques, please do not write that you found them on the mountain. Simply state that they are a family heirloom. I understand. Chapter 14. Zhang Feng, am back. Zhang Feng. They say that surviving great adversity often brings unforeseen blessings, and you are a prime example of this. Congratulations. Only after the contract was signed and Zhang Feng received notification of the funds being credited did Lin Yulan finally voice her congratulations. It was true that surviving such hardships could lead to unforeseen benefits. Had it not been for the benevolence of Keaton, who could say what Zhang Feng's fate would have been upon his arrival in this strange world. The order of that realm was far from that of modern society. I owe my gratitude to you. Without your assistance, these items in my possession would merely be a collection of worthless trinkets. Without Lin Yulan, Zhang Feng, an ordinary citizen, would never have encountered anyone within the antiquities circle. Had he ventured to sell these items alone, he would likely have ended up with far less than nothing. By the way, I will transfer the money to you now. Zhang Feng pulled out his phone and opened WeChat. Transfer what money? Lin Yulan momentarily failed to grasp his meaning. The proceeds from the sale of the antiques. Did I not mention that we agreed to split the profits? You consented to this. Oh, I was merely jesting. Your antiques are of no concern to me. Besides, this is my family's shop. Should I buy your items and then demand payment from you? What sort of arrangement is that? Lin Yulan waved her hands dismissively. She had indeed been joking, never expecting that these dark and unremarkable bowls would fetch a handsome sum. Otherwise, she would not have consented, especially considering the significant amount involved. Sister Lin, we had an agreement. How could I possibly go back on my word? Furthermore, this is your father's shop, not yours. At least for now, it does not belong to you. What harm is there in sharing a bit of this money with you? Or do you look down upon me, this impoverished fellow? No. How could I possibly look down on you? Lin Yulan hastily denied it. She was well aware that Zhang Feng was attempting to provoke her, but if she were to refuse outright, she might inadvertently hurt his feelings. After all, she understood that Zhang Feng had grown up in an orphanage. and children raised in such environments often bear fragile hearts. Zhang Feng was one of the few friends she could truly connect with, and to reject him outright would be rather unkind. All right, Sister Lin, you know I have very few friends throughout my life. When it comes to friends, Zhang Feng, stand firm on my word. I understand that this money may not be significant to you, but it is my way of expressing gratitude for your constant care. Therefore, you must accept it. Zhang Feng grasped Lin Yulan's shoulder and gazed earnestly into her eyes. Under such intense scrutiny, with Zhang Feng's extraordinarily handsome face mere inches away, Lin Yulan felt her ears grow warm. This was only the second time she had been so close to someone besides her father. The first had been just yesterday in the car. True to her competitive nature, Lin Yulan stared defiantly at Zhang Feng. Yet ultimately, she was no match for his boldness and conceded. Fine, fine, I shall accept it, you pesky little brother. The corners of Zhang Feng's mouth curled upward slightly. Having known her for so many years, he rarely witnessed Lin Yulan blush, so that it was quite amusing. However, while it was exhilarating to boast, the process of transferring the funds was rather tedious, having never received such a substantial sum before. Zhang Feng was unaware of the daily transfer limits, and after much effort, he managed to send Lin Yulan 50,000. That watching Zhang Feng's discontented expression, Lin Yulan could not help but stifle a laugh. Ah! I will transfer the rest to you slowly later. This time, Lin Yulan did not refuse again and nodded obediently. All of this was observed by Wang Boyu, who remained nearby, seemingly oblivious that he would occasionally glance at Zhang Feng and then at Lin Yulan. His expression contemplative. After treating Lin Yulan to dinner, Zhang Feng finally took his leave from the Lin family antique shop. Initially, he had wanted to invite Master Wang Boyu to join them, but he declined under the pretext of needing to study the antiques. Zhang Feng felt that the way he looked at him had subtly shifted, though he did not dwell on it on the journey home. Zhang Feng took stock of his current situation to in just one more day. He would have the opportunity to choose to venture into the other realm. Though he had previously wished to escape that world and return to reality, now that he possessed the ability to control his own transportation, his perspective had changed. After all, trading a few compressed biscuits for a noble title and exchanging a handful of modest bowls for 500,000 RMB was an opportunity that any reasonable person would seize. Zhang Feng was no different. It is often said that money is not a virtuous thing. Yet in this society, one cannot function without it. Zhang Feng's ambitions were modest. He did not aspire to become the wealthiest person, but at least achieving financial freedom would suffice. With only one day left, it is time to prepare. The following day, Zhang Feng rose early. Once the bank opened, he set up a high-value transfer and sent the money owed to Lin Yulan. Zhang Feng disliked being in debt to others, just as he despised others owing him. Before resting the previous night, he had compiled a list outlining his primary tasks for the day, which involved acquiring supplies in accordance with this list. He could not embark on his journey to the other realm empty-handed. Moreover, given the circumstances, it was imperative to alter certain habits from that world, particularly in terms of diet and living conditions. Furthermore, he was now the lord of Hongyes City. As the saying goes, in governance, one must be mindful of their position, and many commoners depended on him. Zhang Feng could not simply abandon them. Based on the current economic conditions of Hongyes City and the living standards of its people, it was evident that the most pressing need was for food, or rather for money. However, Zhang Feng's storage space was only 1 cubic meter in size, limiting the amount he could carry. It was impossible to store enough food to feed the entire city, so he needed to approach the food dilemma from a different angle that he could, however, bring some seeds along to experiment with cultivation. Another crucial point was that modern food was highly sought after in the other realm, that if he could trade these items, he would likely earn a considerable amount of gold coins. With gold coins in hand, the issue of food scarcity would be easily resolved. Therefore, it was essential to bring modern food items with him. Bread, biscuits, chocolate, canned goods, beverages and various meats, vegetables, sweet potatoes, corn, potatoes, rice, noodles, and even some prepared foods. There is no need for excess. A modest amount will suffice. Of course, the essential spices must accompany, for without them, Zhang Feng would find his meals unsatisfactory. That he also procured various daily necessities and commonly used medications, for electronic devices. Zhang Feng had no intention of revealing them in this otherworldly realm. He understood the wisdom of moderation. Should the king or the church happen to catch sight of them and deem them as sinister contraptions, it would spell trouble that a cubic meter may not seem vast, yet it is hardly insignificant. After discarding unnecessary packaging, Zhang Feng managed to fill 2 shopping carts and still had items left over. He purchased additional clothing for changes, planning to commission a few sets of noble attire to help him blend in, as he felt that his modern appearance lacked the necessary immersion and charm. Initially, he had contemplated acquiring some regulated blades, but found no means to do so. Instead, he settled for a few kitchen knives. As he wandered through the kitchenware section, he succumbed to temptation, purchasing numerous bottles and jars, including some glass cups and contemporary crafts. After all, one should not deprive oneself in life, especially after earning over 200,000 yuan, which would otherwise go to waste. Once he had filled his storage space to the brim, Zhang Feng bought an enormous hiking backpack that he remembered that the items he carried could accompany him through dimensions. The contents of the backpack were simpler, consisting solely of preserved food. After an entire day of shopping, he was utterly exhausted, but he vowed to return soon, hoping to acquire a vehicle, as lacking one posed certain inconveniences. That evening, Zhang Feng sent a message to Lin Yulan, informing her of his temporary departure from Summer City, promising to reconnect in 3 days if there were any results from the appraisal. Naturally, Lin Yulan agreed, refraining from inquiring about his destination, merely advising him to travel safely. He exhaled deeply the next morning, clad neatly and invigorated, with his large backpack slung over his shoulders. Otherworld I, Zhang Feng, have returned. Chapter 15. Have you eaten? Sir Knight Marlowe, has the lord of the castle not yet emerged? In the castle of Red Leaf City, Caroline, seated in the main chair, inquired with a weary countenance. Yes, madam, the lord has not ventured out in the past 3 days, replied Sir Marlowe, standing respectfully below. Sigh, Blanche, how has the implementation of the new policy fared? Have the citizens reacted vehemently? Blanche was the sole municipal official remaining from the former city hall. After considering her words carefully, she responded, the populace has been relatively calm. Although the decree limiting them to 1 meal per day has stirred discontent among some, the majority comprehend the necessity of such measures, given the current dire state of Red Leaf City, which can no longer be concealed. Many have mentally prepared for the situation. However, what? Caroline sensed an ominous premonition, yet pressed on with her inquiry. However, 30% of the merchants in Red Leaf City have already departed. As you know, the city's economy relies not only on cultivated grain, but also on trade with other cities and villages. Perhaps due to the new policies, these astute merchants lack faith in the future of Red Leaf City, prompting them to withdraw early. De Blanche's tone conveyed a hint of helplessness, pausing before continuing. Nonetheless, it is not entirely disastrous, for the merchants who have left are primarily small traders, whose risk tolerance is low and thus tend to be cautious. The larger merchants remain within Red Leaf City. While her words suggested a glimmer of hope, Caroline understood that the retention of these larger merchants was only temporary, should Red Leaf City fail to recover and regain stability. They too would eventually depart, that if that day were to arrive, the city would be left isolated, severed from external contact, compounded by insufficient provisions, leading to inevitable ruin. Do those merchants wish to lend us some gold coins or grain? Despite the embarrassment of nobles borrowing from merchants, it was a necessary measure in such circumstances that, those merchants are all cunning. They feign respect, yet when the topic of loans arises, they become reticent, concocting excuses to evade the issue. It appears they lack confidence in us. Even if we offered interest rates 30% above market value, they would still refuse. Blanche's tone dripped with disdain. Her distaste for those shrewd, parasitic merchants had only grown. Then why do those merchants not simply leave? Caroline, somewhat bewildered by the intricacies of commerce, posed the question. Madam, they are merely biding their time, waiting for an opportunity, that we now have a new lord. And perhaps he can assist us in overcoming our challenges, such is their reasoning. Though the odds are slim, it is a gamble worth taking. As they often say, within every crisis lies an opportunity, the new lord. Caroline bit her lip, feeling a twinge of guilt. She had long believed that Zhang Feng's departure from the castle was due to her hesitance, which had angered the lord, causing him to neglect his duties. In his absence, she bore the weight of leadership alone, Yet it was evident that the burden was too heavy to bear, that as for the identity of the Lord. Madam, I have only discovered that the Lord, Baron Zhang Feng, hails from the east and appears to be of noble lineage. However, I cannot ascertain further details and I heard that the Lord is quite wealthy, Sir Marlowe reported. The east encompasses a vast expanse, making it impossible to trace his origins. However, the capital of the Buck Kingdom is also situated in the east. Could he be from there? Yet, this was of little consequence, as the final statement held greater significance. Wealthy? Yes, indeed did he purchase the finest residential and commercial districts of Red Leaf City from the former municipal officials, and he also acquired Charles's title and territory for the sum of 100 gold coins. Sir Marlowe exclaimed in astonishment. Those individuals are truly detestable. The mention of the 100 gold coins even made Blanche grit her teeth. Logically, even if the title were sold, the gold should belong to the Lord's estate. Yet, those avaricious municipal officials absconded with Charles's estate and conducted the transaction on behalf of the Lord. Had those former officials not pilfered the grain of Red Leaf City and possessed such wealth, the city might have had a chance to weather the storm that I will go again today. A determined glimmer shone in Caroline's eyes. She resolved to personally apologize that in truth, she had sought out Zhang Feng after his departure from the castle. But her knocks had gone unanswered, and she dared not overstep her bounds, thus abandoning her endeavor. However, witnessing the worsening plight of Red Leaf City, she could no longer afford to hesitate. She would risk inciting Zhang Feng's ire to bring him out. The reason for seeking him was simple. Aside from his noble status, his wealth was paramount. When Zhang Feng opened his eyes once more, he found himself in the second-floor bedroom of his property in the other world. I feel rather fatigued. I suppose transporting all these items has taken its toll. He gazed at the towering backpack behind him, exhaling deeply, aware that it was the culprit behind his weariness. It seemed that one backpack would suffice. While he could potentially carry more in his current state, it was unnecessary. Safety was paramount. He must not overload himself. After placing the backpack down, Zhang Feng took a moment to rest on the edge of the bed before preparing to venture outside. But he had brought an abundance of supplies, and it would be imprudent to keep them all to himself. He needed to seek out merchants or nobles for potential collaboration. In truth, Zhang Feng preferred dealings with merchants over nobles. His understanding of the nobility in this era revealed that most were greedy, arrogant, and ignorant. Conversely, merchants were straightforward, with profit as their sole priority. However, before venturing out, he needed to fill his stomach. Having arrived in haste, he had neglected breakfast. He gathered rice, steamed buns, eggs, pork, salt, and ginger, along with various seasonings. After rinsing the rice, he poured water into a pot and set it to boil. Once the rice was cooked, he added minced meat, sliced green onions, and ginger. After simmering for an additional 10 minutes, he seasoned it with salt and pepper, resulting in a delectable lean meat porridge. Zhang Feng had initially intended to prepare century egg and lean meat porridge, but had forgotten to purchase the century eggs. Thus, he settled for a youthful version instead. The aroma of the porridge wafted through the air, a comforting scent indeed. As the porridge neared completion, he placed the steamed buns in the pot for a quick steam. He then proceeded to boil the eggs, removing them after approximately 5 minutes, as he preferred them soft-boiled. These eggs were sterile ones he had purchased at the supermarket, suitable for raw consumption, so he harbored no fears of bacteria. Lean meat porridge, steamed buns, and eggs. A simple yet satisfying breakfast. Although Zhang Feng was capable of cooking, he tended towards laziness. Being alone, he felt no need for an elaborate morning meal, content to eat something casual. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he was about to dig in, a muffled knocking resonated from outside the door. Who could that be? Is it Cotton? Zhang Feng wondered, peering through the crack of the door. Did I at her? Upon opening the door, Caroline's hand remained poised in the act of knocking, clearly taken aback by the door's swift opening. Upon seeing Caroline, Zhang Feng instinctively admired her beauty, before habitually asking, "Is there something you need? Have you had breakfast? Would you care to join me?" Guillain, the enticing aroma wafting through the room, accentuated the sound of a swallow, which resonated distinctly in the quiet space. Chapter 16. As if losing control. 10 minutes prior, Caroline had escorted Sir Marlowe to Zhang Feng's residence. However, throughout their journey, Caroline's mood was far from pleasant, for she had heard some unsettling gossip. The whisper suggested that the troubles plaguing Red Leaf City were entirely her fault. The previous lord had choked to death during a meal, and although the preceding lord had managed the city reasonably well during his 3-month tenure, he had recently married Caroline, and in a bid to win her favor, he had ventured into the Sunset Mountains to hunt bears, only to meet his demise as well. Many had cast the blame upon Caroline, labeling her as a disaster, a harbinger of misfortune. Some even went as far as to accuse her of witchcraft. It is worth noting that in this world, being deemed a witch by the church could lead to the gallows. Sir Marlowe had naturally punished those who engaged in such slanderous talk behind her back. Yet it proved futile. The rumors had already spread, and Caroline's reputation had plummeted to its nadir. This left her feeling despondent. She had tirelessly endeavored to contribute to Red Leaf City. Yet the ignorant populace remained oblivious, instead attributing all misfortunes to her. Upon arriving at Zhang Feng's abode, Caroline's expression was notably grim. However, today his primary focus was not on the common folk, but rather on Lord Zhang Feng himself. So Caroline resolved to mask her displeasure. She took a moment outside to compose herself, drawing upon her upbringing in noble circles, and quickly donned a charming smile. Caroline silently encouraged herself. "You can do this, Caroline." But then what an exquisite aroma! The delicious scent shattered her hard-won composure. It's emanating from the Lord's residence. Sir Marlowe also caught the scent, instantly identifying its source. "It smells of meat." Caroline's eyes sparkled. It had been ages since she had savored meat. Meat had always been a delicacy reserved for the nobility, with commoners rarely having the opportunity to indulge. Although the Blackstone Forest, not far from Red Leaf City, was home to some game, it was the hunting ground of the Lord. Those caught poaching would face execution. The current circumstances in Red Leaf City were peculiar. Only 2 knights remained, along with a handful of soldiers, barely managing to safeguard the city, let alone hunt. Furthermore, any hunting would require the Lord's consent. With the food supplies in Red Leaf City dwindling, meat was an even rarer commodity, and even the few remaining high-ranking officials had little access to it. Especially now, amidst a push for frugality, their daily fare consisted solely of pure black bread, only slightly better than what the common folk consumed. Caroline took a deep breath, casting aside distracting thoughts, and approached the door to knock. Knock, knock, knock. She had prepared herself for a prolonged wait. If Zhang Feng did not answer, she would remain steadfast. However, to her surprise, the moment she knocked, before her hand could even drop, the door swung open. Caroline discreetly lowered her hand, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Yet upon seeing the exceptionally handsome new lord, she felt a wave of relief, as long as he was open to communication, even if he harbored some displeasure towards her. She could endure it for the sake of Red Leaf City. Yet, Zhang Feng did not exhibit the anticipated ire or cold demeanor. Instead, he greeted her with a radiant smile. "What brings you here? Have you had breakfast? Would you care to join me?" Breakfast? What did he mean? Morning meal? Was there to be breakfast? In this world, the custom was to partake in 2 meals a day, lunch and dinner. The notion of breakfast was virtually non-existent, primarily due to a lack of resources. For many, even 1 meal a day sufficed as long as it kept hunger at bay. Nevertheless, the discussion of breakfast was not the crux of the matter. Rather, it was the Lord's invitation to join him. Gilon, the delectable aroma wafting from within the house, rendered the sound of her swallowing particularly pronounced. Zhang Feng immediately understood, and without further ado, led Caroline inside. Sir Marlowe remained outside, standing vigil as a sentry. Upon entering, the rich fragrance enveloped her, and Caroline, unaccustomed to the idea of breakfast, suddenly felt her stomach rumble. "I greet you, my lord." Only then did Caroline realize her surroundings. Quickly bowing to Zhang Feng, aware of the local customs, Zhang Feng accepted her greeting with ease. "Please take a seat." He gestured toward the dining table and proceeded to wash a bowl and plate. Although Caroline had no intention of sitting indiscriminately, she understood that the seat of honor belonged to Zhang Feng, and thus took her place at a lower position. Uncertain of the new lord's temperament, she adhered strictly to his command, sitting obediently like a diligent student. "This place is immaculate, devoid of any foul odors," Caroline mused internally. She knew that in most households, people often shared their living spaces with livestock, and the stench was unbearable. Aside from castles, this was the first time she had encountered such cleanliness, Soon, Zhang Feng placed a clean plate, a small bowl, and a spoon before Caroline, then brought a small pot to the table. Is this congee made from fine rice? Observing the pot of pristine white congee, Caroline instinctively licked her lips. That in this world, the staple for most was bread, and due to climatic conditions, the yield of fine rice was exceedingly low, contributing to its exorbitant price, making it a luxury only a select few nobles could afford. Caroline had tasted fine rice congee on rare occasions in the past, and the distinct flavor, so different from bread, lingered in her memory. As a noble, she recognized the value of fine rice. Just this small pot of congee could easily be exchanged for 100 kilograms of rye. Not to mention the rich aroma of meat emanating from the pot, which was utterly tantalizing. What manner of person is this new lord? Bathed in the morning sunlight, Zhang Feng appeared to be shrouded in an air of mystery. Unbeknownst to him, Caroline's thoughts were racing that he brought 4 buns and 4 eggs to the table, placing 2 of each in front of them. In truth, the buns and eggs were sufficient for Zhang Feng alone, perhaps due to his time travel. His appetite had burgeoned recently. However, since Caroline was present, he could not be stingy. He could always have more congee later. After all, there was plenty to spare. "My lord, what is this?" Caroline inquired, gazing at the alarming whiteness of the buns with curiosity. This is a bun. You may consider it a type of alternative bread," Zhang Feng explained succinctly, reasoning that it was all made from dough, so it could pass for bread perhaps. Yet upon this explanation, Caroline was taken aback. Such whiteness in bread, not even the queen's loaf could rival this. In this era, both nobles and commoners primarily consumed bread, albeit commoners feasted on dark bread, while nobles indulged in white bread made from meticulously sifted flour. However, what Caroline perceived as white bread was, in truth, merely a deep yellow compared to the dark bread. Thus, the visual impact of such bread before her was staggering. As for the eggs, Caroline remained considerably more composed, despite being a luxury. They were still affordable enough for the nobility to enjoy frequently. "Please eat. Do not hold back." Zhang Feng personally served Caroline a bowl of congee, leaving her somewhat astounded. Caroline was bewildered. She had come to apologize and seek Zhang Feng's forgiveness. Yet here she was seated at his dining table, gazing at the fine rice congee before her. She hesitated. Should she eat or refrain? Zhang Feng began to eat first, and Caroline, seemingly losing control of her own body, lifted her slender, pale fingers to grasp a spoon and scooped a small mouthful of congee to her lips. In that instant, her eyes widened. Wow! What a flavor is this fine rice! How can a meat taste so exquisite? How can it be so delicious? Chapter 17. Charles's Legacy. Caroline had tasted fine rice before, but she could swear that the congee she had consumed previously paled in comparison to this. The thick and sticky fine rice. Its silky texture, combined with the subtle meat aroma, created an exquisite flavor that Caroline had never experienced in her life. Zhang Feng understood that due to the low productivity in this world, the standard of living for humanity was abysmally low, and thus culinary delights were scarce. However, he was taken aback by Caroline's reaction. After all, she had once been the lady of the city. Yet she was exclaiming over a simple bowl of congee. What makes this bun so incredibly soft? After a sip of congee, Caroline was tempted to devour it all at once, but she knew she must maintain her composure. She redirected her attention to the bun, only to discover that it was exceedingly soft. The bread she typically consumed was baked at the only bakery in Red Leaf City, where the solitary oven produced loaves that were notoriously hard. Generally, one would have to soak the bread in broth to soften it before consumption. Upon hearing that this was a special type of bread, she had intended to slice it and soak it in the fine rice congee. Yet she found herself without a knife in the Lord's residence, with no servants present. She felt too awkward to request one, and thus resolved to simply take a bite, as she had done many times before. However, when she picked it up, she noticed a stark difference. The bread, known as mantu, was particularly light and remarkably soft. There was no need for soup or a knife. With a single bite, a rich aroma of wheat instantly filled her mouth, accompanied by a subtle sweetness that lingered on her tongue. This was entirely different from the sour dark bread she typically consumed. No, it was incomparable. Normally, eating bread was merely a means to stave off hunger, akin to a routine obligation. Yet now, Consuming mantu was a sheer delight. The more she chewed, the more fragrant and sweet it became, evoking an irresistible urge to continue in the blink of an eye. While still immersed in this delectable experience, Caroline realized that the 2 mantu in her hands had vanished. Were it not for the lingering scent of weed in her mouth, she might have thought it a mere illusion. Caroline felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, she had grown up in a noble family and had received a refined education, which should have ingrained elegance in her very being. Yet today, under the onslaught of such culinary delights, she felt somewhat ungracious. Zhang Feng, utterly unaware of Caroline's thoughts, cracked open an egg and took a bite. The rich yolk burst in his mouth, releasing an incredibly delicious flavor that left him thoroughly satisfied. He adored soft-boiled eggs, indifferent to their nutritional value. All that mattered was their taste. The last time Caroline had eaten an egg was a month ago. How can this egg be like this? She peeled the shell, took a small bite, and was suddenly astonished by the ultimate flavor. What kind of divine egg was this? It was simply too delicious. The taste of a soft-boiled egg was hard for anyone to resist. Observing Caroline as she devoured 2 mantu, 2 eggs, and a bowl of porridge, yet still gazed longingly at the pot, Zhang Feng pointed and said, "Feel free to have as much lean meat porridge as you like. There's no need to be polite." Half an hour later, the corners of Zhang Feng's mouth twitched. He had indeed told her not to be polite, and she had taken him at his word. Nearly an entire pot of porridge had been consumed by Caroline, while he had only managed 2 bowls himself. Caroline leaned back slightly in her seat, instinctively patting her slightly rounded belly, experiencing the taste of happiness for the first time, suddenly aware of a gaze filled with resentment upon her. Caroline jolted back to reality. This was not the castle, but the home of the new lord. With a swift motion, she straightened her posture, striving to maintain her grace. Zhang Feng had not anticipated that this seemingly slender Caroline could eat so much. An entire pot of lean meat porridge had nearly vanished into her. He felt somewhat unsatisfied himself. Caroline rose, nearly losing her balance, her face as red as an apple, and bashfully bowed to Zhang Feng, expressing her gratitude. "Lord Zhang Feng, thank you for your hospitality." During their initial meeting, Zhang Feng had perceived Caroline as somewhat aloof. Despite her tendency to blush, she mostly maintained a neutral expression. However, after sharing this meal, he discovered that she was not as cold as he had imagined, even possessing a certain charm. Their relationship had certainly grown closer. With a casual tone, Zhang Feng asked, "So, what brings you to me? You aren't here just to mooch a meal, are you?" "Of course not. I am here to apologize and hope to earn your forgiveness," Caroline quickly refuted, her voice tinged with anxiety. "Apologize? For what?" Zhang Feng responded, bewildered. It seemed they had no conflict, that if there had been a dispute, would she be here sharing a meal? "Previously, at the castle, I was disrespectful to you." "At the castle? What happened at the castle?" Zhang Feng remained puzzled that if he recalled correctly, he had only visited the castle once. And on that day, the portal in his mind had opened, leaving him so excited that he had disregarded everyone else and left without paying attention to anything else. Could it be that something had transpired after his departure? Yet even if something had happened, why should he be the one to receive an apology? Zhang Feng remained utterly confused. Caroline bit her lip and said to Zhang Feng, "Please wait a moment." Without waiting for his response, she walked over and opened the door, retrieving a large box from Sir Marlowe. Returning to Zhang Feng's side, Caroline spoke earnestly. "These are the assets left by Charles the new lord. They now belong to you." She opened the large box to reveal a collection of contracts and a smaller box. Zhang Feng glanced through them. The contracts included Red Leaf City, Blackstone Forest, many fields and villages outside the city, and portions of the Sanluo River. It dawned on him that Charles's territory was quite extensive. He recalled his earlier agreement with Pansy, during which he had not mentioned any locations beyond Red Leaf City. That it seemed Pansy had not acquired these contracts, which had been a slight deception against Zhang Feng. Fortunately, Caroline had been considerate enough to present these items, sparing him from future complications. "This is impressive, but what is this?" Zhang Feng inquired, eyeing the small box, detecting a familiar scent. "This is Charles's treasure, the most valuable item in the castle." Caroline carefully opened it. And as Zhang Feng had suspected, it contained a few spices such as Sichuan pepper, black pepper, cinnamon, and cloves in very small quantities, some even just a few grains that in this world. Spices were worth more than gold. This small box of spices could serve as a family heirloom. And what is this? He recognized the spices. But there was a thumb-sized, dark, hard, conical object within that Zhang Feng could not identify. That is cone sugar. This is sugar. Looking at the cone sugar, which resembled a lump, Zhang Feng was somewhat baffled. It appeared utterly unappetizing. Is there anything else? To be honest, Zhang Feng felt a twinge of disappointment. Contracts and such, even if Caroline concealed them now, would eventually belong to him. Since he was the legitimate baron, it was merely a matter of time. As for these spices, they held little allure for him. He believed it would be better to exchange them for a few gold coins. There is, Caroline hesitated, but to avoid further irritating Zhang Feng, she quietly added, upon inheriting Charles's title, you also inherit everything that belongs to him, including the territory, the subjects, and me that I will unconditionally obey any of your commands. After speaking, Caroline quickly lowered her head. Her ears flushed crimson. Ah! Zhang Feng was utterly bewildered. Such a thing, no. I mean, how can this be? Chapter 18. Leading by example, Zhang Feng felt indignant, frustrated, and helpless. What was happening in this world? Inheriting someone else's property was one thing, but now he was expected to inherit someone else's wife. How could there be such shameless customs? Such a vile practice must be abolished. Thus, Zhang Feng chose to compromise that in life, there are always situations one cannot avoid. Now representing the privileged class, he could not very well revolutionize his own position. As the saying goes, one cannot have order without rules. Thus, some customs must be adhered to. And as a noble, Zhang Feng must lead by example. Please, my lord, consider moving to the castle, Caroline said, her gaze cast down. Her cold voice slightly trembling. Ahem, that sounds agreeable. But first, tell me how Red Leaf City is faring. Sit down and share. Zhang Feng cleared his throat, recalling that 3 days prior, the situation in Red Leaf City had not been particularly promising. He wondered what adjustments Caroline and her team had made in the intervening days. Caroline respectfully sat beside Zhang Feng, her tone turning somber as she spoke of Red Leaf City. Currently, Red Leaf City still cannot escape its predicament. I previously enacted a law limiting each person to 1 meal per day. Cough, cough, what did you say? Only 1 meal a day, and that's a law. Zhang Feng nearly choked on his words. What an absurd law! As a citizen of a gastronomic nation, he felt that even 3 meals a day was rather scant. Were it not for the fear of gaining weight, he would gladly eat 5 meals daily. Did the commoners have no objections? Almost none, primarily because they have little food stored, and our Lord's manor cannot distribute any grain. Even if they wish for 2 meals a day, they have no food. Zhang Feng felt a pang of frustration before inquiring further. Do you have any plans or ideas? After all, Zhang Feng had only recently arrived in this world, and while he had a rough understanding of the situation in Red Leaf City, he might not be fully attuned to local conditions. Collaborating with the locals could yield better results. What we most urgently need in Red Leaf City is food. Some wealthy merchants in the city may have supplies or channels to obtain food. If you, as a noble, would consider borrowing some from them, it would greatly improve the situation in Red Leaf City, provided they are willing to lend. You must have tried this method before, right? Was it unsuccessful? Zhang Feng believed that if those merchants were wise, they would not lend food to Caroline, as they saw no benefit in doing so. The prospects for Red Leaf City were far from bright. Even if they managed to borrow food, he did not believe Red Leaf City could weather the storm. Zhang Feng had only glanced briefly, yet he saw that although he was a baron with a fief, it was quite substantial. Red Leaf City was merely the most prosperous area within his territory, aside from Red Leaf City. There were many villages also under his jurisdiction. That a village typically comprises a modest populace of 10 to 20 individuals, while at times it may swell to over 100. Presently, these inhabitants seem to bear little connection to Red Leaf City. However, a portion of their sustenance is sourced from there. Should Red Leaf City face a shortage of provisions, their predicament would inevitably worsen. Ah, how do you know? Indeed, no one is willing to lend us aid. Yet I believe that if you were to venture there, they would undoubtedly accord you some respect. Caroline expressed her surprise, having only conferred with those prominent merchants the previous day, not expecting Zhang Feng to have divined her thoughts. Nevertheless, she reasoned that since she was not the city lord, should Zhang Feng intervene, the merchants would certainly not treat him dismissively. Zhang Feng, however, waved his hand dismissively. As a noble, he would not engage in such a demeaning endeavor. If any discussions were to take place, they must be initiated by the merchants. Zhang Feng had already begun to formulate a plan, but inquired once more, aside from this approach, are there any alternatives? I believe we could rally soldiers to hunt in the Blackstone Forest. Should we procure a sufficient quantity of game, it might alleviate the situation in Red Leaf City. Have you gathered them? No, for the Blackstone Forest is your private property. Only with your consent may the soldiers venture forth to hunt. Moreover what? Zhang Feng surmised there was more unwelcome news. Our Red Leaf City is lacking in soldiers. Originally, we had 6 knights and 120 soldiers, but due to the former municipal officials and the departure of 4 knights, who absconded with a large portion of our stored provisions and numerous soldiers, we are now left with merely 2 knights and 20 soldiers. Caroline's tone carried a hint of shame. Had she known these ingrates would abandon them and take so much, she would never have permitted their departure so easily. She bore a part of the responsibility for Red Leaf City's current plight. 2 knights and 20 soldiers. Can they defend Red Leaf City? Zhang Feng queried, puzzled. After all, this was his former stronghold that I end this era. Conflicts among factions were commonplace. Conflicts between nobles and bandits, and even between nobles of one nation and soldiers of another. The simplest method to gauge the strength of a faction was to observe the number of knights and soldiers they commanded. Red Leaf City can barely hold its ground. Caroline's sentence trailed off, and Zhang Feng grasped her implication. Should they venture to hunt in the Blackstone Forest, Red Leaf City would be left vulnerable. Although this remote location harbored few bandits, Zhang Feng was reluctant to take the risk. Furthermore, hunting was inherently uncertain. Should they fail to capture sufficient game, and the castle were to be seized, it would spell significant loss for Zhang Feng, especially since he had acquired it in exchange for a single bottle of beer and several compressed biscuits. Let us set this plan aside for the time being. Are there any other options? Zhang Feng still harbored some hope for hunting, for he had always desired to experience it firsthand, having only witnessed it in television dramas, but it was clearly not the right moment. Seeking assistance from other nobles is also a possibility. However, I believe relying on those haughty and selfish nobles is less promising than hoping for a change of heart from these cunning merchants. Or we might request aid from our superior lord. But we have no such lord, as we are solely beholden to the king. Red Leaf City is far too remote. Many years ago, it became independent, and no prominent nobles or lords wish to take on this burden. So Red Leaf City is essentially an autonomous region. Then why not appeal to the king for help? We are too distant from the royal capital, even if the king were to agree to provide relief. By the time assistance arrives, winter would have already set in. All right, it seems Red Leaf City is indeed in dire straits. That is all I can think of for now. Caroline's cheeks flushed slightly as she responded, feeling a touch embarrassed. These ideas were the result of discussions with Knight Marlowe and Lady Blanche. The issue of food scarcity, aside from certain unforeseen circumstances, primarily stems from Red Leaf City's lack of funds. Have you considered ways to generate revenue? Zhang Feng inquired. With ample gold coins, what provisions could not be procured? Generate revenue. Are you suggesting an increase in taxes? Caroline gasped in shock that I in her understanding, the means by which nobles accrued wealth were primarily through warfare and taxation. Given the current circumstances, Red Leaf City could hardly contend for territory, leaving taxation as the sole recourse. She feared Zhang Feng's proposal to raise taxes and hastily sought to dissuade him. The common folk of Red Leaf City are already enduring great hardship. If taxes were raised further, they might well prefer to become vagrants rather than remain here. Chapter 19. The slave market. Zhang Feng felt an urge to lightly thump Caroline on the head. Red Leaf City was so impoverished. Even if he were to raise taxes, would any money truly be collected? Moreover, he had no intention of engaging in a one-time transaction that would alienate the populace. All right, I have gathered sufficient understanding of the situation. I will devise a solution. Yet, I am curious. How can you be so certain that I possess a solution? Through their conversation, Zhang Feng had lost hope in the locals and realized he must take matters into his own hands. Because you purchased Red Leaf City. A shrewd noble would not squander his resources without having made prior arrangements. The azure depths of Caroline's eyes sparkled with intelligence. Zhang Feng's lips twitched. When he made the purchase, he had not entertained such thoughts. It was merely an act of wealth. I have yet to thoroughly explore Red Leaf City. Would you care to join me? Zhang Feng rose and inquired. Of course. Upon opening the grand door, Knight Marlowe stood tall outside. Zhang Feng was intrigued by Marlowe's resplendent knightly armor, which appeared quite dazzling. However, as they were not yet well acquainted, he hesitated to inquire, commanding him to remove his armor as the city lord felt somewhat awkward. Two soldiers cleared the way, with Knight Marlowe following closely behind, while Caroline trailed half a step behind Zhang Feng, and the group strolled confidently through Red Leaf City. That today's Red Leaf City bore a stark contrast to Zhang Feng's previous visit. The marketplace was desolate, nearly devoid of people. The small vendors who once occupied the area had vanished, leaving only a few stray cats. The streets were markedly cleaner, and as they walked with soldiers clearing the path, they had no fear of stepping into any filth. Zhang Feng understood that this was not due to an increase in the populace's civility, but rather a result of their diminished numbers. The once thriving Red Leaf Inn, touted as the largest in the city, was now bereft of life. The entire commercial district was in a similarly dismal state. Ah, what is happening here? There seemed to be quite a few people gathered. Zhang Feng suddenly noticed a crowd lingering at the northern edge of the commercial area. However, before he could approach, an indescribable odor assaulted his senses, making it difficult for him to keep his eyes open. Have I stumbled into a latrine? Reporting to you, my lord, this is an area where livestock and slave traders congregate. Knight Marlowe's muffled voice emanated from within his helmet. Slaves? Do we still possess slaves in our city? Zhang Feng asked, astonished. Slaves were the lowest tier of humanity in this world. Many regarded them as less than human, for they possessed no rights. Their bodies not belonging to themselves. Their masters could subject them to torment, humiliation, and even death at will. Everything produced by the slaves, including their offspring, belonged to their masters. Zhang Feng found it incomprehensible that, in the midst of such poverty in Red Leaf City, there remained a market for the sale of slaves. Indeed, we have quite a number of slaves in our city. The slave traders find transporting them a cumbersome task, with many slaves perishing en route. Thus, they are reluctant to leave. Slaves cannot withstand the ordeal. However, should Red Leaf City fail to resolve its troubles before winter arrives, they may abandon these slaves and depart. The arrival of Zhang Feng and his entourage instantly piqued the interest of the slave traders. Akin to cats catching a whiff of fish, with eager expressions, they scurried toward Zhang Feng. Esteemed lord of the city, please allow me to gently kiss your shoes as a token of my respect. Watching these filthy slave traders grovel at his feet and attempt to kiss him repulsed Zhang Feng, prompting him to take a hasty step back. Marlowe, equally appalled, swiftly advanced, drawing his sword. The glint of the blade brought a chilling clarity to the intentions of the slave traders. How many slaves do you have left unsold? Zhang Feng asked, pinching his nose. Reporting to you, my lord, collectively we possess approximately over 100 slaves. Such a number? Zhang Feng exclaimed in surprise. The entire population of Red Leaf City was uncertainly estimated at around 1,000. The fact that they still had over 100 slaves was astonishing. Were these slaves not included in your census? Zhang Feng turned to Caroline. These slaves are regarded as the private property of the slave traders, and they are responsible for their own sustenance. Naturally, we do not account for them. Caroline offered a quiet explanation. What will become of these slaves if the traders ultimately abandon them? Zhang Feng pressed with a more challenging question. Caroline faltered momentarily, unsure of how to respond. Knight Marlowe, standing ahead, also pondered Zhang Feng's inquiry. Although she did not voice it, the long-standing feudal system had ingrained in her mind that slaves were hardly considered human. Had Zhang Feng not asked, she would have naturally overlooked the plight of the slaves. However, upon Zhang Feng's inquiry, she began to ponder whether it might be excessively cruel to let the slaves fend for themselves. Yet, This was indeed the fate that awaited them. The abandonment by their master signified their impending demise. In that moment, Caroline found herself ensnared in a web of inner turmoil and doubt. Zhang Feng, observing her predicament, couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. His intentions were deliberate. The rules of this foreign realm were not something he wished or had the capacity to alter, as he was a beneficiary of the existing system. Nevertheless, he believed that human thought could transcend the confines of such limitations, that if Zhang Feng were to manage the affairs of Maple Leaf City, he would undoubtedly employ numerous contemporary methods. Should they cling to their antiquated mindset, it could prove counterproductive for him. Ignoring her, Zhang Feng directly addressed the slave trader. What is the price for these slaves? The development of a city is fundamentally reliant on its populace, and Zhang Feng never shied away from having more people. Esteemed lord of the city, if you were to purchase these slaves, I would gladly sell them to you at the price of 50 copper coins each. Normally, a single slave could fetch 1 silver coin. 50 copper coins equate to half a silver coin. Zhang Feng glanced at Sir Marlowe, who immediately returned a confirming nod, indicating that the price was acceptable. Very well, I shall take them all. You wish to acquire them all? The slave traders were taken aback. They were acutely aware of the current situation in Maple Leaf City. The lord of the city, it seemed, had the means to purchase such a number of slaves, a notion they had not anticipated. They even worried that the lord might be laying a trap, seeking to deceive them. Do you truly intend to buy all these slaves? At that moment, Caroline regained her composure, her expression a complex mix of emotions. Rationally, she did not wish for Zhang Feng to purchase slaves. Yet the thought of their imminent death, if he refrained from doing so, stirred her compassion. As fellow humans, I cannot bear to witness their demise before my eyes. Zhang Feng nonchalantly tossed a gold coin into the air, causing the eyes of the slave traders to follow its trajectory. 1 gold coin, and all the slaves are mine. Is there any objection? None whatsoever. Absolutely no issues. Long live the lord of the city. We are grateful for your generosity. Lord! The slave traders were elated. Although 50 copper coins was below market value, they would still make a profit, a far better outcome than they had anticipated when considering abandoning the slaves. First, bring them out. I assure you there will be no issues. The gold coins are yours. Chapter 20. Cleanliness is a virtue. A large group of shackled individuals, clad in tattered garments and exuding a foul odor, was herded before Zhang Feng by the slave traders. Several soldiers stepped forward to prevent any potential collisions between Zhang Feng and the slaves. Lord of the city, we, the 7 slave traders, have gathered a total of 121 slaves here for your inspection. The odor emanating from these individuals was reminiscent of a can of herring stew infused with the stench of stinky tofu, durian, and raw pig intestines, an odor that left no corner untouched. They averted their gazes, scarcely daring to lift their heads, having just learned that they were to be sold to a noble lord. Uncertain of the fate that awaited them, the thoughts of these slaves were, in essence, quite simple. As long as they did not starve, they would acquiesce to any demands placed upon them. Zhang Feng covered his nose, expressing his disdain for the source of the noxious fumes, yet he still pushed past the soldiers to scrutinize the slaves closely. Due to their unkempt appearance, it was difficult to ascertain their precise ages. But most appeared quite young, as older slaves would hardly survive the journey to Maple Leaf City. Both genders were present, though there were significantly more females than males in this world of diminished productivity. Physical strength was paramount, and due to various factors, women occupied a lower societal status, much like female slaves. Although male slaves might be somewhat frail, they inherently possessed a physical advantage, as long as they were not starved. They could engage in agricultural work or even combat without issue, whereas women faced greater challenges. The slave traders had initially possessed a larger number of male slaves, but by the time they reached Maple Leaf City, most of the physically robust males had already been sold. Now, only the weaker males and a majority of females remained. While some harbored unspeakable thoughts regarding these female slaves, such instances were exceedingly rare. After all, if one had the means to purchase slaves, it would be illogical to lack female companionship, and acquiring a few strong male slaves for agricultural purposes would be far more practical. Moreover, gazing upon these filthy and disheveled female slaves, Any man who found himself attracted to them would earn Zhang Feng's respect as a true man. They're acceptable. None are missing limbs. Zhang Feng's inspection was rather straightforward, as long as all body parts were intact. He had no preference for gender, in his plan. The survival of Maple Leaf City was not insurmountable, yet his ambitions extended beyond mere survival. As a two-world intermediary, he aspired to grander pursuits, such as transforming Maple Leaf City into a bustling metropolis. For Zhang Feng, people were the primary source of productivity. Without them, construction would falter. Sir Marlowe, have them brought to the courtyard beneath my building, separating the men and women, and prepare several large pots and barrels. Zhang Feng tossed a set of keys, and Marlowe respectfully caught them, albeit with a puzzled expression, uncertain of Zhang Feng's intentions. Understood. Despite acquiring over 100 slaves, Zhang Feng did not interrupt his pace. Accompanied by Sir Marlowe and Caroline, he spent the morning taking a cursory tour of Maple Leaf City, gaining a rough understanding of its layout. However, he was somewhat surprised to discover an empty church not far from the castle. Why is there no one in the church? Zhang Feng inquired with curiosity. It's because Maple Leaf City is too impoverished. The missionaries abandoned it several years ago. Marlowe responded somewhat awkwardly. Well, that was a compelling reason, yet it also indicated that not all cities in this alternate realm were as destitute as Maple Leaf City. At least those in the clergy had better options. By midday, Zhang Feng returned to his residence, where over 100 slaves were divided into two groups, being supervised by several guards. That a few large iron pots were set up nearby, causing a sense of trepidation among the slaves. After all, anyone witnessing such a scene might leap to unfavorable conclusions. Add firewood and boil water, Zhang Feng commanded, prompting the soldiers to spring into action. Caroline was startled by Zhang Feng's abrupt order and quickly interjected. My lord, while we are indeed short on food, is it really necessary to go to such lengths? What are you thinking? I merely wish for them to take a bath and disinfect themselves. Zhang Feng, feeling somewhat exasperated, found the girl's imagination to be rather wild. However, unbeknownst to him, in times of famine, instances of cannibalism were not unheard of. Observing Zhang Feng's actions of preparing pots and boiling water inevitably led Caroline to misinterpret his intentions. Though she understood the concept of bathing, she felt a twinge of shame for having misjudged Zhang Feng's motives. After a moment, Zhang Feng glanced at her and suddenly recalled a pressing concern. Given the low level of medical care in this world, severe diseases were challenging to treat, particularly large-scale infectious diseases with hidden manifestations. Once contracted, one could only await death. Most believe that the root cause of these ailments stemmed from water, which expanded the skin's pores, allowing pathogens to enter the body and diminish immunity, thereby leading to illness. Consequently, people approached water with trepidation, especially when it came to bathing, which might not even occur once a year. After all, being dirty or smelly was of little consequence, yet falling ill could result in death. Zhang Feng noticed that throughout the morning spent in close proximity to Caroline, he had not detected any unpleasant odors emanating from her. Rather, she exuded a faint, pleasant fragrance. Thus, he quietly inquired, How often do you bathe? Caroline was taken aback, unsure why Zhang Feng would pose such a personal question. Her cheeks flushed as she struggled to respond, her mind racing with unfounded thoughts. Could it be that I smell? But I bathed just yesterday. I shouldn't be odorous. Does he find me repugnant? Should I bathe again today? Yet, bathing too frequently could lead to illness. I was merely curious. You need not answer. Upon witnessing Caroline's reaction, Zhang Feng realized his misstep. After all, she was a young lady, and such a question was indeed rather awkward, prompting him to hastily clarify. Caroline's gaze drifted, unable to meet Zhang Feng's eyes. Just when Zhang Feng thought she would remain silent, a voice as soft as a whisper reached his ears. I bathed just yesterday. I do not smell. With that, Caroline quickly lowered her head, fixating on her toes. Cleanliness is indeed commendable, quite admirable. Zhang Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment himself, stealing a glance at the bashful Caroline as he inhaled her delicate fragrance, evoking an indescribable sensation within him. Thankfully, this atmosphere did not linger for long. My lord, the water is nearly boiled. Zhang Feng tested the temperature, finding it to be around 30 degrees. ideal for bathing. Men to the left room, women to the right room. There are buckets inside for you to draw water. Everyone must wash thoroughly. I will prepare some clean clothing if I discover anyone with an unpleasant odor later. Be prepared to be thrown out to feed the fish. Zhang Feng spoke with a tone of authority. Upon hearing his words, the slaves realized they would not be turned into food, and they collectively exhaled in relief. Regarding the prospect of bathing as a mere formality, their only concern was survival at this point. The slaves hurriedly rushed into the room, carrying buckets to fetch water. "By the way, give them this," Zhang Feng said, flipping his palm to reveal 2 red and 2 yellow items that emitted a faint, peculiar odor, which appeared before Marlowe and Caroline. Chapter 21. The Legendary Dark Cuisine. "My lord, what is this?" Marlowe asked, a hint of confusion in his voice as he accepted them. "This is a medicinal soap meant for bathing. It can cleanse the body of stains and eliminate germs. They can take turns using it." What Zhang Feng presented was, of course, sulfur soap and medicinal soap, though he refrained from elaborating further as he doubted they would comprehend. Upon hearing that it was for bathing, particularly its ability to remove stains and combat germs, Caroline's eyes sparkled with hope as she gazed at the 4 bars of soap. Zhang Feng briefly explained the usage method, and once Marlowe understood, he personally handed the soap to the slaves. The slaves dared not refuse. Whatever their master commanded, they complied. "It's already noon. It's time for lunch," Zhang Feng murmured. Caroline, recalling the fine rice porridge and white buns they had for breakfast, instinctively licked her lips. However, she realized she couldn't always rely on others for food, especially since provisions were so precious. She needed to showcase her own worth. "My lord, we have the finest chefs in Red Leaf City at our castle. Perhaps you might like to sample their fare." Oh! In the few days since Zhang Feng had traversed to this other world, he had yet to experience the local cuisine, that he had no desire to try the coarse black bread that the common folk consumed, but the delicacies of the nobility would undoubtedly be far superior. A taste would not be amiss. Thus, Zhang Feng acquiesced. After instructing the soldiers to prepare rye bread for the slave sustenance, Zhang Feng followed Caroline to the castle. This marked Zhang Feng's second visit to the castle. His previous trip had been hasty, leaving him with little opportunity to observe. Now, feeling more relaxed, he was in the mood to admire this castle, which he had heard had been built long ago. Yet, to his disappointment, the castle did not meet his expectations. From the outside, it appeared commendable, exuding a sense of historical gravitas. However, the interior was lacking. Constructed entirely of stone, it was robust but aesthetically unpleasing. There were no golden-threaded carpets or gilded decorations to be seen. Moreover, the windows within were astoundingly small, resulting in poor lighting, which Zhang Feng found quite uncomfortable. Nevertheless, the castle occupied a vast area, approximately 1 hectare, comparable to a modern small community. Zhang Feng contemplated posing a question on Bihu upon his return. What is it like to reside in a castle in one's 20s? Then, he would switch accounts to respond. "Thanks for the invitation. I just woke up in a 1 hectare castle in another world." "My lord, this way, please," Caroline gestured gracefully. "By the way, you need not address me as my lord. Simply call me Zhang Feng from now on." Although Zhang Feng felt a slight thrill at being referred to as my lord, it became somewhat awkward over time. "Yes, Lord Zhang Feng." Well, it seemed his words had fallen on deaf ears. Upon entering the dining hall, Zhang Feng observed that it was modest in size, with a relatively small dining table, suggesting it was intended for private meals. Immediately, servants brought fragrant water for Zhang Feng and Caroline to wash their hands, while cutlery and napkins were elegantly arranged on the table, providing a sense of ritual. Caroline issued a few instructions to the servants, then personally pulled out a chair for Zhang Feng, sitting across from him. This was their first time alone together, and Caroline maintained an upright posture, exuding an air of nobility, bathed in the warm sunlight streaming through the window. Her fair neck caught Zhang Feng's eye, almost painfully, so that it wasn't until he noticed Caroline's slightly flushed earlobes that he realized he had been staring and quickly averted his gaze, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Despite having been exposed to a myriad of experiences and possessing considerable knowledge of human interactions, Zhang Feng found himself unable to control his gaze around Caroline. This peculiar sensation had seemingly begun after their breakfast. Before long, various dishes were served. Yellow bread that appeared hard and crusty, dark, block-like substances, unidentifiable meats, a pallid chicken, a bubbling pot, and two crystal-clear, simply designed glass cups. Point two maid stood beside Caroline and Zhang Feng, personally pouring wine for them. Zhang Feng was intrigued by the glasses. He hadn't expected to encounter glassware in this world. "These crystal cups have been passed down from my grandfather," Caroline softly explained as she noticed Zhang Feng's gaze fixated on them. "Crystal cups? How much is one worth in gold coins?" Zhang Feng inquired, somewhat surprised to learn they were crystal, given the vast difference in value between crystal and glass. "Each should fetch around 30 gold coins." Such a price astonished Zhang Feng, who then mused about the potential value of bringing one back to the modern world. Surely, it would command a higher price than the previous bowls that a deep red liquid was poured into the crystal cup, although slightly murky. It resembled modern red wine. Zhang Feng lifted the cup to his nose for a gentle sniff. What in the world was that foul odor? He detected no hint of the fragrant bouquet typical of wine, but rather an overwhelming assault of various spices. Zhang Feng was baffled as to why such an exquisite drink would be tainted with so many spices. Was it a display of opulence? It was only after he took a sip that he understood the purpose of the spices, that it was horrid, exceedingly so. The taste of the wine was indescribable, if he had to label it. It was sour, akin to spoiled wine that required spices to mask its flavor. Even with the spices, the taste remained peculiar, and Zhang Feng even detected a flavor reminiscent of the broth used to boil tea eggs. Noticing Zhang Feng frowning as he set down the wine glass, Caroline was left perplexed. Not to mention the 30 gold coin crystal cup, this spiced wine was exceedingly rare. Likely only a few casks existed within the entirety of Red Leaf City. The wine itself was a laborious brew, and coupled with spices worth their weight in gold, Caroline would never indulge in such luxury if Zhang Feng were not present. Unaware of Zhang Feng's dissatisfaction, Caroline felt somewhat embarrassed to continue drinking. She discreetly set down her crystal cup and began introducing the dishes before them. "Lord Zhang Feng, this bread is baked from the finest flour. And here we have fresh venison. This black pudding is crafted from a blend of pig's blood, meat, fat, oats, and bread, while this pie is filled with animal organs. This chicken is prepared with grapes and herbs. And these are boiled green peas." Caroline's descriptions, while informative, extinguished Zhang Feng's appetite entirely. As he gazed at the so-called delicacies, only 4 words echoed in his mind. Dark cuisine. Chapter 22. Are you foolish? However, should Zhang Feng refuse to eat, it would undoubtedly place Caroline in an uncomfortable position. Thus, with understanding, he took a bite of the green peas. Did no flavor? Well, that was acceptable. A lack of taste was, after all, the best kind of flavor. Next, he picked up a piece of the so-called white bread. Upon squeezing it, he found it bore the same hardness as the black bread. He cut a piece with the knife and placed it in his mouth. The relief on his brow quickly turned back into a frown. It seemed both the bread and the wine shared the same maker. Hardness was one thing, but the sourness was intolerable. Seeing Caroline's serious expression, almost anxious as she watched him, Zhang Feng feigned a positive remark. "It's passable. Then do try this venison. It's exceptionally fresh." A maid standing beside Zhang Feng personally sliced the venison and placed it onto his plate. Zhang Feng glanced at the knife in his hand and the spoon beside it, remaining silent. No chopsticks, he could understand, but was it too much to ask for a fork? "Is there no fork?" Zhang Feng inquired, maintaining a composed demeanor. "What is a fork?" Caroline replied, her brow furrowed in confusion. Well, it appeared they truly had none. Zhang Feng could hardly muster the energy to complain. He simply used the knife to spear a piece of meat, cautiously bringing it to his mouth, fearful of stabbing himself. As for the venison, how to put it succinctly, it was salty. If Zhang Feng recalled correctly, salt was a precious commodity in this world that he longed to ask Caroline if her family was particularly affluent, given their excessive use of salt in cooking meat. Moreover, the meat was far from fresh. While Zhang Feng had never tasted venison before, the moldy aroma was hardly suggestive of freshness. What Zhang Feng was unaware of was that he had completely misunderstood Caroline's intentions. It was precisely because he was present that she had instructed the chef to add so much salt to the meat. Typically, she would never indulge in such excess. As for the definition of fresh, The two were likely not speaking the same language. In Zhang Feng's opinion, only meat from the same day could be considered fresh, while in the eyes of most in this other world, meat from the current year sufficed as fresh. Upon witnessing Zhang Feng consume a piece of venison, Caroline felt a surge of joy. Generally, the more a guest ate, the happier the host became, as it signified the success of the banquet. Although Zhang Feng was now the master of the castle, this meal had nonetheless been prepared by Caroline, and the more he ate, the more pleased she felt. Lord Zhang Feng, do try this black pudding. It is a favorite delicacy among many nobles, and there is only a small portion available in the castle. If Zhang Feng could stomach the previous dishes, he would resolutely refuse the black pudding. This black pudding resembled a twisted, dark mass, akin to a sinister treat that was concocted from pig's blood, meat, fat, oats, bread, eggs, musk, salt, and other ingredients crammed into a casing. This was hardly cooking. It was akin to concocting a potion. Do you not wish to partake in the meal yourself? Zhang Feng inquired, his tone tinged with a hint of exasperation. All of this has been prepared for you, Caroline responded with an air of obsequiousness, fearful that Zhang Feng might take offense and abandon her, especially in light of his previous 3-day disappearance. The only dish on the table that appeared somewhat palatable was a pallid chicken, though its appearance belied its contents. According to Caroline, it was stuffed with grapes and herbs, and the meat itself looked rather dry, making it quite unappetizing. No, you eat, Zhang Feng insisted, his tone firm. Caroline was uncertain of Zhang Feng's intentions, yet she dared not disobey him. With a sense of reluctance, she cut a small piece of black pudding and placed it in her mouth. Instantly, her brow furrowed. It seemed far less delectable than she remembered. She then sampled a morsel of venison, only to find it excessively salty. At last, she comprehended Zhang Feng's reluctance to eat. The fear of comparison loomed large. Had she not savored the exquisite lean meat porridge he had prepared that morning, she might have deemed the offerings on the table delicious. However, after experiencing true culinary delight, she found it increasingly difficult to swallow these dishes. To say they were unpalatable would be an exaggeration. Yet they were undeniably lacking in flavor. Caroline ventured to taste another dish, but none proved to be satisfactory. I apologize, but these are the only ingredients available in the castle. Caroline felt a wave of shame wash over her. After Zhang Feng had treated her to such fine fare earlier, she was left with nothing worthy to present in return. She cursed her own ineptitude, lamenting how the greedy little people had absconded with so much of the high-quality food. It seemed she had once again provoked Zhang Feng's ire. Take it all away, Zhang Feng commanded, and the two maids, trembling, swiftly cleared the table. Caroline felt a chill of dread. She had truly angered Lord Zhang Feng, and she was at a loss for how to remedy the situation. Overwhelmed by guilt, she observed Zhang Feng, who still wore his oversized jacket. He reached into his pocket and produced 2 cans of ice-cold cola, placing them on the table with a clink that captured Caroline's attention. Uncertain of Zhang Feng's intentions, she noted the peculiar nature of the cans he had retrieved, that he then pulled out 2 beef burgers, 2 chicken wraps, 2 large chicken legs, a sizable box of fries, and a container of finger-licking good chicken, all steaming with warmth. Caroline gazed in astonishment at Zhang Feng's actions. She had not anticipated that he could conceal such a bounty within his attire. Yet there was no time for contemplation. The aroma was simply irresistible. The mere scent of the food made Caroline's mouth water uncontrollably, in an age where seasonings were scarce, and meat was often boiled in nothing but salt water. The meticulously crafted fast food Zhang Feng presented was undoubtedly a revelation to her. Come here, Zhang Feng beckoned, patting the chair beside him. Biting her lip, Caroline hesitated, her expression conflicted. After 3 moments, she obediently moved from across the table to sit beside Zhang Feng. Here, he said, personally opening a can of cola and handing it to her. Ah, is this for me? Caroline exclaimed, quickly extending her hands to grasp the cola tightly. Zhang Feng unwrapped a chicken wrap and took a bite. The flavor remained unchanged. These items were the very same he had purchased from KFC earlier. They appeared just as they had when bought. It was undeniable that a storage space capable of pausing time was indeed remarkable. After finishing off the chicken wrap in a few bites, Zhang Feng reached for a burger. Just as he was about to take a bite, he heard the unmistakable sound of someone swallowing. Looking up, he found Caroline clutching the ice-cold cola tightly, her hands nearly frozen, yet refusing to relinquish her grip. Her sapphire-like eyes were filled with longing, fixed intently upon the burger in Zhang Feng's hand. Though her alluring red lips were pressed tightly together, the sound of her swallowing was unmistakable. "Are you daft? You were told to hold it. Yet here you are, not letting go." Zhang Feng swiftly took the cola from Caroline's hands. Feeling the chill of her palm, that he then handed her a steaming hot burger. "Eat, go ahead, don't hold back. There's plenty more if you need." Caroline stared at the warm, fragrant burger in her hands, momentarily taken aback, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. That it had been years since she had felt such warmth and care. That it was only when Zhang Feng urged her that she took a gentle bite. How delicious, truly delightful. Chapter 23. More important than you can imagine. Observing Caroline's reddened eyes, Zhang Feng felt somewhat at a loss. Was it truly so extraordinary, a mere burger, that it could evoke tears? "Come, you're so thin. Eat more." Whether due to the exceptional flavor or some other reason, Zhang Feng urged her to indulge. He pushed the chicken wraps, original chicken pieces, large chicken legs, and fries toward her, noting that it wouldn't hurt for her to eat a few more. "The cola is quite refreshing," Zhang Feng demonstrated. After swallowing her food, Caroline imitated him and took a delicate sip. Instantly, her eyes widened, her cheeks puffed. The effervescent bubbles burst in her mouth, a sensation she found disconcerting. Yet the rich sweetness on her tongue compelled her to keep her lips tightly sealed. "Fitting speed." Gulp. Burp. Caroline's embarrassment deepened as she realized the unrefined sounds emanating from her. Her ears flushed crimson. She wished for a hole to swallow her whole, for someone raised with proper etiquette. Such behavior at the table was utterly inexcusable. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng stifled a laugh. Witnessing Caroline's first encounter with cola, reminiscent of his own childhood, he found it amusing. However, aware of her modesty, he took a large sip of cola himself to alleviate her embarrassment. Gulp. Burp. The identical sound startled Caroline, who looked up to see Zhang Feng had also burped. Their eyes met, and she caught a glimmer of amusement in his gaze. That a warmth spread through her heart, though her cheeks remained flushed. Her earlier embarrassment began to fade. This incident had undeniably brought them closer. "Thank you," Caroline murmured softly, regardless of whether Zhang Feng heard her, as she quickly returned to her beef burger, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. Zhang Feng could not help but acknowledge that Caroline was the most beautiful woman he had ever encountered, with her fair skin, golden hair, exquisite features, enticing red lips, and those lake-like blue eyes. Most importantly, she possessed an innate elegance. Even while eating, were another person occupying her seat, they would likely devour their meal without regard for decorum. Yet Caroline, while not slow in her consumption, exuded an air of tranquility. Her sounds barely audible, never disturbing anyone. Even while gnawing on a chicken leg, there was an ineffable artistry to her manner, leading Zhang Feng to ponder if this was the essence of nobility, graceful to the core. "Lord Zhang Feng, are you not eating?" Caroline queried, noticing Zhang Feng's unwavering gaze upon her, her chewing slowing as a blush crept across her face. "Cough, cough, it's nothing. Please, do enjoy your meal. Should you require more, there is plenty. And you needn't address me as Lord, it feels too formal. You may simply call me by my name in private." Zhang Feng subtly averted his gaze, adhering to the principle of not staring at what should not be seen. Caroline replied in a faint voice. The meal lasted about an hour, marking only the second time in recent years that Caroline had eaten to such satisfaction, the first being breakfast that very day. Both meals had been provided by Zhang Feng. Today, he truly grasped the meaning of a feast for the eyes, as he allowed Caroline to consume the majority of the food, yet he felt no pangs of hunger himself. He casually flipped through the offerings. 2 exquisite egg tarts appeared in his hand. "Here." Without hesitation, Zhang Feng pressed one into Caroline's palm. "What is this?" Caroline inquired, catching a whiff of its sweet, milky aroma. "Egg tart. It's quite delicious," Zhang Feng replied. Unwrapping the foil and finishing it in 2 bites, Caroline swallowed hard. Although her mind insisted she was full, her hands betrayed her, reaching for the tart. Sweet, delicious. Having eaten to her heart's content and indulged in a satisfying nap, Zhang Feng awoke, feeling quite content with life in this alternate realm, that he found himself in an elegantly appointed bedroom, with a generously layered burlap bed that offered decent comfort. The white lace-trimmed duvet bore a faint, pleasant fragrance, reminiscent of Caroline's own scent. Regrettably, Caroline lacked the habit of taking afternoon naps. Ahem. Casting aside any inappropriate thoughts, Zhang Feng washed his face under the attentive care of the maids, who dressed him in an outer garment while he remained standing without assistance. Oh, the decadence of noble life. I am beginning to quite enjoy it. Caroline appeared at the doorway, her earlobes tinged with a slight blush. Zhang Feng, are we going to visit those slaves? For the first time, Caroline directly addressed him by name, and she seemed somewhat unaccustomed to it. Indeed, let us go. Zhang Feng strode forward, with Caroline closely trailing behind. Suddenly, he turned back. This outfit suits you well. I quite like it. Thank you. Zhang Feng was no longer clad in earthly attire, but rather in the garb of the nobility from this world. A loose white robe cascading down to his ankles, draped with a rectangular red cape. The fabric is rather unimpressive, somewhat coarse, and the style does not align with Zhang Feng's aesthetic. However, this is, after all, a heartfelt creation by Caroline, made during her moments of boredom, so it is only natural for Zhang Feng to utter some kind words. Caroline replied softly, her delight evident. Together, they exited the castle. Upon encountering the more than 100 slaves once again, Zhang Feng distinctly perceived a change in them. Not only did they appear clean and free from any foul odors, but their spirits and demeanor were also markedly different from before. Previously, these slaves would avert their gazes, too afraid to meet anyone's eyes, many exhibiting a dullness in their expressions, resembling mere shells of their former selves. Yet now, it was a different story. After benefiting from the medicinal soap bestowed by Zhang Feng, they had enjoyed a warm bath and donned new, cozy clothing, even indulging in an ample lunch of black bread. This transformation bestowed upon the slaves a feeling of rebirth. Moreover, they sensed the Lord's genuine regard for them. If a master were to claim he held his slaves in high esteem, it would elicit laughter from the slaves themselves. For, from the moment they became a master's possession, their lives ceased to belong to them. Typically, a master would ensure a slave did not starve, yet they would also extract every ounce of labor from them. Even when a slave grew old and useless, they would still be sent to battle, making their final contribution that in their minds, a slave's life was hardly valued. Such was their impression of masters. However, their new master, the Lord of Red Leaf City, Baron Zhang Feng, was entirely different. Before assigning the slaves any tasks, he had provided them with new garments. He had offered them unlimited black bread. It seemed utterly fantastical, although the clothing was outdated and the fabric rough. And despite some being deprived of their share of bread by the knights for fear of overeating, they understood that such treatment was inconceivable elsewhere. The Lord genuinely valued them. And indeed, this was true. For upon seeing them, Zhang Feng's first words widened the eyes of all the slaves. Your lives are more important than you can imagine. Chapter 24. A value 100,000 times greater. Erica Green grew up in a blissfully happy, noble family, with loving parents and a doting brother. She had believed that her life would continue in such carefree fashion, but fate played a cruel trick on her. 6 months prior, a nightmare unfolded. The family was ensnared in a malicious plot, accruing insurmountable debts. In a desperate bid to repay them, her father had no choice but to dismiss the servants and sell their title and lands. She transformed from a radiant noblewoman into an ordinary commoner. Nevertheless, Erica maintained a positive outlook. As long as her beloved family remained together, being a commoner could still bring happiness. Yet, she was mistaken that in her noble days, she had never comprehended the plight of the lower classes, nor understood the depths of their suffering, much less the constant threat to their lives. Just 2 weeks into her new life as a commoner, her new home fell victim to marauding bandits. After surrendering their meager possessions, her parents were brutally slain, and her brother, in a bid to protect her, drew the bandits' ire alone. She witnessed the horrific murder of her brother from the thicket nearby. Unable to cry, feeling that she could not betray the opportunity her brother had sacrificed his life to secure. Perhaps fortune favored her, for after the bandits had plundered their belongings, they hastily departed without a thorough inspection. possibly heading to rob another home or seeking their own pleasures. She did not know, but she understood she had survived at the cost of her family's lives. From that moment on, Erica began a life of exile. As a woman devoid of skills and strength, her only recourse was to beg, joining a throng of other vagrants. Over the course of 6 months, she traversed many lands, her companions in destitution changing repeatedly. Those who were not starved to death simply vanished. She considered herself fortunate. Though her existence was fraught with hardship, she managed to survive by scavenging scraps discarded by nobles. However, her streak of luck was destined to end. She soon caught the attention of slave traders. The traders expended little effort in capturing her. She believed that henceforth she would be devoid of freedom, reduced to a mere dog beneath the feet of a noble, or worse, if they discovered her former identity as a noblewoman. Yet, whether it was fortune or misfortune, upon arriving in the city of Red Leaf, no one sought to purchase her. Most of the male slaves who accompanied her were quickly bought, while the majority of women, including herself, were left unsold. Her price was a mere 50 copper coins, the same as a sizable loaf of black bread, a sum she deemed exceedingly cheap, yet no one desired her. It was then that she grasped the true meaning of worthlessness. In a twist of fate, Erica overheard a conversation among the slave traders that delivered a crushing blow of despair. Red Leaf City was running out of food, and it would not be long before it crumbled. The slave traders were preparing to abandon the city, but taking so many slaves with them would incur excessive expenses, a clear inefficiency. Thus, they planned to leave these slaves to fend for themselves. Upon hearing this news, Erica felt a sense of liberation in her despair. Perhaps death would be merciful, though it would mean failing to honor the memory of her deceased parents and brother. Many other slaves overheard this news as well, or perhaps the traders had no intention of concealing it. They had their own muscle and were not afraid of these frail slaves rebelling, particularly since they could barely muster the strength to resist, having only a morsel of bread every 3 days. The reason these traders did not abandon the slaves immediately was to see if they could turn a final profit. In case a passing noble might require them, that as fate would have it, this possibility indeed came to fruition, though not with a passing noble, but rather with the newly appointed lord of Red Leaf City. The slave traders were baffled as to why the lord would purchase such useless slaves. They did not care to know, only wishing to make a swift sale and depart. Thus, in a state of bewilderment, Erica encountered the lord of Red Leaf City. Upon seeing Zhang Feng for the first time, a singular thought filled her mind. This lord was exceedingly handsome. Had she still been the noblewoman she once was, she might have shyly presented him with a bouquet of pink roses. Alas, there were no what-ifs now. She was merely a filthy, wretched slave, her only desire being for this striking lord to show her a modicum of mercy by purchasing her and granting her a piece of black bread. For she was on the verge of starvation. Perhaps hearing Erica's silent prayers, the lord gestured grandly, not only purchasing her, but acquiring all the slaves. Erica was astonished, but more so, she felt a rush of joy. Regardless of the lord's intentions or what her fate might hold, at least for now, she would not perish from hunger. After all, the lord had spent so much to buy them. He could not possibly allow them to starve. Yet, the unfolding events took an unexpected turn that a knight named Marlowe, acting on the lord's orders, set up several large iron cauldrons before them. This action startled Erica, as well as all the other slaves. Was it possible that, due to the food shortage in Red Leaf City, the lord intended for them to serve as sustenance? Fortunately, the lord soon clarified that this was merely to heat water for their baths, as they were far too odorous. It turned out to be a false alarm. That as for the lord's comment about their stench, the slaves were unfazed. Surviving was far more significant than their odor. However, since the lord insisted upon bathing, they dared not disobey. Erica noted that the lord had kindly arranged for them to bathe separately by gender, for even in their plight, a sense of modesty remained. She felt that if they were to bathe en masse in the courtyard, she would lose the last shred of her dignity. Fortunately, the lord was indeed a good person. The bathing process left Erica in awe. First and foremost, they were using hot water. She had not fully grasped this until she was doused in it from head to toe. When she was still a noblewoman, firewood was a precious commodity. Apart from cooking, no one would waste it on hot water for bathing, as bathing was believed to reduce immunity. Now, she discovered how incredibly pleasant a hot bath could be. At that moment, the castle's maids brought forth 2 blocks of something emitting a peculiar aroma, referred to as medicinal soap, specifically prepared by the Lord for them. During the bath, they were simply instructed to rub it on their bodies. As it was a command from the Lord, no one dared to defy it. Erica was no exception. However, to her astonishment, after this medicinal soap treatment, not only did the dirt vanish from her skin, but the itching that had plagued her for years also ceased. She felt entirely rejuvenated. If anyone were to tell her now that bathing could make one ill, she would vehemently spit in their face, for she had never felt so well. Clearly, this soap was a rare treasure from the Lord's collection. Moreover, the Lord had provided them with clean garments. Although the fabric was quite ordinary, it was infinitely better than the tattered slave rags they had worn for months, if not years. Initially, she believed her luck had reached its peak today. Yet she was unprepared for the grand finale. Unlimited black bread was made available to them, an open supply for the slaves. After all, she herself was worth merely a substantial loaf of black bread. Had it not been for the soldiers maintaining order, it was likely that all the slaves would have gone mad with excitement. The towering and robust Knight Marlowe informed her that while black bread could satiate one's hunger, it must not be wasted. For instance, forcing oneself to eat beyond capacity would be ill-advised. Should such behavior be discovered, one would be promptly discarded to feed the fish. However, the Knight Marlowe also mentioned that since they had all been purchased by the Lord of the castle, they would not lack for food in the future. If this initial meal were to incite the Lord's ire, the countless meals that followed would be forever beyond their reach. At this point, the slaves finally regained their composure, and Erica wholeheartedly agreed with Marlowe's words. Although she was quite famished, she took her time eating alongside a cup of warm water, feeling that perhaps her days of fortune were on the horizon. Even though she remained a slave, the actions of the Lord of the castle suggested that they were regarded with significance. Dressed in clean garments and nourished, Erica encountered the Lord of the castle once more. Whether it was an illusion or not, she perceived that he appeared even more handsome than he had 2 hours prior. The Lord's first words upon seeing her left Erica momentarily stunned. "Your lives are more important than you can imagine. I do not require slaves. I need individuals who can generate value, far exceeding 50 copper coins by the hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. And I believe you can." Chapter 25, Noble Etiquette. How is that possible? I have never earned a single gold coin in my life. What is 50 copper coins multiplied by 100,000? I cannot compute it. I do not know how to earn money. If I cannot earn money, will the Lord of the castle cast me aside to feed the fish? In an instant, upon hearing the words of Lord Zhang Feng, these slaves felt not excitement but panic, as if they might be discarded at any moment. Ahem, Zhang Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment that it seemed that motivating them was indeed a skill, and he still had much to learn. You may not understand now, but soon you will recognize your own worth. His expression remained inscrutable, exuding an aura of mystery. Most of these slaves possessed little education and could not grasp Zhang Feng's words, yet among them were a few. Like Erica, who were literate, Erica's mind lingered on Zhang Feng's recent declaration. "Your lives are more important than you can imagine." Am I truly that important? I am, after all, a worthless individual. Could the Lord of the castle truly have such high expectations of me? To encounter the Lord of the castle is my fortune. No matter what the Lord of the castle asks of me, I must not disappoint him. Erica's eyes sparkled with renewed resolve, her gaze fixed intently upon Zhang Feng, feeling an influx of strength within her. Typically, prolonged scrutiny elicits a response, and Zhang Feng sensed a fervent gaze upon him. When he glanced over, he saw Erica among the slaves. Oh, is there such beauty among the slaves? Though Erica appeared gaunt and her skin somewhat parched, her exquisite features remained evident. Noticing the light in her eyes, Zhang Feng felt that his efforts were not in vain. There was indeed someone who could comprehend him. Thus, he inquired, "What is your name?" Seeing the Lord of the castle speak directly to her, Erica felt a mix of excitement and trepidation, her voice slightly hoarse as she replied, "Reporting to the Lord of the castle, my name is Erica Green." "Erica, what was your former station?" Zhang Feng approached Erica, scrutinizing her closely. She had long, flaxen hair and hazel eyes. despite wearing a somewhat oversized new garment. Her frail frame was still apparent, as though a gust of wind could topple her, while she seemed no different from the other slaves. Zhang Feng distinctly sensed that Erica's spirit was more vibrant. Although the other slaves had shed their previous lethargy after bathing, donning fresh clothes, and receiving adequate nourishment, they still exhibited timidity, insecurity, and even despondency. Erica, however, did not flinch from direct eye contact with Zhang Feng, radiating a stronger will to survive. Reporting to the lord of the castle, "My father was once a baron." Erica recounted her story in a calm manner, as though introducing another. She was no longer the despairing girl hidden in a haystack. Zhang Feng felt a wave of sympathy upon hearing her tale. The psychological disparity of transitioning from a noble lady to a mere slave was likely unbearable for most. In Erica, he recognized a quality called resilience. What skills do you possess? Or what abilities can you offer? Zhang Feng was eager to learn about this noble girl who had fallen into slavery. Erica, who had been so spirited just moments ago, suddenly faltered. The reason she had been captured by slave traders and sold to the slave merchant was that she was a homeless vagabond. Why had she become a vagabond? Her family had gone bankrupt, her relatives slain by bandits, and without any marketable skills, she was left with no choice but to beg alongside other vagrants. Embarrassed, Erica hung her head, feeling her once fervent spirit grow cold. I do not know how to do anything." Zhang Feng was somewhat taken aback, but it made sense. Had she possessed any skills, she would not have ended up as a slave. And even if she had, she would have been purchased long before reaching Zhang Feng. However, this was of little consequence to him, as he had other plans. "Are you familiar with noble etiquette? Noble etiquette?" "Of course, I am familiar." Upon hearing Zhang Feng's question, Erica, who had been feeling disheartened, nodded vigorously, unbothered by what tasks Zhang Feng might assign. She was solely focused on proving her worth. "Excellent." Zhang Feng then turned his gaze to the other slaves, regardless of gender. They averted their eyes upon meeting his gaze. Clad in the new garments bestowed by Zhang Feng, these slaves, though still emaciated, bore no other distinction from common folk. That it was hard to imagine that mere hours ago they had been a ragtag group of unwanted, odorous slaves. "These individuals will be entrusted to you from now on," Zhang Feng declared to Erica. "What do you mean?" Erica struggled to comprehend. "From this day forth, they shall heed your commands, and your task will be to instruct them in noble etiquette, transforming them into nobility, even if only on the surface. Teaching slaves noble etiquette?" Erica was bewildered, doubting her understanding. "Indeed, and you will soon learn the reasons behind this. Do you have any objections?" Zhang Feng refrained from delving into further explanation. As it was not easy to clarify, he could hardly say, "I intend to cultivate you for the service industry in another realm, training you to become ladies of etiquette." And no objections. Although Erica was unaware of Zhang Feng's true intentions, she was confident in her ability to fulfill her responsibilities. "Excellent. Regarding etiquette, I may add a few elements, and I will inform you later." With that, Zhang Feng turned his attention back to the slaves. "From now on, you will receive 3 meals a day, ample in quantity, but waste shall not be tolerated. You will also be provided with high-quality new clothing, decent housing, and even remuneration. Of course, all of this is contingent upon your obedience to Erica and the completion of her assigned tasks." Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, all the slaves fell silent, disbelief etched across their faces. The mere promise of 3 meals daily, with each meal ensuring satiety, was enough to send them into a frenzy, let alone the prospect of receiving wages. Some slaves were elated, while others remained skeptical, but Zhang Feng was unconcerned. He merely required their compliance, and time would validate everything. Chapter 26. The solution to food supply. Zhang Feng? Caroline hesitated, clearly conflicted. "What is it?" Zhang Feng was on his way back to the castle after delegating the training of the slaves to Erica. "Our food supplies are dwindling. If we provide unlimited rations to those slaves, we may not last even a week." Caroline understood that her words might displease Zhang Feng, but the truth needed to be spoken. Just after Zhang Feng announced unlimited food for the slaves, she had almost interrupted him, yet she held back, unwilling to undermine the Lord's authority. In truth, Zhang Feng's command had elicited envy not only among the slaves, but also from the soldiers maintaining order nearby. Were it not for their higher standards, they might have willingly become Zhang Feng's slaves. After all, receiving food, drink, and wages, without the dangers of life-threatening labor, simply required them to learn noble etiquette, a lifestyle most could only dream of. I am well aware of the food situation. You need not worry. A solution will be forthcoming, perhaps even immediately. Suddenly recalling something, Zhang Feng turned and called out, "Knight Marlowe." "Present." Marlowe responded promptly. "I left something in my home. Please retrieve it for me, a bundle approximately this size. You will find it on the second floor." Zhang Feng extended his arms, gesturing to indicate size. Meanwhile, the knight Marlowe, clad in gleaming armor, did not inquire further and simply departed. Zhang Feng observed Marlowe's retreating figure, deep in thought that it seemed somewhat unreasonable to consistently have a knight run errands for him, especially given the scarcity of knights in Red Leaf City. Currently, only 2 knights remained: Knight Marlowe, who typically stayed close to Caroline for her protection, and Knight Baker, who was temporarily responsible for the city's security. Patrolling daily, accompanied by a dozen soldiers, constituting the entirety of Red Leaf City's military force. Zhang Feng had not previously been overly concerned about military matters, believing Red Leaf City to be quite safe. However, after encountering Erica today and learning of the existence of highwaymen, he felt a burgeoning sense of urgency, realizing the necessity of recruiting soldiers should be prioritized. Although Zhang Feng harbored no ambitions of world domination and did not require a vast army, the distinction between having soldiers and employing them was significant. He planned to discuss with Marlowe what conditions might entice knights to join him. With sufficient knights, they could train soldiers for personally training them. That had never crossed Zhang Feng's mind, for he understood that such specialized tasks should be entrusted to professionals, that he could certainly share advanced military training methods from another world for the knight's reference. But the execution would need to be handled by them. As becoming a qualified knight required training from the tender age of 6, the Zhang Feng did not presume that a mere few days of theoretical knowledge could rival the decades of experience possessed by others. When Zhang Feng and Caroline leisurely returned to the castle hall, Knight Marlowe was already back. He carried a large black bag, his expression one of shock and disbelief. Seated at the head of the table, Zhang Feng gestured grandly. "Open it." When Marlowe had found the large package, it had not been zipped up, and he had seen its contents firsthand, hence his astonishment. Following Zhang Feng's command, Marlowe awkwardly unzipped the bag. A plethora of exquisitely packaged items came into view, captivating Caroline's attention. "What is this?" she inquired, stepping closer to examine. Her gaze was immediately drawn to a semi-transparent bag containing small white objects. Refined rice. Although she was aware that Zhang Feng possessed refined rice, having eaten his refined rice porridge that very morning, seeing so much of it before her was still surprising. Due to the climate, the yield of refined rice in this region was exceedingly low, and even the wealthiest nobles seldom had rice, typically relying on meat and bread as staple foods. Refined rice was a delicacy sought after by many nobles, not only for its exquisite taste but also for its rarity. That it was a status symbol within noble circles, and the price of refined rice could only be imagined. It was certainly not inexpensive. This large package contained 3 bags of refined rice, each weighing 5 pounds. Estimating the price was challenging, as such luxury items varied greatly in worth depending on the buyer. However, one could be certain it would not be cheap. Caroline felt a surge of excitement and anticipation, for these 3 bags of refined rice constituted only a small portion of the peculiar black bag. "What is this?" she asked, picking up another package of transparent contents, inside which lay crystalline grains resembling white sand. This bag was significantly smaller than the refined rice bags, about the size of her 2 palms. "That is salt," Zhang Feng replied, approaching her. "Salt?" Caroline queried, bewildered. The salt she had encountered before was typically crystalline, thumb-sized and somewhat yellowish. Never had she seen such pure and fine salt. Without further ado, Zhang Feng tore open a corner of the packaging. "Try it. See how it differs from the salt you've eaten." Gently grasping the tips of Caroline's fingers, he poured a small amount of salt into her palm. Caroline felt a blush of shyness at Zhang Feng's gesture, yet her curiosity prevailed, and she dipped her finger, tasting it. So salty. The salt she had previously consumed was unrefined, coarse, and not only salty, but also bitter and astringent, with various unpleasant flavors. For a chef, the precise amount of salt to use in cooking was crucial. It needed to impart flavor without becoming overly bitter or astringent. Even the chef of the Lord's household often struggled to master this balance, and Caroline frequently encountered dishes that tasted bitter. Furthermore, salt was a precious commodity, with neither sea nor salt mines nearby. And given that salt was an essential item, it needed to be transported from far away, resulting in consistently high prices. This was for ordinary coarse salt, but if such pure white refined salt were to appear on the market, Caroline was certain that, even at 10 or 100 times the price of coarse salt, there would be buyers. Although the common folk were impoverished, the nobility were quite affluent. Observing Caroline's furrowed brow as she savored the salt, reluctant to spit it out, Zhang Feng found her demeanor inexplicably endearing. "Now try this," he said, opening another bag of similarly white granules. "Is this also refined salt?" "It seems a bit coarser," Caroline pondered, frowning. "Open wide," Zhang Feng prompted. And without thinking, Caroline complied. Zhang Feng produced a small spoon from somewhere, scooping a spoonful, and before she could react, placed it directly into her mouth. Caroline's eyes, as radiant as a shimmering lake, widened in astonishment. "How sweet!" Chapter 27. Disdain and Proficiency. "How sweet!" Caroline exclaimed, taken aback to discover that these pure, white granules were sugar. In this world, sugar had always been a luxury, even more costly than spices. The spice box she had previously given to Zhang Feng, a significant heirloom of Baron Charles, contained a single piece of cane sugar, commonly referred to as cone sugar due to its conical shape. Yet that piece of cone sugar was dark and appeared quite unclean, lacking the sweetness of Zhang Feng's white sugar. More importantly, she had heard that piece of sugar had been passed down through several generations. Most nobles seldom enjoyed sugar, let alone commoners. Occasionally, nobles would resort to using honey as a substitute for sugar. But honey was a matter of luck. One might stumble upon a beehive in the wild, or conversely, never encounter one in a lifetime. After all, the techniques for beekeeping were not yet developed, making honey as expensive as sugar. The sugar that Caroline tasted was not only pristine in appearance, but also devoid of any off-putting flavors, leaving her mouth filled with sweetness. Sweet treats genuinely elevate one's spirits. And this was no mere saying. For instance, Caroline felt an undeniable joy at this moment. It had been ages since she had savored sugar, and this was the sweetest experience of her life. The value of this single bag of sugar was beyond estimation, and it was evident that there was more than one bag here. Caroline even believed that Zhang Feng was a divine envoy sent to rescue her in Red Leaf City. "Would you like to try some?" she offered, noticing Marlowe's eager gaze from the side, extending the bag of sugar towards him, leaving him to figure out how to consume it. Marlowe thought it prudent to display humility at this moment to endear himself to the Lord. Yet his hand involuntarily reached out. In truth, Zhang Feng had asked Marlowe to fetch the backpack, not only out of laziness, but also as a test of character. Although Zhang Feng was uncertain of the monetary value of these items in this world, it was assuredly significant. Even if Marlowe did not recognize the other items, he certainly knew refined rice. This was undoubtedly a stroke of good fortune for anyone. However, Marlowe harbored no thoughts of claiming any for himself. Zhang Feng had even estimated Marlowe's return time based on his walking speed, deducing that upon acquiring the items, he had not lingered but returned immediately. This clearly indicated that the knight's character was trustworthy. As Zhang Feng's recruitment plan unfolded, he could confidently entrust the matter to him. "So, this is what sugar tastes like," Marlowe mused, licking his palm, now devoid of gloves, with a hint of nostalgia that he recalled the last time he had tasted sugar was at the age of 16. When he had successfully risen from a squire to become a knight, personally bestowed by the Duke, and sugar had been his reward, that was a piece of black cone sugar, the size of a pinky nail, which he had savored for 10 consecutive days. Over 20 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and he had long forgotten the taste of sugar. "It seems that Knight Marlowe possesses quite the story," Zhang Feng remarked. Shaking his head, everyone had their own tales, whether good or bad. "What do you believe this bag of sugar is worth?" Caroline pondered for a moment before responding. I think here, such a large bag of sugar seems unaffordable for anyone. Then we can sell it separately. Aren't there many wealthy merchants in Red Leaf City? We can sell it to them, Zhang Feng replied nonchalantly. If sold directly to the nobility, it would fetch an exorbitant price. After all, their penchant for ostentation is unlikely to change. Selling to these merchants might yield a discount, Caroline analyzed. A lower price is fine, as long as it can be exchanged for food. Zhang Feng estimated based on current market prices in Red Leaf City that approximately 600 or 700 gold coins could provide enough food for 1,000 people for half a year. However, this was merely based on Red Leaf City's standards. Zhang Feng's standards were not so modest. After all, in this vast universe, the connection between two worlds was a rare blessing. They had become his subjects. And he, fortuitously, possessed the means to ensure they lived well. It would be remiss not to provide these subjects with a better life. Besides sugar, the backpack contains several other items. This is instant noodles. This is sausage, this is hanging noodles, and this is canned fish. The backpack was filled with easily stored food, and Zhang Feng patiently explained each item to the two, Caroline and Marlowe, who looked utterly bewildered, having no comprehension of what Zhang Feng was saying, except for the words meat and fish. To put it simply, they are all food. Zhang Feng deftly unwrapped a sausage with his teeth. Here, open your mouth and take a bite. Caroline, accustomed to Zhang Feng's commands, blushed and obediently opened her mouth, allowing Zhang Feng to place the sausage inside for her to bite. Is this meat? It's delicious. Caroline's cheeks puffed up, making her words slightly unclear. The sausage Zhang Feng had purchased was made of pork containing little starch, resulting in a chewy texture. Though Caroline was no stranger to meat, being of noble lineage, she found it quite common, especially pork. However, in this world, pigs were not castrated, leading to a strong flavor in their meat, compounded by the lack of seasoning and the simplistic cooking methods employed. Most meat here was salty, bitter, or gamey. The fragrant experience of the sausage was a rarity, if not entirely non-existent. Zhang Feng, showing no favoritism, tossed the sausage to Marlowe, who mimicked Zhang Feng's earlier actions, peeling off the casing and taking a large bite. Savory. Just as Caroline finished her sausage, Zhang Feng passed the remaining one to her, and she naturally took another bite, her eyes sparkling with delight. Marlowe observed the two, glancing at the sausage in his hand, suddenly finding it less appealing. The hanging noodles require boiling in water, so I won't demonstrate that. Instant noodles can be boiled or eaten dry. Marlowe, you can take a few packets for Beck to try as well. As for the canned fish, as the name suggests, it contains fish and can be stored for a long time. Fish? Can we eat fish? Seeing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Zhang Feng was momentarily at a loss. Is fish inedible? Fish has a strong fishy smell, which people associate with disease, so no one eats fish. Caroline's explanation left Zhang Feng speechless. This only confirmed a saying circulating online: the lower one's education, the greater the toxicity. Zhang Feng wanted to retort, questioning what flavor their own cooking possessed, and whether they were truly in a position to disdain the fish's scent. The fish felt wronged. Without further ado, Zhang Feng skillfully opened a can of fish, revealing a stainless steel fork in his palm, leaving Marlowe wide-eyed, completely oblivious to where Zhang Feng had produced the shiny utensil. Upon opening the can, a rich aroma wafted forth. Marlowe and Caroline inhaled the enticing scent, nearly salivating. Zhang Feng speared a piece of the fish, and before he could speak, Caroline's cherry lips were already parted. Zhang Feng paused for a moment, surprised by her eagerness, but he still fed her the piece of fish. Delicious, fragrant. Caroline was at a loss for words. Here, Zhang Feng treated Marlowe with equal fairness, handing him a can of fish as well. Marlowe gazed at the can in his hand, uncertain how to proceed. Ultimately, Marlowe did try the canned fish, though the can itself was rather pitiful. I can't believe the fish is this tasty. Caroline licked her lips, still somewhat incredulous. The fish I have differs slightly from the ones in the river behind us. After all, one is saltwater and the other is freshwater. However, as long as it is prepared well, the difference won't be significant. Zhang Feng offered a brief explanation, then seemed to recall something, continuing, I will be hiring people for the Lord's Manor tomorrow, and fishing will be one of the tasks. Marlowe, I will temporarily assign this to you. Is that acceptable? Yes. Marlowe solemnly tapped his chest, his armor clanking. The discovery of fish was unexpected. Zhang Feng had not anticipated that these individuals did not consume fish. To the north of Red Leaf City flowed the Sinluo River, encircling the Sunset Mountains, where freshwater fish had likely proliferated without any fishing pressure. This presented a valuable food source that Zhang Feng would certainly not overlook. He handed Marlowe over a dozen packets of instant noodles and several bags of sausages. Take these. Later, distribute some to Beck and the soldiers on duty. My lord, this is too precious. Marlowe hesitated to accept. Though he had never tried instant noodles, he recognized the colorful packaging as something of high quality, especially since he had just tasted a sausage. Take them as I command. This is an order. I will instruct you on how to eat instant noodles. Remember, when you eat, always do so in the company of others. Do not sneak a bite, understood? Yes. While Marlowe was unsure of Zhang Feng's intentions, the command was serious, and he would adhere strictly to it. Zhang Feng's reasoning was straightforward. Red Leaf City not only lacked food, but also manpower. Managing the city with such a small group was exhausting. He intended to recruit more individuals from the upper echelons to the lower ranks, all requiring staff. The simplest way to attract people was to enhance their benefits, which could be reflected in various aspects of life. Judging by the current standard of living, Zhang Feng believed that the most enticing incentive would be gold coins, but the most immediate impact would come from food, especially the rich aroma of instant noodles, which would be irresistible to those who had never tasted it. Zhang Feng was not particularly fond of instant noodles, yet the scent would still whet his appetite, in a world where spices were as valuable as gold. No one could resist such a flavorful temptation. Marlowe, burdened with his considerable haul, felt a mix of emotions. Zhang Feng, having assumed the title of Lord just 4 days ago, was now the first noble he had encountered up close. How should he describe him? This Zhang Feng was unlike the aristocrats he had known. Proud, arrogant, selfish, greedy, and suspicious. None of those traits applied here. Marlowe believed Zhang Feng embodied the essence of true nobility. Approachable, tidy, valuing the lives of his subjects, and living in exquisite comfort. Even the exotic foods he introduced left one in awe. Zhang Feng had never hoarded any of these valuable items. The peculiar black package contained goods worth hundreds of gold coins. Considering that the entire title and lands of Baron Charles sold for merely 100 gold coins. Yet Zhang Feng entrusted Marlowe without a hint of concern that he might abscond, and this trust filled Marlowe with a warm sense of loyalty, akin to a soldier willing to die for a worthy leader, especially since Zhang Feng had generously shared instant noodles and sausages with him and the soldiers. Such precious food was unimaginable in the past. Those greedy nobles would be grateful not to find a reason to withhold their wages, let alone share anything. Having lived for over 40 years, Marlowe felt that aside from the master who once recognized his worth, Zhang Feng might just be his true benefactor. With these conflicted feelings, Marlowe made his way to the northern part of the city. Here stood the only 2-meter-high stone wall of Red Leaf City. Crafted entirely from black stone, built against the Sinluo River and the dock, facing the black stone forest. Due to previous incidents of wild beasts rampaging, the dock had suffered greatly, and the former lord had expended considerable resources to construct this wall. Yet he had not lived to see it serve its purpose. Although winter was approaching and the mountain beasts likely would not stir, defense remained essential. Knight Beck was stationed here with several soldiers. Hey, Knight Marlowe. Upon seeing Marlowe arrive, Beck appeared quite pleased. Beck was a knight trained by Marlowe and had always regarded him as an elder brother. Previously, they had executed missions together, but with only 2 knights left in the city. Beck had to take on this somewhat dull task of guarding, as it could be quite tedious. His delight at Marlowe's visit was evident. Hey Beck, I brought you some tasty food. Marlowe held up a large bundle with one hand, waving to Beck. What food? Beck inquired, curious about the delicious offerings. White bread. He remembered the castle supply was running low. Could it be that Lady Carolyn had noticed his hard work and rewarded him? The soldiers standing guard nearby were also intrigued, some even swallowing in anticipation, as they hadn't been full since the Lord's decree limiting meals to 1 per day. However, being mere foot soldiers, they dared not overstep and could only observe discreetly. You, go prepare a pot and spoon, then boil some water. Marlowe pointed to 2 soldiers. Yes. The soldiers were curious, but still diligently executed the orders given. What is this? It looks rather nice. Beck had caught sight of the colorful packaging in Marlowe's hand. Intrigued by the vibrant material, which was not something ordinary people possessed, yet it did not resemble typical fabric. You'll find out soon enough, Marlowe teased, although truthfully, he was just as unaware of how instant noodles would turn out, as this was his first attempt. Soon, the soldiers brought forth a large cauldron and set it up without hesitation. Another group of soldiers gathered firewood, igniting the fluffy tinder with flint, which in turn lit the wood. This series of actions, unmasked and open, instantly drew the attention of many onlookers. Just beside them lay the dock of Maple Leaf City, although the city had seen a significant exodus of its inhabitants. The dock remained bustling with activity. Once the water reached a boiling point, Marlowe tore open the packaging, pouring the instant noodles and seasoning directly into the pot. The moment he tore open the seasoning packet, Baker, with his keen nose, caught a whiff of the enticing aroma as the seasonings dissolved. The noodles, placed in the wind's embrace, emitted a rich fragrance that wafted through the air. So fragrant. Chapter 29. Instant noodles and sausages. What are those soldiers cooking? It smells so delicious. Is it food? Could it be a new dish concocted by the chef from the Lord's Manor? Ignoring the murmurs of the crowd, Marlowe observed that the noodles were nearly done and called out to Baker and the soldiers. Fetch your own bowls. Those who are slow shall not blame me for their misfortune. Upon hearing Marlowe's words, the soldiers were momentarily taken aback, but Baker, seemingly out of nowhere, produced 2 ceramic bowls and placed them before Marlowe with a clatter. Only then did the soldiers realize that this was indeed a thoughtful preparation by Sir Marlowe. In no time, 8 bowls were neatly arranged, with 8 soldiers squatting eagerly by the cauldron, rubbing their hands in anticipation. All the soldiers fixated their eager gazes on the vibrant noodles simmering within the pot. Though serving the noodles with a spoon proved somewhat cumbersome, Marlowe's dexterous control allowed him to swiftly fill each of the 8 bowls with a near-equal portion of noodles. Marlowe, too, quietly swallowed his saliva, while he had anticipated that this dish called instant noodles would taste delightful. He was taken aback by how merely the aroma could tantalize one's senses before even the first bite. However, being a man of experience, Marlowe maintained an air of composure that he retrieved the sausages, peeled off their skins, and personally placed one in each soldier's bowl. Gulps, several swallowing sounds echoed, not only from the soldiers, but also from the curious onlookers. Marlowe first sampled a spoonful of the rich broth. What is this flavor? Are there spices within? How delightful! Marlowe marveled. It was known that spices held a value akin to gold, and he had not enjoyed a spice dish in quite some time. Taking another mouthful of noodles, his eyes widened in astonishment. Delicious! Baker, unable to contain his excitement any longer, quickly lifted his bowl to his lips. However, as the noodles proved difficult to grasp with a spoon, he simply embraced the bowl and tilted it towards his mouth. So good! So good! Upon witnessing the 2 knights finally indulge in their meal, the soldiers disregarded any semblance of decorum and hungrily dug in. They had been craving this moment for far too long. Wow! This flavor is unlike anything I've ever tasted. Truly exquisite. So fragrant. Could it be that spices are indeed added? I had the fortune of encountering spices once. Nothing compared to this aroma. Woohoo, this is heavenly. The taste reminds me of my late mother. Aren't you an orphan? Observing the exaggerated reactions of the knights and soldiers, the dockworkers, and even the merchants supervising the cargo could hardly restrain themselves. What on earth is that? The aroma is simply irresistible. Is it truly that delicious? Could it possibly surpass white bread? Clink, gulp, exactly. I doubt it could be better than fresh venison. Gulp, it looks so appetizing. No, I mean it smells divine. The people at the dock halted their tasks, continuously wiping their mouths. They were already somewhat hungry, and Marlowe's culinary display had only intensified their cravings at that moment. A stout merchant clad in gray-brown attire approached Marlowe and the others with a beaming smile. Speaking respectfully, Sir Marlowe, may I inquire about the name of the food you are enjoying? In all my years of business, I have never encountered anything like it. The merchant was quite polite, and Marlowe saw no reason to withhold the information. As he continued to eat, he replied, "This is called instant noodles with sausages. Slurp, the merchant, and the onlookers, including the soldiers, were taken aback by the peculiar name they had never heard before. The merchant swallowed hard, unable to bear the sight of the delectable meal being consumed before him, that he carefully inquired, "Might I ask where one could procure such a delicacy?" "Procure? I'm afraid that would be impossible. This is an exclusive treat from our lord's manor." Marlowe shrugged with an expression of regret. Upon hearing that it was unavailable for purchase, not only the merchant but also the onlookers felt a twinge of disappointment. The merchant, gritting his teeth, spoke with a hint of flattery. "Sir Marlowe, would you consider selling some? Price is no object." "Oh, Valen, you wish to buy?" "Alas, it is not for sale." The conversation between the two naturally drew the attention of many, and someone gasped. "Valen, the largest timber merchant in Maple Leaf City. He is still here? So, he is indeed a prominent merchant. Only someone of his stature could utter such extravagant words." There were envious murmurs. "Huh, not for sale?" Valen was taken aback. He had assumed his proposal would be a surefire deal, only to be met with Marlowe's refusal. "Yes." Hearing the confirmation, Valen frowned. In this world, gold coins could practically buy anything. Territories, titles, and more were all clearly priced that if one could not make a purchase, it simply meant their offer was insufficient. However, Marlowe had not even entertained a price before rejecting him, which was somewhat hard to swallow. Valen had achieved his current renowned status as a merchant through keen insight and the ability to seize opportunities. Upon witnessing this novel food today, he felt an urge not only to satisfy his own appetite, but also to transport it to other cities and sell it at a premium. After all, in all his years of traveling, he had never encountered food so fragrant that it could make one drool. Unfortunately, Marlowe had not granted him that opportunity, but he remained undeterred. "Sir Knight, I am willing to offer 1 gold coin for that bag of instant noodles." Upon hearing Valen's offer, the onlookers were thrown into a frenzy. "My heavens, 1 gold coin! That must be the most expensive food in Maple Leaf City right now. I earn about 1 gold coin a year. Just think about how many rye loaves that could buy. If I had 1 gold coin, I would have left Maple Leaf City long ago." Yet Marlowe remained unmoved, even in the face of such an offer. "I am sorry, but that is beyond my authority." Valen, however, detected a different implication in Marlowe's words. If Marlowe could not make the decision, then someone else could. Thus, Valen pressed on. "What would it take to acquire such a delicacy? This is supplied internally by our lord's manor. One must join the manor to have a chance to obtain it, such as becoming a soldier of Maple Leaf City." At that moment, Marlowe finally comprehended why Zhang Feng had instructed him to do this. What? Becoming a soldier comes with such perks? The chance to enjoy a delicacy valued at 1 gold coin. I want to enlist. However, I am uncertain about the salary of Maple Leaf City soldiers. I recall it being quite mediocre. Salary matters not. I simply adore good food. I would sell this so-called instant noodles for a gold coin. The crowd was stirred by Marlowe's words. Valen, too, appeared contemplative. Having planned to depart the following day, he now considered postponing his departure, as staying might yield fruitful gains. Marlowe glanced at them, realizing that his promotional efforts had borne fruit. He had initially pondered how to complete his task, only to receive an unexpected assist. "So, Sir Marlowe, how might one meet the Lord? In a few days, the Lord will host an event. If you remain, I believe you will have the chance to meet him." Chapter 30. It seems something was overlooked. Zhang Feng. In a chamber within the castle, which Zhang Feng had designated as the study, Caroline stood nervously, twisting the hem of her garment, her tone hesitant. "What is it?" Zhang Feng set down the sheepskin scroll regarding the tax revenues of Maple Leaf City, somewhat bewildered by the chaotic state of affairs. I wanted to ask if you still have that medicinal soap." Caroline's ears flushed red, unable to meet Zhang Feng's gaze. "Medicinal soap? For bathing?" "Yes," Caroline replied in a low voice. Zhang Feng pretended to rummage through a nearby backpack and produced a bottle of shower gel. "You might find this more suitable." He briefly explained the usage of the shower gel. "Oh," Caroline acknowledged, preparing to leave quietly as Zhang Feng returned to his scroll. "Wait a moment." Zhang Feng's sudden call halted Caroline in her tracks. "Our tax system is rather convoluted." Zhang Feng shook his head in exasperation. "Huh, tax system?" Caroline was momentarily taken aback. Yes, I intend to revise it. All this disarray must be rectified. Zhang Feng's tone was resolute. Rectify? However, the primary source of revenue for our Red Leaf City's lordship is taxation. Caroline expressed her confusion, as her modern mindset greatly differed from Zhang Feng's. What are these ridiculous taxes like toll tax, lodging tax, childbirth tax, single tax, marriage tax, and so forth? It's no wonder Red Leaf City is impoverished. Everything is taxed. If it were me, I would lose all motivation. Zhang Feng felt somewhat irritated. If he were to live in such a world, he would merely languish day after day. So, how do you propose to change it? Caroline, though unable to comprehend fully, recognized that Zhang Feng was now in charge of Red Leaf City, and she would support any decision he made wholeheartedly. We should retain only a few essential taxes. The rest are too numerous and yield negligible returns. They waste our manpower and resources while further burdening the common folk, rendering it a net loss. Zhang Feng contemplated importing certain tax systems from Blue Star, as the current taxation was utterly unreasonable. He was baffled at how previous lords had conceived such peculiar taxes. All right, I shall defer to your judgment. Caroline's eyes widened in surprise. She believed she had been relatively kind to the commoners, never abandoning them during the city's toughest times. Yet compared to Zhang Feng, she felt considerably lacking. While she aimed for their survival, Zhang Feng sought not only to ensure they lived, but to improve their circumstances. The disparity in their perspectives was stark. Caroline felt a genuine sense of joy for the citizens of Red Leaf City to have such a benevolent lord. Additionally, the household registration system requires revision. Starting tomorrow, we shall register the population of Red Leaf City, down to the individual, and temporarily halt the acceptance of newcomers. We must also prioritize conscription. Let's set the conditions tomorrow and see who responds. The town hall needs staffing as well. I wonder if there are any adept individuals in domestic affairs that we should increase the compensation. The salt and sugar we currently hold must also be addressed. We need to gather these merchants together. What good is profiting off the commoners? They are the backbone. And the most pressing issue, the sanitation of our streets, is in dire need of overhaul. It must be rigorously addressed, although it was framed as a discussion. It was primarily Zhang Feng speaking, with Caroline nodding along like a chick pecking for grain. The it wasn't that she was being dismissive. Rather, she found every point Zhang Feng made to be valid, leaving her without a counterargument. Once the floodgates of conversation opened, Zhang Feng felt himself gradually settling into the role of lord. However, there were many areas in Red Leaf City that required change, and one could not tackle everything at once. He could only jot down his thoughts for future improvement. After a while, noticing Caroline standing beside him with a somewhat bewildered expression, Zhang Feng realized he had perhaps spoken too much for her to digest all at once and decided to shift the topic. What would you like for dinner? You are right, Zhang Feng. Caroline, never mind. Let's just have something simple. Zhang Feng personally prepared 2 bowls of pickled vegetable noodles, adding ham, marinated eggs, large chicken legs, and a can of hairtail fish to each bowl. Oh, and a bottle of soda. Slurp delicious. Caroline could not resist the extraordinarily rich flavor of the instant noodles. Zhang Feng always found it peculiar to see Caroline eat. Her appetite resembled that of a man. Yet she appeared quite slender and showed no signs of gaining weight. However, weight was a private matter, and Zhang Feng felt it inappropriate to inquire. After they had eaten their fill, and Zhang Feng instructed a servant to dispose of the trash, he noticed Caroline exhibiting a somewhat shy demeanor. Zhang Feng, naturally, picked up on this and curiously asked, "Is there anything else you need? Feel free to say if I have it." No, I. Caroline hastily waved her hands, her eyes betraying a hint of panic, but ultimately she steeled herself and asked, which room do you plan to rest in tonight? Upon her inquiry, Caroline immediately lowered her head. Had Zhang Feng observed closely, he would have noticed her ears were completely flushed, and her lake-like eyes seemed on the verge of overflowing with emotion. However, Zhang Feng appeared oblivious. Internally, he felt a bit smug, thinking that having multiple rooms was not necessarily a blessing, as it would only add to his daily dilemma of deciding where to sleep. I just saw a rather spacious room next to the study, with ample light. I shall sleep there from now on. It's getting late, so you should also retire early. Zhang Feng, wishing to avoid complications, found the adjacent room to the study quite suitable, as it would facilitate his work. "Oh," Caroline responded with a subdued "oh," her tone flat, her lowered head obscuring her expression. Observing Caroline, who was leaving with a bottle of shampoo, Zhang Feng rubbed his throbbing temples. "I can't shake the feeling that I've overlooked something." The following morning, a crowd gathered around the bulletin board in Red Leaf City Square. Those remaining here were acutely aware of the city's precarious situation. Their reasons for not leaving were either a lack of funds for travel or the hope for one last opportunity. Upon hearing of the new Lord's ascension, their attention turned eagerly towards him, with some filled with anticipation, while the majority remained skeptical. Today, word had spread that the new Lord's edicts would be posted on the bulletin board. Regardless of their feelings, everyone felt compelled to come and take a look, even if most could not read. "Oh, new tax laws," an elderly man exclaimed upon seeing the text on the bulletin board. "What? Are they going to raise taxes again? We're barely scraping by. How can they impose more taxes? This new Lord, it's over. I thought we would have a benevolent Lord, but it seems otherwise." The crowd erupted with agitation, yet they managed to restrain themselves from cursing the Lord, for to insult a noble could land one in prison. "Mr. Dobin, please read and clarify what's going on," someone implored the elderly man. Known as Dobin, one of the few literate individuals in Red Leaf City. Chapter 31. The announcement. Mr. Dobin, undeterred by the crowd's impatience, meticulously examined the document, fearful of misreading it. Finally, when the crowd grew restless, he spoke with evident excitement. "The tax laws in Red Leaf City have changed. The toll tax, lodging tax, childbirth tax, single tax, marriage tax, and many others have been abolished. Now we only have 4 main categories: circulation tax, income tax, property tax, and activity tax." "What? So many taxes have been eliminated. Has the Lord shown compassion?" "I doubt it. The last Lord claimed to reduce some taxes, but ended up increasing others." Many in the crowd were skeptical, as their experiences had taught them that anything related to tax rates was rarely beneficial. No, this time it's different." Seeing the misunderstanding, Dobin quickly clarified. "This time, those taxes are genuinely eliminated, while the 4 main taxes do have various subtaxes. Overall, we will be paying significantly less. The simplest way to understand it is, the more you earn and spend, the more you pay. For us common folk, in the best-case scenario, we might only need to pay 1 copper coin each month." "What? Just 1 copper coin?" "Indeed, although that's the minimum. Given our current situation, it represents the least we will pay. Henceforth, we shall only owe 1 copper coin monthly." Upon hearing Dobin's words, the crowd erupted in excitement. For these commoners, one significant reason for their hardship was taxes. There were simply too many. The lords primarily relied on taxation for their income, and to secure a better quality of life, they relentlessly exploited the common folk. Although they would not drive them to death, resulting in the current dire circumstances, while the lords lived comfortably, the commoners suffered immensely. However, I find it somewhat untrustworthy that if the Lord only collects such a minimal tax from us, wouldn't that be a loss for him? Moreover, can Red Leaf City even sustain itself? Some astute individuals sense something amiss, understanding that if they paid less, the Lord would naturally earn less. Would the Lord be so foolish? You are overthinking it. It's clearly stated that the more one earns, the more one pays. Merchants will undoubtedly pay more than us. And even so, relative to what we were paying before, they will also be contributing significantly less." Dobin explained. With this, the crowd's doubts dissipated. They merely wished to avoid heavy taxation, not to see Red Leaf City fail, for they were all too aware of the city's current plight, that if Red Leaf City were to perish, they would have nowhere to go. "This is a good Lord. It's a shame he arrived too late. If only he had come a few years earlier." "Exactly. I haven't finished reading yet." Seeing the crowd lost in their reflections, Dobin quickly interjected. "Oh, is there more about the taxes?" Someone gasped, fearing there might be further burdensome taxes, which would be quite disheartening. "Not at all. Rather, the Lord's office is hiring." Dobin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he read the announcement, feeling he might have found a suitable position for himself. When he saw the subsequent details regarding compensation, his enthusiasm grew even more. "Hiring? For what positions? What are the salaries?" Upon hearing of the job openings, the crowd eagerly inquired about the compensation, as many were struggling to make ends meet and could use any additional income. Recruitment of soldiers requires physical strength, the absence of bad habits, and must be male, age between 15 and 35 years. The positions are limited to 100 individuals. Upon passing the test, the monthly salary will be 20 silver coins, with an additional 10 silver coins for those who can read. Recruitment of municipal officials requires a certain understanding of urban management and law. Literacy is mandatory and experience is preferred. There are no age or gender restrictions, limited to 30 individuals. Upon passing the test, the starting salary will be 30 silver coins per month. Recruitment of cleaners demands diligence and a willingness to endure hardship. There are no age or gender restrictions, limited to 15 individuals. Upon passing the test, the monthly salary will be 8 silver coins. Recruitment of fishermen requires swimming skills and proficiency in fishing. There are no age or gender restrictions, limited to 30 individuals. Upon passing the test, the monthly salary will be 8 silver coins. Recruitment of construction workers necessitates prior building experience. There are no age or gender restrictions, limited to 30 individuals. Upon passing the test, the monthly salary will be 15 silver coins. Recruitment of knights requires possession of a knight's badge and a clean record. There are no age or gender restrictions, and the positions are unlimited. Upon passing the test, the monthly salary will start at 1 gold coin. Note 1. Successfully selected for the above professions will be integrated into the Hongye City civil servant system, enjoying the welfare policies of Hongye City. Note 2. Welfare policies include, but are not limited to the provision of instant noodles, sausages, eggs, canned food, and housing arrangements. Listening to the recruitment announcement read slowly by Dubin, everyone was left in stunned silence. After a few seconds, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of disbelief. This must be a joke. Soldiers earn 20 silver coins a month? Wasn't it 2 silver coins before? And reading adds another 10 silver coins. Although I can't read, I have relatives who can. It seems he meets the requirements. What about fishermen? What are they fishing for? To feed cats. They earn 8 silver coins a month. What is this about cleaners? Their salary is also 8 silver coins. The knights earn at least 1 gold coin a month. How enviable. 1 gold coin is enough for my family of 5 to eat black bread for a whole year. Who would have thought the new lord of the city is so wealthy? It seems we in Hongye City might just weather this storm. Everyone felt incredulous, for the previous lord had also issued recruitment announcements, but they were predominantly in copper coins, unlike the current lord who offered silver coins right off the bat. Naturally, Dubin had his sights set on the municipal official position. Although he only had a rudimentary understanding of urban management, he could read. Literacy was scarce in Hongye City, and with decades of life experience, he was confident in competing for one of those 30 spots. After all, a starting salary of 30 silver coins was something he had never dared to dream of. Prior to this, his income from farming and odd jobs barely amounted to around 50 silver coins a year. Adding in the work of several family members, they might scrape together 1 gold coin. But after various taxes, the remaining money would barely ensure his entire family wouldn't starve. Did Mr. Dubin mention welfare policies? Does that mean there will be instant noodles? Yes, and something like sausages. Wow, there are indeed instant noodles, the kind that Valen couldn't buy even with 1 gold coin. What? The largest timber merchant in Hongye City. Valen couldn't even buy them with 1 gold coin. I know about that. It happened yesterday at the docks that I was there. Valen indeed offered 1 gold coin, but the knight didn't sell them. To be honest, those instant noodles smelled fantastic. Wow, I want to become a civil servant in Hongye City. Chapter 32. I like to drink milk. Besides the recruitment information, a few legal regulations were added at the bottom. The prohibition of eating only 1 meal a day in Hongye City has been lifted, and the Lord personally recommends having 3 meals a day. Hongye City will now implement a household registration system, accurately accounting for individuals. Births and deaths must be reported. Otherwise, fines will be imposed, and serious offenders may be expelled from Hongye City. From tomorrow onward, Hongye City will not accept outside populations, except for job applicants. All outsiders must register. Hongye City will initiate a campaign for civilized behavior and new customs. In Hongye City and its vicinity, public urination is strictly forbidden. Offenders will face fines starting from 1 silver coin, with no upper limit, but if there are no public restrooms available, individuals may prepare their own toilets at home, which will be collected by cleaners each morning and transported to the fields. Starting tomorrow, Hongye City will begin constructing public restrooms. Once they are completed, individuals without toilets at home must use the public facilities. Otherwise, those caught urinating in public will face a fine starting at 10 silver coins. With repeat offenders expelled from Hongye City, the newly added legal regulations were few but straightforward. However, the penalty for public urination sparked considerable discussion. Previously, the residents of Hongye City might have found it difficult to accept. This tradition had been upheld for many years, and suddenly prohibiting it, along with imposing fines, seemed unreasonable, especially with the minimum fine being 1 silver coin, equivalent to many people's monthly wages. Yet, after seeing the recruitment information released by Hongye City, they began to find it somewhat reasonable, as being good citizens meant cooperating with the Lord's efforts. "Mr. Dubin, does the announcement say where to apply for jobs?" Someone eagerly inquired. "At the municipal hall, starting now, for a duration of 3 days. However, before Dubin could finish a sentence, a throng of people had already dashed off towards the municipal hall. Dubin could not afford to fall behind either. Confidence aside, the urgency was palpable. If selected, the minimum salary would be 30 silver coins. The castle was the tallest building in Hongye City. Zhang Feng and Caroline stood by the window, witnessing the bustling scene at the notice board. "It seems to be effective." Zhang Feng was somewhat satisfied. Many of the ideas had come to him on the spur of the moment, and he had felt a bit anxious at first. Now, it appeared that these common folks could comprehend his intentions. Regarding the taxation, Zhang Feng only knew about the 4 major taxes, but he was still unsure about the specifics within them that he intended to investigate thoroughly once he returned to modern society. The current tax framework was merely a draft and would be revised later, with the Lord's office holding the ultimate authority. However, Zhang Feng had no intention of exploiting these commoners. The removal of the miscellaneous taxes was genuine. Given the current circumstances, he anticipated a 90 loss in tax revenue. Yet, this was the situation for now. Tomorrow would be different. After all, although civil servants earned a high salary, their personal income tax would also be higher than others. Additionally, merchants would contribute significantly to the tax pool, and no matter how it played out, Zhang Feng was confident he would not suffer too much loss. "Zhang Feng, according to your current plan, our Lord's office has very few gold coins left. Shouldn't we sell some supplies?" Caroline inquired, glancing at the ledger in her hands. "Of course, but there's no rush that I will send a small scoop of salt to all the prominent merchants in Hongye City, giving them a day to consider. In 2 days, we will hold an auction with limited quantities. First come, first served, that I believe they won't miss this opportunity." Zhang Feng was not planning to simply sell off supplies. Although he had many resources, since he was in the business of trade, he needed to adopt a business-like attitude. He had to earn what was rightfully his. After all, the development of Hongye City was of utmost importance. "Understood." Caroline took out an everlasting pen and began jotting down notes in her notebook. The everlasting pen was a fully metal pen that did not require ink. It left metallic traces on the paper through friction, producing markings akin to pencil writing. The tip was made of a special alloy, making it nearly impervious to wear when used on paper, allowing for prolonged use. Zhang Feng had provided these items for her, as quills were simply too inconvenient. Every time Caroline used the pristine notebook with the endless pen, she felt amazed. Zhang Feng had told her these were items from his homeland, and she was very curious about what his homeland was like. "Are you hungry? What would you like to eat for breakfast?" Zhang Feng asked, turning his gaze towards Caroline. I can eat anything," Caroline replied a little shyly. Ever since Zhang Feng arrived at the castle, the household cooks were on the verge of unemployment. She felt that asking the Lord to prepare food for her was terribly impolite. But it was simply too delicious to refuse. "All right then." Zhang Feng took out 2 bags of toast, lettuce, ham, and eggs from his backpack and quickly made a few sandwiches. Caroline watched intently, and seeing how simple it was, she felt a bit eager to try. Zhang Feng had no objections. If Caroline could cook, it would save him a lot of trouble. However, it was evident that Caroline lacked culinary talent. She even burned the eggs. prompting Zhang Feng to take over. Caroline's expression was somewhat embarrassed. It was quite awkward. After preparing several sandwiches, Zhang Feng produced 2 bottles of pure milk. "What is this?" Caroline asked, intrigued by the sight of pure milk for the first time. "Milk! Milk!" Caroline was taken aback, hesitating to speak. "What's wrong?" "Milk spoils a few hours after being squeezed." Caroline's tone was a bit tentative. Having been near Zhang Feng for the past couple of days, she had never seen him squeeze fresh milk and worried that he might not understand the nuances of milk and might end up drinking spoiled milk. "Don't worry. This is milk from my homeland. It won't spoil for a long time." Zhang Feng personally opened a container for Caroline and inserted a straw. "Would you like to try?" Since Zhang Feng mentioned that there was nothing to worry about, Caroline naturally placed her trust in him, that it was her first time using a straw, and she found it to be quite refreshing. Delicious. With a sip, a rich aroma of milk instantaneously filled her mouth. It was entirely different from any milk she had tasted before. Devoid of any fishy taste, instead bursting with a delightful creaminess. Gulyalu in the blink of an eye, Caroline had finished a 250-milliliter carton of milk, and seeing her look of longing, Zhang Feng handed her another one, curiously inquiring, "Do you prefer it with cola or milk?" "I prefer it with milk over cola." Although it was her first taste, Caroline had already fallen in love with this flavor. "All right, I'll get you some more later. Just treat it as drinking water." Caroline did not refuse, and even felt a hint of secret delight. "You read too thin like a stick. Drink more, eat more, and put on some weight." That little thrill of joy vanished in an instant. Caroline desperately wanted to refute that she was not thin, that her figure was just right, and did not require any further weight gain. However, upon seeing Zhang Feng lower his head to eat without sparing her a glance, she felt a surge of irritation. She truly wanted to give him a good thrashing. Chapter 33. Prepare more gold coins. Valen, as the largest lumber merchant in Maple Leaf City, led a life comparable to that of the nobility. In fact, strictly speaking, he did not solely conduct business in Maple Leaf City. He operated across many cities in the Falling Mountain Range, but had simply spent more time in Maple Leaf City over the past year. Recently, the situation in Maple Leaf City had not been favorable, and Valen had initially planned to withdraw in the next couple of days. However, upon discovering a new food item in Maple Leaf City known as instant noodles, he sensed a business opportunity and decided to remain temporarily. Early in the morning, Valen, attended by his servants, donned his attire and strolled into the hall that a sheepskin scroll had already been prepared, detailing the financial situation during this period. After perusing it for a while, Valen's brow furrowed slightly. His business in Maple Leaf City had begun to incur losses, occurring sooner than he had anticipated. According to the current situation, for every additional day he stayed, he would lose 10 silver coins. Although 10 silver coins were not a significant sum for him, it marked the beginning of a troubling trend, and the discomfort of losing money in vain was certainly unpleasant. Knight Marlowe mentioned that the new lord of the city is going to hold an event. I wonder when it will be. It would be best if it were soon. Valen was quite interested in the instant noodles, but he was uncertain if he would be able to procure them, that if he stayed in Maple Leaf City for 10 days or half a month without being able to buy any. The daily losses would indeed be painful. How difficult. Valen sighed and instructed his servant, "Go have the kitchen prepare some meat. I'm feeling a bit hungry." "Yes, esteemed master." Most people in this world do not have the habit of eating breakfast, and Valen was no exception. However, as a wealthy merchant with considerable assets, he had his own dedicated chef who could provide him with food whenever he felt hungry. Shortly after, a small bowl of salt-boiled meat was respectfully brought to him by the servant. Salt was a precious commodity for people, yet indispensable. While ordinary people might meticulously calculate their salt intake, 1 grain the size of a thumb cap could last them 2 days. Valen was extravagant, using several grains of salt to prepare a small bowl of pork. The bowl of pork contained only some salt, devoid of any vegetables or seasonings, and the glistening, fatty meat greatly stimulated Valen's appetite. In the absence of outsiders, Valen felt no need to maintain decorum. He embraced the meat with both hands and devoured it with gusto. The servant standing beside him swallowed audibly, the sound of his throat occasionally betraying his own hunger. Meat was inherently expensive, and with the recent situation in Maple Leaf City, meat prices had been rising, making it a long time since this servant had tasted meat. "Ah, delightful," burped Valen, with grease dripping from his mouth. Let out a satisfied belch. feeling considerably more alert after finishing the bowl of meat. After Valen was done, the servant first helped him wipe his hands before taking away the bowl that now only contained salt water, which could be reused for cooking later. After satisfying his hunger, Valen reopened the sheepskin scroll, but before he could delve into it, he heard the servant's announcement from outside. "Master, someone from the Lord's manor wishes to see you." Upon hearing the words Lord's manor, Valen's eyes brightened, and he quickly rose. "Please come in." Guided by the servant, a young man dressed in coarse linen entered. "Master Valen, greetings that I come on the Lord's orders to invite you to tomorrow afternoon's auction in Maple Leaf City. Please be sure to attend. Here is the invitation." The young man appeared somewhat nervous, as if it were his first time doing such a task, and he handed Valen an intricately carved small wooden plaque. The plaque was palm-sized, one side inscribed with the words Maple Leaf City Auction Invitation, and the other side depicted a simple drawing of a castle. Upon learning that there would be an auction tomorrow, Valen was somewhat taken aback, particularly intrigued by the interesting nature of the invitation, and he picked up the small wooden plaque and toyed with it in his hands, finding it hard to part with. He recalled that Knight Marlowe had mentioned to him yesterday that the Lord would host an event. It seemed that this auction was indeed what he had referred to, having witnessed the instant noodles. He had no doubt about the Lord's capability to host an auction. Valen's mind raced, and he inquired, "Good sir, may I ask what items will be featured at this auction? Could you share some details?" If instant noodles were indeed on offer, he was confident he could secure them, for among the merchants in Maple Leaf City, he seemed to be the only one who had come into close contact with instant noodles and understood their allure. Even though he was no longer hungry, just the thought of the flavor made his mouth water. "I am sorry, sir, but I do not have the authority to disclose that information," the young man replied, shaking his head. "What a pity." Valen expressed his regret, yet it did not heavily impact him. After all, he was one of the largest merchants in Maple Leaf City. Even other merchants of similar standing would afford him a modicum of respect. When the time came for him to bid, they would hardly be able to contest him. "Master Valen, I have delivered the message, and I shall take my leave." "All right, I almost forgot." The young man slapped his forehead. He had previously been merely a slave, and although he had undergone a day's training, conveying messages of such difficulty had almost gone awry. "Oh!" In Valen's astonished gaze, the young man reached into his garment and pulled out a small cloth pouch. "This is a small gift from the Lord. He hopes you will open it yourself." He also suggested that you prepare some more gold coins, or else you may struggle to compete with others at the auction. The young man placed the pouch into Valen's hands and departed. Valen's curiosity was piqued. What could be so mysterious that he had to open it himself? Furthermore, why the suggestion to prepare more gold coins? Did the Lord truly think he would struggle in competition? Valen was the largest lumber merchant in Maple Leaf City. What could possibly challenge him? Knowing he could easily bid a gold coin for a bowl of instant noodles, it was clear Valen was not lacking in funds. He had never underestimated the Lord, but he felt somewhat belittled by him. With this peculiar sentiment, Valen opened the cloth pouch. What is this?" Inside the pouch was a small handful of white crystals, roughly a spoonful. Valen picked up a few grains to examine, noting that although the crystals were tiny, they were translucent and exceptionally white, without a hint of impurity. Was it some sort of mineral? A gem? But it seemed rather small. Instinctively, he licked a grain with his tongue, a method he often used to identify various substances, trusting that the Lord would not harm him with this, that a faint salty flavor flooded his mouth, causing Valen to widen his eyes in astonishment. Salt? This is actually salt. This salt was entirely different from any he had encountered before. Speaking of its appearance alone was insufficient, but in terms of flavor, it was incomparable. This snow-white salt bore no strange taste, only a pure saltiness. Unlike the salt Valen had previously consumed, which had both a salty and a bitter flavor. Reluctantly swallowing the salt, Valen realized he truly needed to prepare more gold coins. If this no salt were to be sold, surely many would be willing to purchase it. He was confident that if he turned around and sold this snow salt to other nobles, no noble would refuse, guaranteeing a profitable venture. Chapter 34. Zhang Feng teaches etiquette naturally. Valen was not the only recipient of Zhang Feng's small gift. Among the merchants still in Maple Leaf City, regardless of their status, there were a total of 13 individuals, all of whom received a small gift from Zhang Feng. The gift givers were the male slaves who had undergone training for less than a day. Zhang Feng had a limited number of male slaves, totaling fewer than 30. Yet despite the brief training period, they managed to handle simple tasks like running errands quite well. Similar to Valen, the other merchants were both astonished and excited upon receiving a small spoonful of snow-white salt from Zhang Feng. Although they had not previously engaged in the salt trade, now that such an obvious business opportunity lay before them, how could they not seize the chance to try? Meanwhile, Zhang Feng received feedback from the male slaves, with the merchants assuring him they would certainly attend the auction tomorrow afternoon. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhang Feng was also the lord of Maple Leaf City. His requests would undoubtedly be honored. And given the small offering of salt, no one could refuse. With the intention of hosting a small auction, preparations must surely be made in advance. Although Zhang Feng lacked experience in this area, he could glean some insights from years of indulging in novels and films. The essentials were merely venue setup, catalog production, promotional activities prior to the auction, relevant personnel, and security monitoring. However, since Zhang Feng was organizing a small auction and had a rather limited time frame of only one day for preparation, many aspects were deemed unnecessary. Currently, he required only a venue, the items to be auctioned, and the associated personnel. Zhang Feng chose the town hall as the venue. The town hall served as the administrative center for all affairs in Maple Leaf City, encompassing industry, commerce, transportation, environment, and public works. Its functions overlapped somewhat with those of the Lord's Mansion, yet the town hall was solely responsible for matters within Maple Leaf City, while the Lord's Mansion governed the entire baronial territory. Presently, most officials at the town hall had vacated, leaving only Blanche behind, who was overwhelmed with tasks that as a result. Some orders had to be delegated to Caroline, Marlowe, or even handled by Zhang Feng himself. For instance, the notices posted on the bulletin board were all penned by Zhang Feng personally, as the current administrative staff in Maple Leaf City was quite scarce. The town hall was a two-story building, with the second floor serving as the residence for municipal officials and the first floor designated for their work. Zhang Feng found this layout rather illogical. Combining living and working spaces felt awkward and lacked gravitas. Furthermore, despite being an office, there was no grand hall. Currently, a long queue of applicants extended outside. Accompanied by soldiers clearing the way, Zhang Feng soon encountered the harried Blanche. "Lord Mayor, Lady Mayor." Upon seeing Zhang Feng and Caroline arrive, Blanche promptly rose to greet them with respect. Hearing Blanche refer to her as Lady Mayor caused Caroline's ears to flush. Zhang Feng, however, paid little heed to this and kindly inquired, "How is the work going? Are you managing?" Observing the lengthy queue before her, Blanche mustered the courage to respond, "It's manageable." Zhang Feng realized that his question was somewhat naive, considering it was his first experience in a leadership role. Caroline, noticing the awkwardness between the two, stifled a laugh. "Ahem, could you prepare a larger room for me? I will be hosting a small auction tomorrow." "Yes, Lord Mayor." Blanche promptly set aside her interview duties to assist Zhang Feng. Although Zhang Feng felt a tinge of embarrassment, recognizing Blanche's busy schedule, there was little choice. She was the only municipal official available. Those well-versed in municipal matters were undoubtedly her. Thus she had to conduct the evaluations. In a couple of days, Zhang Feng would have more personnel at his disposal. With the venue settled and auction items prepared, the remaining task was to arrange personnel. This was straightforward, as they were not seeking highly skilled individuals. The female slaves from the previous day could suffice, requiring little more than to serve tea and water. After departing the somewhat chaotic town hall, Zhang Feng felt quite pleased with Erica. Though only one day had passed, one could hardly discern that they were a group of slaves. They were all young, dressed neatly in coarse linen garments, clean and devoid of any unpleasant odors. Apart from being somewhat slender, they bore no difference from ordinary individuals. Erica had taught them noble etiquette for just a day, while the results were not ostentatious. Their demeanor had transformed entirely compared to yesterday. Simply put, they no longer exhibited timidity and had gained some confidence that, of course, upon Zhang Feng's arrival, the slaves immediately knelt, demonstrating their respect. Erica, too, followed suit, regardless of her previous status. Now she was merely Zhang Feng's slave and must not forget the rules. "Rise." Zhang Feng gently assisted Erica to her feet, leaving her somewhat flabbergasted. "You performed admirably, that if you can train them to possess even half the grace of noble ladies, I shall grant you freedom from slavery." Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Erica's eyes lit up. If there was an opportunity to escape slavery and become a free person, she would certainly seize it. It appeared she would need to exert more effort. Select 10 women who seem to possess a certain elegance. I have use for them. Erica chose 10 female slaves from the over 100 present, all likely in their teens or early 20s, tall and fair in appearance, which pleased Zhang Feng immensely, that he then led these 10 female slaves to a separate room to impart some unique knowledge. For instance, they should greet newcomers with a warm welcome, accompanied by a smile, maintaining a level of respect without being obsequious. Next was the matter of posture. Head should be held high, neck straightened, shoulders relaxed, abdomens tucked, waists upright, and hips elevated. Zhang Feng, having a fair understanding of etiquette from his university days, where his striking appearance had led him to be coaxed into the etiquette department, training daily with a group of ladies, was quite knowledgeable. Listening to Zhang Feng's explanations, the 10 slaves, including Erica and Caroline, felt their faces flush. Given the relative conservatism of this world, Zhang Feng's directness was somewhat embarrassing. However, they gradually recognized the merit in his teachings when following Zhang Feng's guidance. The slaves stood in a manner that was rather commendable. Although these 10 did not possess Erica's noble grace, they surpassed the average individual significantly. Quite good. Observing the 10 lovely women standing straight before him, Zhang Feng nodded that it was merely a temporary experiment, so it sufficed for now, yet Zhang Feng felt that something was missing. By the way, Caroline, who is responsible for the attire at our Lord's mansion? Zhang Feng realized what was lacking. He required an appropriate outfit. In Maple Leaf City, there was only one tailor shop, and most clothing available on the market was produced by this establishment, which happened to belong to the Lord's mansion, Zhang Feng's property. Soon, 2 elderly women arrived at Zhang Feng's side. Escorted by soldiers, Caroline, curious, wondered what Zhang Feng intended to do. Lord Mayor. The 2 women knelt respectfully upon seeing Zhang Feng. Rise that I have some ideas regarding clothing design. Please let me know if they are feasible. The others were somewhat puzzled. Could Zhang Feng truly possess expertise in textiles? Nevertheless, no one was foolish enough to voice their thoughts, and the 2 tailors nodded respectfully. Please do share. Come here. Zhang Feng beckoned a slave forward. Once she stood before him, he pointed at her attire and remarked, "You see, her clothing appears overly loose and baggied. Do you not think it fails to showcase the graceful form of a woman?" The group exchanged bewildered glances, looking from the slave's outfit to their own. Caroline murmured softly, "Isn't clothing typically like this?" Their garments shared similar styles, differing only in color and fabric, leaving them utterly confused by Zhang Feng's point. Thus, modify it directly as I instruct and observe the outcome. Zhang Feng understood that explaining would be cumbersome. He could only demonstrate first and then assess the results. Start with the waist. Alter it to be fitted. Fitted meaning snug, accentuating her body's curves. Then, the collar should be raised to imbue a sense of refined elegance, the AS for the sleeves. Make them 3/4 length, revealing a hint of the wrist, the AS for the hem of the skirt. We shall leave that unchanged for now. Just proceed with that for the time being. Let us see how it turns out. Zhang Feng envisioned a qipao, as it effectively highlighted a woman's delicate curves, typically worn for receptions. However, the tailoring techniques and materials of this otherworldly realm differed significantly from modern practices, and Zhang Feng estimated that he could not replicate it perfectly. Thus, he opted to have them tested first. The slave's face flushed with embarrassment, primarily due to Zhang Feng's continuous gestures and the audience present, making it difficult for her to comprehend his instructions. Nevertheless, the others listened attentively, particularly Caroline, who possessed skills in garment making and found Zhang Feng's theories intriguing. Upon concluding his instructions, the 2 tailors immediately set to work, retrieving a new set of women's clothing for tailoring. Zhang Feng occasionally provided guidance from the sidelines. Before long, the outfit designed by Zhang Feng was completed. When the slave donned her new attire, apart from Zhang Feng, everyone else was wide-eyed in astonishment. "This is simply stunning. So beautiful." The crowd was taken aback, including the slave herself, who could hardly believe the transformation. Previously, their garments had been exceedingly loose, indistinguishable between nobility and commoners, differentiated solely by color and fabric. Yet with the advent of this fitted style, it felt as though they had opened the door to a new era. The design showcased their curves beautifully, and most importantly, although the wearer was a slave, when she stood with the etiquette Zhang Feng had taught her, the outfit remarkably imparted an air of nobility. If Caroline's noble aura was intrinsic, this slave's elegance was augmented by external means. Specifically, the fitted attire to an uninformed observer, one might easily mistake this female slave for a noble woman, and it is likely they would harbor no doubts. Caroline's eyes sparkled with interest. After all, the desire for beauty is universal, and she was quite taken with this ensemble. Zhang Feng, however, was not particularly surprised, having encountered a myriad of garments in his extensive experience. Although the materials and craftsmanship prevented this outfit from being fashioned into a traditional qipao, especially lacking the characteristic slits, it still presented a commendable silhouette, at least appearing quite flattering. After alterations, Zhang Feng found it far more visually appealing than the loose-fitting robes. "My lord, if our future garments are styled like this, I believe they will sell exceedingly well," exclaimed the two seasoned tailors, their excitement palpable as they realized for the first time that clothing could be crafted in such a manner. Shattering their previous perceptions. No rush on the others. Let us first tailor 20 reception gowns for these 10 individuals, and let us choose red as the color. Understood. While the red fabric was costly, the request came from the Lord, and they were determined to fulfill it to the best of their abilities. Regrettably, high heels were unavailable. Such footwear would take time to produce, and its absence would have undoubtedly elevated the overall effect. After a day filled with etiquette lessons and garment alterations, the sun had already reached its zenith. With numerous tasks still pending and no extra hands to assist, Zhang Feng could only turn to himself. So lunch consisted of a hasty meal. Though for him, hasty was a relative term. Caroline, clutching a bucket of KFC, wore an expression of pure bliss that in the afternoon, Zhang Feng returned to the town hall, where Blanche had prepared a spacious room for him. He directed the servants to arrange some chairs and tables, thus fashioning a makeshift auction hall. Although this was merely a small-scale auction, Zhang Feng intended to seize the opportunity to elevate the reputation of Maple Leaf City. Ideally attracting talented individuals, for him, the influx of residents was not a concern. Rather, it was the absence of people that posed a real threat. To properly manage a city, a robust populace was essential. While a larger population would increase the city's burdens, Zhang Feng possessed vast resources from another world, rendering such trivial matters inconsequential. Of course, this was contingent upon the auction's success, enabling him to exchange luxury items for ample provisions. The day passed in a flurry of activity. Caroline shadowed Zhang Feng, absorbing a wealth of knowledge. Her little notebook was filled with notes. Despite the long hours, Zhang Feng remained invigorated, even somewhat exhilarated, as this marked his inaugural event, instilling in him a sense of entrepreneurial pride. Dinner was once again shared with Caroline, but this time, Zhang Feng prepared a large platter of fried rice. The method of cooking rice in this manner intrigued Caroline. In her world, culinary techniques were limited to boiling and stewing, and she had never witnessed such an innovative approach. After tasting the fried rice, Caroline felt a pang of regret for the years she had lived without such delightful cuisine. Following dinner, Zhang Feng retreated to his study to peruse parchment scrolls, contemplating various strategies for managing Maple Leaf City. Caroline remained by his side, dutifully assisting him. However, she occasionally stifled yawns, clearly weary from the day's exertions. Zhang Feng, noticing her fatigue, inquired with concern, "Are you tired?" Caroline, somewhat embarrassed, replied, "No, not at all." Zhang Feng, exasperated, suggested, "If you're tired, you should retire for the night." "I'm fine. I'm not tired. What I mean is, your presence here is of little help. You might as well wash up and rest early." Caroline hesitated, wanting to respond but ultimately left in a huff, her head lowered in frustration. The following day, Zhang Feng rose early. Glancing at the empty expanse of the large bed beside him, he felt a twinge of loneliness. At over 20 years of age, he wondered when he might find companionship. Chapter 36. Comfort in the morning, dressed and ready, Zhang Feng opened the door, coincidentally encountering Caroline. "Good morning." Good morning." Caroline was still unaccustomed to such greetings, her response slightly delayed. "Lord Zhang Feng." "You are. she remarked, eyeing the cup in his hand with curiosity. Brushing my teeth. Brushing your teeth. Caroline was taken aback, unfamiliar with this term. Yes, brushing my teeth, or rather cleansing my mouth to eliminate bacteria and bad breath. You do brush your teeth, don't you? Noticing Zhang Feng's expression of distaste, Caroline's face flushed crimson. Of course I do. I brush my teeth every day. She produced a single clove of clove, somewhat proudly displaying it to Zhang Feng. Clove! Zhang Feng was genuinely surprised. In this world, spices were exceedingly valuable, often equated with gold, or even surpassing it. Though she held but a single clove, it was still a luxury. Using spices for dental hygiene? How extravagant. What a wasteful girl, Zhang Feng muttered under his breath. Although Caroline did not catch his words, she sensed his subtle disdain and felt a surge of indignation. In truth, she rarely used cloves for cleaning her teeth, as they were too expensive, even for someone of her status. Most often, she relied on salt and hazel twigs. Today, seeing Zhang Feng produce a set of unfamiliar yet professional tools, she instinctively brandished her clove, not wishing to appear inferior. Well, if you have the means, go ahead. Zhang Feng shrugged, moving to a corner of the yard, squeezing toothpaste onto his brush and filling a cup with water. Gurgle, gurgle, spit, brush, brush, brush. As Zhang Feng performed these somewhat comical actions, a light fragrance wafted towards Caroline's nose. She longed to inquire about the fresh-smelling substance he was using, but having just regained a semblance of pride, she hesitated. Upon finishing, Zhang Feng noticed Caroline still standing there, puzzled. What's wrong? Do you need something? No, nothing. Caroline stammered, her cheeks tinged with pink as she hesitated for what felt like an eternity, ultimately remaining silent. Since meeting Zhang Feng, the new lord of the city, she felt her past life had been trivial. Zhang Feng embodied true nobility, a trait not only evident in his diet but in every aspect of his being. For instance, he was exceptionally clean, while Zhang Feng undoubtedly possessed greater wealth than she. He did not resort to using cloves, an extravagant luxury reserved for royalty. Instead, he utilized this strange new contraption. Surely, such an item must provide a superior level of cleanliness and be worth far more than cloves. Caroline yearned to borrow it, as she too cherished cleanliness, but it was Zhang Feng's personal possession, and its potential value made her reluctant to ask. However, her gaze remained fixed on the toothbrush in Zhang Feng's hand. Her desire unmistakable. Zhang Feng, noticing her longing expression, playfully shook the toothbrush and asked, "Would you like to give it a try?" Caroline's cheeks flushed, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. "Very well, I shall fetch you a new set." Zhang Feng casually rummaged through his garments, producing a brand new toothbrush and a tube of toothpaste. Caroline had grown accustomed to the surprising abundance of items Zhang Feng could carry in his clothing. She accepted them with delight. "This is toothpaste. And this is a toothbrush. You use it like this." Zhang Feng offered a brief demonstration, as it was not a particularly complex task, and Caroline quickly learned. "This smells wonderful. It's mint-flavored, which I quite enjoy. You can try it out while I prepare breakfast." It was worth noting that despite being a genuine lord, Zhang Feng still had to prepare his own meals, a rather unassuming situation for someone of his stature. Unfortunately, the local chefs possessed inadequate skills and could not produce the dishes he desired. Zhang Feng planned to take some time to teach them proper cooking techniques, yearning to experience the luxury of being served. After enjoying a delicious bowl of lean meat porridge with Caroline, Zhang Feng returned to his work. Beyond the upcoming auction, he was also contemplating the various avenues for developing Maple Leaf City. First and foremost, food was a given. He had a natural advantage, or perhaps a cheat, allowing him to transform Maple Leaf City into a haven of luxurious cuisine. Yet, Zhang Feng believed that merely being a culinary city was insufficient. It was too one-dimensional. For true development, a multifaceted approach was essential. For instance, the clothing industry had piqued his interest, as it appeared to hold promise in this otherworldly realm. Furthermore, he found the local inns to be sorely lacking. Despite being a service-oriented industry, their service was abysmal, devoid of any sense of customer experience. Zhang Feng considered it a tragic waste of a potentially thriving sector. Maple Leaf City could no longer afford to operate as it had previously. Allowing people and livestock to share sleeping quarters was wholly unacceptable. A reform was imperative. Lastly, real estate remained a cornerstone of any society. Regardless of the world, owning a home had always been of paramount importance. For instance, within Zhang Feng's territory, many desired to possess a home in Maple Leaf City. However, despite its modest size, the housing prices in Hongye City are still somewhat steep in comparison to the residents' incomes. In truth, there are numerous vacant properties within the city. The former lord preferred not to sell rather than offering them at a lower price to the common folk. In Zhang Feng's view, this mindset is nothing short of wasteful. Yet, there is little that can be done, as perspectives differ. Moreover, the impoverished population within the territory constitutes the majority, and any attempt to develop real estate would necessitate an elevation in the living standards of the people. Ultimately, the focus must be on enhancing the quality of life and happiness index of Hongye City's residents. Only when they attain wealth can they generate greater value for Zhang Feng. Contemplating this, Zhang Feng realized the weighty responsibility that lay ahead, as he mulled over the 5- and 10-year plans for the future of Hongye City. Time slipped away swiftly. Master Zhang Feng, the auction is about to commence. Caroline's reminder broke his reverie, prompting Zhang Feng to set down his pen. The table was strewn with several sheets of A4 paper filled with his thoughts. Ouch! After sitting for an extended period, he raised his head and felt a stiffness in his neck accompanied by soreness in his shoulders. Just as he prepared to massage himself, he suddenly felt a smooth, delicate hand resting on his shoulder. Instinctively, Zhang Feng squeezed it gently. It was soft and quite pleasant. Master Zhang Feng, you must be quite tired. Allow me to give you a massage. Caroline's shy voice came from behind him. Noticing Zhang Feng's exhaustion, she simply wished to assist him, not expecting that he would grasp her hand. All right. Zhang Feng quickly withdrew his hand, a slight thrill coursing through him, as he had never experienced the luxury of a massage before. Seizing the opportunity, he thought it only fitting to indulge in this newfound experience. A little to the left, yes, just like that, so delightful. 20 minutes later, a rejuvenated Zhang Feng emerged alongside the blushing Caroline. Your technique is quite impressive. Who taught you? When my mother was still alive, I often helped her with shoulder massages, Caroline replied, her tone tinged with melancholy. Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a twinge of sorrow. Both of them were like solitary blades of grass. Yet, Caroline was somewhat luckier. At least she had served her mother. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, had never even seen his mother. However, one could argue that this was both a blessing and a curse. It was difficult to imagine the depths of her sorrow when her mother passed away. Zhang Feng gently patted her shoulder, offering words of comfort. You are far more fortunate than I. I've never even laid eyes on my mother. Ah! Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words and observing the sincerity on his face, Caroline felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have brought that up. Watching her spiral into guilt, Zhang Feng felt somewhat at a loss that he had intended to console her. Yet it seemed he had only exacerbated her turmoil. By the way, what did you have for lunch? He inquired, hoping to shift the topic. I haven't eaten yet. I was waiting for you. Caroline glanced around. Unable to meet Zhang Feng's gaze, in an instant, Zhang Feng understood. Her hesitation stemmed from the fear that her palate had been spoiled by his lavish tastes, rendering her unable to enjoy her previous meals. Amused, he said, Perfect timing, before the auction. I've arranged for a light afternoon tea. Let us share a meal. I will defer to your judgment, Caroline replied, her eyes cast down, revealing a blush creeping up her ears. Then let us be off. Zhang Feng chose not to press the matter further, and led Caroline to the temporary auction venue at the town hall. Meanwhile, a dozen prominent merchants in Hongye City were also making their way to the event. Lord Warren, it has been quite some time. I thought you had already departed. A portly middle-aged merchant spotted Warren from a distance and quickly approached him. Warren recognized the voice as belonging to a familiar figure and turned to see a well-dressed merchant accompanied by two servants. Lord Brown. How curious. I had assumed you were in Rock City, Warren responded. Intrigued, Brown was in the stone trade, and his business was somewhat larger than Warren's. Given that stones were not in high demand in Hongye City, it was uncommon for merchants dealing in stone to visit. Thus, Warren was taken aback to see Brown. I happened to be passing through while conducting business and heard about the recent turmoil in Hongye City, so I thought I would stop by, Brown explained with a smile. Business people are often sensitive to certain developments, such as the food crisis or the change in city leadership. Regardless of whether there was a business opportunity, if he had the time, a visit would not be in vain. Perfect timing. Shall we go together? Warren suggested. That was precisely my intention, Brown replied with a radiant smile. As they drew closer, Brown leaned in and asked in a hushed tone, Lord Warren, may I inquire if you know anything about the new lord of Hongye City? I'm not very familiar, in fact. I know nothing at all, as I've yet to meet him. Warren shook his head. Oh, you've been in Hongye City for so long and have yet to encounter the lord. Brown was somewhat surprised. He had hoped to gather information about the city's new leader, but now realized that his inquiry might yield no results. The lord has only just assumed office a few days ago. I have yet to find an opportunity to meet him, Warren clarified. I see. But I sense that this new lord is quite enigmatic. Brown casually produced a small cloth pouch. That moment, Warren's pupils narrowed. The pouch resembled a small gift sent by representatives from the former lord's office. In fact, it was the very same gift. Warren had previously speculated whether the new lord was distributing gifts to every notable merchant in Hongye City, and it appeared that this was indeed the case. After all, even a transient merchant like Brown had received one, so others surely had as well. It seems Lord Warren has also received this gift, Brown remarked. Indeed, Warren replied without denial. Brown opened the pouch to reveal fine, white salt. This is quite a treasure. I find it hard to believe that such a remote place could produce salt of this quality. I doubt even the capital of the Buck Kingdom has anything comparable. Brown's expression was filled with excitement. He and Warren shared the same sentiment, acquiring this salt. If he could obtain it, even without prior experience in the salt trade, Brown felt he might be able to give it a try. After all, no one would turn down gold coins. If we can procure this salt and sell it in other cities, or perhaps even the capital, the profits would surely multiply. Warren's gaze gleamed with ambition. They exchanged knowing glances, a spark of mutual respect igniting between them. Yet they were also acutely aware of the competitive nature of their relationship. Friends are friends, but competition must still be acknowledged. With their respective servants in tow, they arrived at the town hall. Due to Zhang Feng's prior arrangements to clear the area, the job seekers had temporarily vacated, leaving the vicinity around the town hall relatively empty. Upon entering, both Warren and Brown were taken aback. They beheld 6 elegantly dressed women standing at either side of the grand entrance. Clad in fitted red reception gowns, the ladies' natural curves were accentuated beautifully, and their subtly exposed alabaster wrists captivated both men's attention. With their poised postures, elegantly styled hair, and warm smiles, the two were momentarily entranced. Which noble family do these ladies belong to? No, the noble women they typically encountered did not possess such an aura. Warren glanced down at his drab gray attire, then back to the vibrant red of the women's gowns, instantly feeling a wave of self-consciousness wash over him. Welcome! Their harmonious and melodious voices snapped both men back to reality. As the 6 noble women bowed their heads slightly in greeting, the 2 older men felt an unusual warmth flush their cheeks. Ahem! They both cleared their throats, momentarily at a loss for words. May I ask if you possess an invitation? My lords, one of the ladies inquired, noticing their hesitation. Why, yes, of course, Warren stammered, fumbling slightly as he retrieved the invitation from his bag. Brown quickly followed suit, presenting his invitation with utmost respect, though his gaze continually drifted toward the enchanting lady before him. Please, follow me, the lady said, confirming their invitations. She gracefully gestured for them to enter, her hand resting elegantly on her abdomen. Very well, they both murmured in reply. The lady stepped ahead to lead the way, while Warren and Brown struggled to avert their eyes from her captivating figure. Here we are, gentlemen. Please step inside, she announced as they reached a closed wooden door, turning to make another inviting gesture. The 2 older men quickly diverted their gazes, their faces tinged with a light blush. Thank you, Warren said, placing his right hand over his heart and nodding in a gentlemanly fashion in that moment. He felt as if he had been rejuvenated by 2 decades. As their servants awaited outside, Warren and Brown straightened their postures and entered the room. Upon entering, they realized the layout of the space was unlike that of a typical auction venue. A long rectangular table was surrounded by chairs, resembling more of a dining room. However, given that this was a small auction, they paid little mind to the unusual setting. Valen and Brown arrived relatively early. Apart from the two of them, there were already two merchants seated. Given their unfamiliarity, Valen merely nodded in acknowledgement. "Are they also here?" Brown asked, somewhat surprised upon finding a place to sit, recognizing the two merchants, one engaged in the fabric trade and the other in ironworks, both of whom had no direct connection to the salt business. "Enticing gold coins, no one would refuse," Valen remarked, shaking his head. Before long, more than a dozen invited merchants had gathered, with several taking seats beside Valen, forming a small circle as they began to converse quietly. "My lord, do you know those ladies outside?" "I do not. I am unaware of their origins. They all exude such grace, and their attire is splendid. Just my type." "Are you referring to their clothing?" Hee. These merchants, seasoned and well-versed in the ways of the world, found themselves behaving like novices today, discussing which lady possessed the most alluring figure and who was more popular. While the welcoming ladies were certainly not the most stunning they had ever seen, many more beautiful women had crossed their paths. There was an innate nobility in the way these elegantly attired ladies carried themselves that was unmatched. Many in the room felt a stirring in their hearts as they gazed upon them. Creak. As the merchants whispered amongst themselves, the door swung open once more, revealing Zhang Feng and Caroline, with Blanche trailing behind. Blanche had been recruited by Zhang Feng to serve as a temporary auctioneer. Although not surprised that Zhang Feng was hosting an auction, she was taken aback when she saw the items he intended to sell. Her eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment. Even now, the remnants of her shock lingered, and she finally understood why Zhang Feng dared to offer her a monthly salary of 30 silver coins. "Greetings, Lord Mayor." "Greetings, Lady Mayor." Upon seeing the two, the merchants rose to pay their respects. "Hello, everyone." Zhang Feng found it quite normal to be addressed as Lord Mayor, yet felt a peculiar sensation when Caroline was referred to as Lady Mayor. Caroline followed closely behind Zhang Feng, maintaining an appropriate distance from the crowd, yet not appearing overly aloof. Her every gesture radiated elegance, perfectly embodying the essence of nobility. Zhang Feng, with a warm smile, addressed the assembly. "I am deeply honored that you could take time from your busy schedules to attend my auction. I have heard that many of you journeyed from afar overnight, likely without having had lunch, that I have prepared a light afternoon tea to satiate your hunger, and I hope you will not find it lacking." The merchants were taken aback by the politeness of the Lord Mayor, momentarily at a loss for words. The nobility they had encountered in the past had all been haughty and dismissive. Had it not been for their wealth, merchants would have been reluctant to engage with them. Yet upon meeting Zhang Feng, the new Lord Mayor, they felt he surpassed most nobles with just a few simple words. Valen was the first to regain his composure, quickly responding, "Not at all, my lord. You are far too gracious." As the other merchants also collected themselves, they insisted they were not busy or hungry, even though they were unaware of what afternoon tea entailed. In truth, aside from Valen, Brown, and a few merchants remaining in Red Leaf City, there were indeed others who had rushed in from different locales. Not every merchant was conveniently present in Red Leaf City, but upon receiving news from their subordinates about Zhang Feng's small gifts, they were unwilling to miss this opportunity, even if it meant arriving without having had lunch. "There is no need for formality. Please take a seat. The afternoon tea is ready," Zhang Feng said as he walked directly to the head of the table, with Caroline quietly and gracefully taking a seat beside him. Clap. With a resounding clap of his hands, the enchanting, welcoming ladies entered in single file. They pushed a small cart laden with delectable treats. Initially, the merchants had been captivated by the ladies, as it is natural for one to appreciate beauty, especially when encountering women who could stir the hearts of even these seasoned men. However, as they beheld the food they brought, all eyes were drawn irresistibly to the spread, including Caroline's. Each cup of richly aromatic milk tea was presented before them, accompanied by steaming dishes that left everyone marveling at the delightful scents wafting through the air. There were sandwiches filled with ham, eggs, and lettuce, enticing egg tarts, fruit salads, and a generous portion of roasted venison, perfectly seared on the outside and tender within. Gulp. Nearly everyone swallowed audibly in Zhang Feng's eyes. Given the limited ingredients, the afternoon tea was rather humble. There was not even a cake, and it lacked visual appeal, especially since the milk tea was instant. Yet that was merely his perspective, to the others. This afternoon tea was both lavish and visually pleasing, particularly the intoxicating aroma of the instant milk tea that was utterly irresistible. Although they had yet to begin eating, the presentation alone suggested it would be delightful. Once everything was served, the welcoming ladies politely stood to the side, and Zhang Feng invited, "Please, everyone." Some could hardly contain themselves. And as Zhang Feng's words faded, one immediately seized a cup of milk tea and gulped it down. Wow! Is this made with syrup? So sweet, so delicious. With one leading the charge, the others soon followed suit. Losing their restraint and eagerly digging in, Caroline, with graceful poise, took a delicate sip of the milk tea. The creamy sweetness and fragrant tea overwhelmed her senses, and the rich sweetness burst on her tongue, complemented by the perfect temperature, causing her to momentarily close her eyes in pleasure. "Zhang Feng, what is this so sweet?" Caroline asked in a hushed tone. "Milk tea. Do you enjoy it?" Zhang Feng replied, finding it rather average, as he preferred it with fruit bits and pearls. Yes, I love it." In just a few short days, Caroline's favorite beverage had transformed from red wine to cola, then to milk, and now to milk tea. A rapid evolution indeed. Zhang Feng silently criticized her fickleness that he then whispered, "This taste is merely average. I will send you some that is even better." "Yes." Caroline nodded eagerly, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. She paid no mind to what Zhang Feng meant by even better, focusing instead on the fact that he was willing to gift her something. "Wow, is this queen's bread? So fluffy, and the flavor is simply marvelous. I never knew fruit could be enjoyed raw. This is delightful. We often eat venison at home, occasionally with spices, but it cannot compare to the Lord Mayor's. It is like the difference between heaven and earth." Chapter 39. The auction commences. Valen savored the egg tart in his hand, relishing its soft, delectable, and rich sweetness. He felt as though he had wasted much of his life. Among the merchants, Valen could boast of being the foremost connoisseur of food. No one dared to claim the second place. He had spent countless gold coins in pursuit of culinary delights. This was also why he had willingly bid a gold coin upon first encountering the aroma of instant noodles. Valen had initially thought that instant noodles might be the finest dish in Red Leaf City. But now he realized he was mistaken, especially for someone like him who had an insatiable sweet tooth. These milk tea and egg tarts were truly his ideal fare. "Valen, this is absolutely divine," Brown exclaimed, finishing off his 2 egg tarts in just 2 bites, gazing at Valen with lingering desire. Valen discreetly clutched the remaining egg tart in his hand. After all, the Lord Mayor had stated that due to the scarcity of ingredients, each person was limited to 2 egg tarts, while the fruit salad and roasted venison could fill them up. "Indeed, it is delicious. I will unreservedly declare this the finest food I have ever tasted." Noticing Valen's subtle gesture, Brown realized his intentions had been seen through. Though a tad disappointed, he was not overly concerned, for there was still plenty of delectable food to enjoy. "Tell me, how much do you think we could sell these dishes for if we took them out?" Brown whispered in Valen's ear. "That would depend on the buyer. A commoner might not even purchase it for a single silver coin. But if you sell it to a gourmet noble or a member of the royal family, I suspect even 50 gold coins would not warrant a counteroffer." Valen replied, a hint of envy in his tone. "That is indeed true." Brown took another sip of the milk tea, contemplating whether there was a way to procure some food from Zhang Feng, not just for profit, but to satisfy his own cravings. That he was not alone in this line of thought. Many merchants cast furtive glances at Zhang Feng. The afternoon tea concluded amidst the merchants' astonished exclamations and praises that it was their first encounter with the term afternoon tea, and they now understood the meanings of milk tea, sandwiches, egg tarts, and fruit salads. Everyone was left wanting more, with Blanche eagerly inquiring if there would be future opportunities to enjoy such afternoon teas. Zhang Feng assured her that if she performed well in her duties, he would not mind hosting another. In truth, afternoon tea is originally a leisurely and relaxing affair. However, the delectable offerings prepared by Zhang Feng have proven to be so irresistibly delicious that his guests now find themselves utterly stuffed, reclining awkwardly in their chairs. Zhang Feng himself has scarcely indulged, as these delicacies are of little consequence to him. Likewise, Caroline has not partaken excessively. not due to a lack of appetite, but rather because she must maintain her image as a refined lady in the presence of outsiders. All right, everyone, the pre-meal desserts have concluded. Shall we commence with the main course? Zhang Feng clapped his hands, drawing the attention of the gathering. Of course. All the merchants nodded in approval, fully aware that the main event was about to unfold. The merchants, already anticipating this auction, now had their expectations heightened, for if such exquisite cuisine could be presented, Zhang Feng's auction items were unlikely to disappoint. Some even contemplated whether they should forego the auction altogether and inquire if Zhang Feng's afternoon tea could be purchased instead. Ladies and gentlemen, please. Under the guidance of a hostess, the group moved to the adjacent room. This chamber, though modest in size, served as a venue for a small-scale auction, appearing simple and devoid of ostentation, featuring merely an auction table on stage and a dozen chairs below. Zhang Feng took a seat in the front row alongside Caroline, with the merchants following suit in an orderly fashion. Blanche, having satiated her appetite, stood at the auction podium. Upon noticing all eyes were upon her, she confidently declared, "Good afternoon, gentlemen and ladies. Welcome to the auction hosted today in Maple Leaf City. My name is Blanche, and I will be your auctioneer. It is my pleasure to serve you. Without further ado, let us begin." No sooner had Blanche finished speaking than two elegantly dressed hostesses in red approached, gracefully carrying wooden trays covered with crimson cloth. The merchants' gazes were initially drawn not to the auction items, but to these striking hostesses. Despite having seen them before, they found it impossible to avert their eyes. These hostesses were simply captivating. The first item up for auction today is refined salt. Blanche unveiled the red cloth, revealing 3 small bowls brimming with pristine white salt. Upon glimpsing the contents of the bowls, the merchants could no longer afford to admire the beauty before them. They quickly redirected their focus to the refined salt. After all, while lovely, the hostesses were unattainable. But this salt, if acquired, could be resold for a handsome profit. So much! How pure! How exquisite! The sight of the 3 bowls of salt left everyone astonished, although they had anticipated the presence of refined salt at the auction. The sheer brilliance of its whiteness was almost unbelievable. The visual impact of this salt was overwhelming. Devoid of any impurities, it gleamed brilliantly, appearing more akin to finely ground pearls than mere seasoning. These 3 small bowls contained approximately 500 grams of salt, and while Zhang Feng had chosen to use contemporary packaging, it was of little matter since the merchants were unfamiliar with the script of another world. However, to avoid future complications, he refrained from revealing any information pertaining to that world outside the castle grounds. The hostess deliberately paraded the salt among the merchants before returning to the podium, where Blanche's resonant voice rang out. Refined salt is something I trust you are all familiar with. Not only is it visually stunning and delicate, but its flavor is utterly devoid of any off-putting notes. Only the purest essence of saltiness remains. Compared to coarse salt, it is significantly healthier. As for how this salt is produced, I cannot say for certain, but I do know that it requires an enormous quantity of coarse salt and an entire year of processing to yield this amount of refined salt. Blanche's words may have been exaggerated, a reflection of Zhang Feng's instructions, yet the merchants believed her wholeheartedly. Indeed, even Blanche herself was convinced, for no one had ever encountered refined salt before. Zhang Feng was the sole authority on the matter. Thus, the starting bid for 1 pound of refined salt will be 10 gold coins. The opening bid of 10 gold coins was undoubtedly considerable, yet it did not deter the merchants from their determination to acquire it. 11 gold coins, 12 gold coins, 15 gold coins, 30 gold coins. As the bidding escalated into a fervent contest, Zhang Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. Initially, he had contemplated starting with a mere copper coin, as many novels suggest this could incite a more vigorous bidding war. However, after careful consideration, he opted against it. He had no desire for complications should things go awry. 100 gold coins. Mr. Warren bids 100 gold coins. Is there a higher offer? 100 gold coins. Going once. 100 gold coins. Going twice. 100 gold coins. Going thrice. Sold. Chapter 40. A staggering deal. The leap from 50 gold coins to 100 by Warren startled the merchants. A hush fell over the crowd as they were uncertain of Warren's limits. For a moment, no one dared to raise their hand. 100 gold coins, going once. 100 gold coins, going twice. 100 gold coins, going thrice. Sold. Let us congratulate Mr. Warren on acquiring 1 pound of refined salt, Blanche exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement. 100 gold coins. This was the first time she had witnessed such a sum. Clapping his hands, Zhang Feng initiated the applause, and although the others were unsure of the meaning behind his gesture, they instinctively followed suit. It was only then that the merchants realized they had been outmaneuvered by Warren. How unfortunate! We were fooled by Warren. Reflecting on the transaction, they realized that 100 gold coins for a pound of refined salt was indeed a fair price. They had previously received gifts of refined salt from Zhang Feng, and having tasted it themselves, they understood the auctioneer's claims were entirely accurate. The salt's quality and flavor were incomparable to that of coarse salt. While 100 gold coins for a pound of salt may seem exorbitant, purchasing power varies significantly among individuals. Selling it to commoners would yield no profit, but to nobles or even royalty, it would generate substantial returns. What do the aristocracy and royalty value most? Their prestige. Refined salt symbolizes status. Congratulations, Lord Warren. Congratulations. Your skills are commendable, Lord Warren. Well done. The merchants offered their polite congratulations, though their words felt somewhat insincere, and many harbored regrets that if given another chance, they would not have so readily relinquished the refined salt. Too kind. Too kind. Warren beamed, having initially budgeted around 100 gold coins for this acquisition. His success was largely a stroke of luck. Congratulations, Brown chimed in. Though he and Warren were competitors, they had recently established a strategic partnership. In the first round, he would not bid against Warren, and in the second, Warren would refrain. Brown was certain Zhang Feng had more auction items to offer as anticipated. Following the completion of the transaction, the hostess returned, presenting another wooden tray covered with red cloth. The crowd fell silent once more. Even Warren, who had promised not to bid again, displayed a glimmer of anticipation. The first item had been a rare delicacy. Surely the second could not be inferior. Let us unveil the second auction item. It is none other than refined salt. Blanche cautiously lifted the red cloth, revealing 3 small bowls arranged in a triangular formation, the gleaming white salt sparkling under the sunlight. Another batch of refined salt. The merchants were momentarily stunned before erupting into excitement. Having missed the opportunity the first time, they vowed not to let this second chance slip away. Brown's eyes sparkled with determination. This time, Warren had promised not to bid. However, observing the eager expressions of the other merchants, Brown felt apprehensive, sensing that the competition would be even fiercer. 1 pound of refined salt. Starting bid, 10 gold coins. As soon as Blanche finished speaking, Brown jumped in. 100 gold coins. His opening bid had increased tenfold. A silence enveloped the room for 3 seconds before chatter erupted. Wow, after being fooled once, do they really think we would fall for it again? 100 gold coins? Ha! I bid 110 gold coins. 120 gold coins. 125. 135. 140. 150 gold coins. I hope everyone can show generosity. I, Brown, owe you all a favor. Moreover, for the third auction item, I will not bid again. This was Brown's second bid, and he had raised it by 50 gold coins. He felt he had no choice. Having missed the first opportunity, he could not afford to miss this second chance. Given the rarity of refined salt, acquiring it would be a significant gain. This was a golden opportunity. 150 gold coins was a full 50 coins more than Warren's previous bid, and Brown was resolute in his determination to win. Upon hearing Brown's words, numerous merchants began to waver. Firstly, Brown's worth indeed surpassed theirs by a considerable margin. In a contest of financial might, unless they banded together, none could stand against him in a one-on-one confrontation. Moreover, 150 gold coins had already become the tacit agreed price in their hearts. Furthermore, Brown had promised to owe them a favor, rendering it unnecessary to engage in a bitter struggle. For as merchants, they understood the value of friendships and the myriad paths they could open. Consequently, no further bids were made. Blanche cast a somewhat obscure glance towards Zhang Feng, for technically, Brown's remarks were rather inappropriate. After all, an auction should be an auction, with bids reflecting the value of gold coins, devoid of any coercive pressure. However, Zhang Feng merely shook his head slightly, indicating his indifference. Given that he had already contributed an additional 50 gold coins, he chose not to dwell on such trivial matters. This was precisely the cleverness of Brown. Had he voiced such sentiments the moment he announced a bid of 100 gold coins, he would likely have been summarily dismissed by Zhang Feng. Upon understanding Zhang Feng's gaze, Blanche promptly rapped her gavel. 150 gold coins for the first time, 150 gold coins for the second time, 150 gold coins for the third time. Bah! So, let us congratulate Mr. Brown for successfully bidding 150 gold coins for a pound of exquisite salt. Blanche's voice held a hint of raspiness. She had initially thought that 100 gold coins would be the most she would ever see in her lifetime, and indeed the highest price she would preside over at an auction. Yet, mere minutes later, her personal record was shattered. Congratulations. Congratulations, Lord Brown. Thank you all. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Although Brown had spent an additional 50 gold coins, his smile remained unwavering. That it is essential to note that one of the primary reasons for his greater wealth compared to others was his connections within the palace of the Kingdom of Bark. If he could leverage this relationship to sell the exquisite salt to the palace, he was confident that the profits would far exceed those of Valen. Brown generously handed over the pouch of gold coins to the etiquette lady, and then carefully took possession of his well-deserved salt, his face radiating joy. Let us once more congratulate Mr. Brown. Now, we shall proceed to the third item up for auction. The etiquette lady, still embodying an air of nobility, presented the same wooden tray, draped once more with the familiar red cloth. Even now, the audience could vaguely discern 3 bowls beneath the fabric. Surely not. Could there be more exquisite salt? Did we not agree that only 1 pound could be refined in a year? The smiles on Valen and Brown's faces grew somewhat stiff. Could they have been deceived? Blanche seemed to grasp the thoughts swirling in their minds as she directly addressed the crowd. This is the final pound of exquisite salt. There shall be no second sale within this year. In fact, I have heard whispers that the coarse salt required for crafting this exquisite salt is exceedingly scarce, and it is likely that no more will be produced for the next 3 years. Perhaps even longer. Her words dripped with profound regret, a sentiment that was not feigned, for it was the truth relayed to her by Zhang Feng, and she believed it wholeheartedly. The notion that such an abundance of gold coins might never again grace her presence evoked genuine emotion. Upon realizing that this would be the last batch of exquisite salt this year, and quite possibly the final pound for the next 3 years, or worse yet, that this pound might become a collector's item, the merchants' breaths grew heavy, their hearts racing as if they were bulls poised for battle. Chapter 41. This is Sugar the Final Pound, a limited edition. Upon hearing Blanche's announcement, the eyes of all merchants glistened with fervor. If there were no more opportunities, they would lament and envy. Yet, the prospect of another chance lay before them, and they understood that failing to seize it would lead to regret. The last pound of exquisite salt. Starting bid, 10 gold coins. Blanche's voice, tinged with excitement, rang out once more, and her words had barely left her lips before the crowd erupted in a frenzy. 150 gold coins. The first bid soared directly to the previous highest price. Yet this time, it did not scare off any contenders. 160 gold coins, 170 gold coins, 175 gold coins, 185 gold coins. Most merchants, their eyes ablaze with determination, refused to yield an inch that a bead of cold sweat formed on Brown's forehead. He felt fortunate for having acted swiftly, for had he hesitated, he would surely be the one blushing and flustered now. 200 gold coins. As the high bid echoed through the hall, the merchants began to regain their composure. Nevertheless, this did not deter them from raising their offers. 210 gold coins, 220 gold coins, 225 gold coins. The frequency of bids began to slow, and the increments diminished. Observing the scene, Zhang Feng realized they were nearing their limits. Ultimately, the price settled at 240 gold coins. 240 gold coins once, 240 gold coins twice, 240 gold coins thrice. Bah! The auction for the third exquisite salt had finally concluded. Regardless of whether they had won or lost, all merchants emerged drenched in sweat, the thrill of the experience overwhelming. For some, this was their first encounter with such unabashed expenditure, a sensation utterly foreign to them. Congratulations to Mr. Terry for securing the last pound of exquisite salt at the price of 240 gold coins. Applause erupted spontaneously among the merchants, no longer needing Zhang Feng to lead the way. Terry, a somewhat frail fabric merchant, was among those who had rushed over from other cities upon hearing the news. His face flushed as he completed the transaction, receiving the final pound of exquisite salt, finally revealing a satisfied smile. Zhang Feng observed him with a sense of fulfillment. With merely 3 pounds of salt sold, he had garnered a staggering 490 gold coins, based on Zhang Feng's estimates of current prices. Approximately 600 or 700 gold coins would suffice to revive the beleaguered Red Leaf City. In other words, this modest auction could potentially recoup the entire food expenses for Red Leaf City over the course of 6 months. While Zhang Feng mused that allowing the news of the auction to ferment for another 10 to 15 days would yield even better results, he deemed it unnecessary. This was merely a trial run. The primary objective was not solely to amass the required food for Red Leaf City, but rather to establish its reputation. In comparison to gold coins, Zhang Feng sought talent even more fervently. All exquisite salt has been sold. Once again, congratulations to Lords Valen, Brown, and Terry. As Blanche observed the crowd's excitement subsiding, she seized the opportunity to speak again. However, gentlemen who have yet to make a purchase need not despair, for our upcoming items are even more precious and rare. The merchants, intrigued by the promise of more auction items, turned their attention back to Blanche, while Brown appeared incredulous. They had assumed that the sale of the 3 pounds of exquisite salt would mark the end of the auction. To his astonishment, it continued. Moreover, the promise of even more precious and rare items raised his skepticism. Now, we shall present the 4th auction item. As all eyes fell upon her, Blanche's voice brimmed with excitement. Observing the tray being brought forth once more, anticipation hung in the air. Without further ado, Blanche unveiled the red cloth. This, gazing at the small bowls atop the tray, filled with similar white crystals, the crowd fell into confusion. Had it not been agreed that this would be the last pound of exquisite salt? How could there be more? Ladies and gentlemen, this is not exquisite salt. Blanche smiled enigmatically as the etiquette lady stepped down from the platform with the tray. Approaching the merchants, it was then that they discerned the contents of the bowls differed from the previous exquisite salt. Terry even compared it to the exquisite salt he had just acquired, realizing the grains were finer, while this substance appeared slightly larger. You may each taste it before deciding whether to participate in the bidding. The tray was adorned with a dozen small wooden spoons, shallow and diminutive in size. The merchants instinctively took a spoon each, their curiosity piqued by the mysterious white crystals, neglecting even to appreciate the etiquette lady standing so close. This. Valen was the first to taste. As soon as it touched his palate, his expression shifted dramatically, as though he had encountered something extraordinary. Brown wasted no time, scooping a spoonful for himself. Sugar. It's sugar. Brown's eyes lit up, and his exclamation ignited a wave of eagerness among the other merchants. My heavens, it's incredibly sweet. Wow, the sweetness is pure and exquisite. This is indeed sugar, but isn't sugar supposed to be black? If salt can be refined to such perfection, it is not impossible for sugar to be crafted in a similar manner. Once all had sampled the substance, Blanche signaled for the etiquette lady to return. Every taste equated to gold coins. Indeed, this is sugar, which we refer to as granulated sugar. I believe I need not elaborate on the merits of sugar, as merchants. You surely possess more knowledge than I doubt, however. I dare say, you have certainly never encountered granulated sugar of this caliber. Blanche's voice resonated with conviction. Indeed, all the sugar in our kingdom of bark is imported from distant lands, typically in the form of black cone sugar. While it possesses sweetness, it also carries bitter and astringent notes. In all my years as a merchant, I have never encountered such a fine white sugar. Black cone sugar is already quite expensive. This delicate granulated sugar. Thus, half a pound of granulated sugar, starting bid, 100 gold coins. Just a friendly reminder, this white sugar weighs only half a pound. Blanche's passionate voice rang out once more. The starting bid for this white sugar was set at a staggering 100 gold coins. While the final price for the first batch of refined salt had merely reached 100 gold coins. However, upon hearing such a high opening bid, the merchants present showed not a hint of surprise. After all, sugar is inherently a luxury item, and white sugar is the epitome of luxury among luxuries. This starting price was entirely reasonable. 200 gold coins. Valen was the first to raise his bid. 250 gold coins. Terry was unwilling to concede. Despite having just spent 240 gold coins on a pound of refined salt, he was eager to compete for this half pound of white sugar. 280 gold coins. 320 gold coins. Brown also entered the fray, and a new battle was about to commence. Zhang Feng observed the merchants from the sidelines, gauging their expressions as they bid, assessing how many gold coins they possessed and how much he would need to offer in return. Chapter 42. It seems they are out of money. 350 gold coins. Valen called out once more. Yet, the high price of 350 gold coins failed to deter the bidders. 360 gold coins. 375 gold coins. Terry's veins bulged as it became evident that, after purchasing a pound of refined salt, this price was nearing his limit. 400 gold coins. Valen remained undeterred, having spent only 100 gold coins on his pound of refined salt. He felt less pressure. Upon hearing Valen jump to 400 gold coins, Terry could only shake his head in resignation. This surpassed his capacity to endure. It wasn't that he couldn't produce such a sum, but doing so would leave him with nearly no gold coins left, and in business, cash flow is paramount. Otherwise, his risk-bearing capacity would be severely compromised. I can see. Terry withdrew from the bidding, leaving only Valen and Brown in the competition. Though all the merchants present could be deemed significant players, there was still a distinction among them. For instance, Valen, Brown, and Terry represented the top tier, while others belonged to the secondary tier, the financial strength of the other merchants. When isolated, paled in comparison to these three, dealt with Terry's exit, Valen and Brown both breathed a sigh of relief. One competitor had been eliminated, leaving only each other. 420 gold coins. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Brown's eyes. Although he and Valen were good friends, he would not yield in the face of profit. 430 gold coins. Valen persisted without hesitation. My dear Lord Brown, we are well acquainted. Why must we quarrel? Grant me a favor, and I shall ensure a splendid gift awaits you later. Lord Valen, familiarity aside, business is business. We cannot conflate the two. Brown replied, shaking his head with a smile. 450 gold coins. At this declaration, the room fell silent in an instant. Valen furrowed his brow. His own supply of gold coins was dwindling, that he firmly believed that purchasing this half pound of white sugar, with a little maneuvering, would yield substantial profits. However, the issue lay in the execution of that maneuvering, as he had less than 500 gold coins left. Acquiring it might complicate matters significantly. Nevertheless, Valen was still reluctant to concede. Gritting his teeth, he made one final bid. 480 gold coins. If you bid higher, I shall withdraw. Observing Valen's earnestness, Brown recognized that Valen had reached his limit. Under ordinary circumstances, Brown might have chosen to be magnanimous. But not now. This was potentially a unique batch of white sugar, perhaps even unparalleled in the realm. 490 gold coins. I extend my gratitude to Lord Valen for facilitating this. Brown did not merely add a single gold coin in a bid to annoy. Instead, he added 10, thus affording Valen his due respect. Alas, Valen sighed. Though he was loath to concede, his purse simply would not permit it. 490 gold coins, the first call. Blanche had never anticipated that this half pound of white sugar could fetch such a sum. She cast a hopeful glance at the crowd, wondering if anyone else would raise their bid. 490 gold coins, the second call. It appeared that no one else was willing. Both Valen and Terry had withdrawn from the bidding. With that, Blanche proceeded without hesitation. 490 gold coins, the third call, sold. Bang! Let us congratulate Mr. Brown on acquiring what may very well be a limited edition half pound of of white sugar for the price of 490 gold coins. Blanche was quite astute, referring to it as potentially limited in edition. Whether it truly was or not, that was a matter for Zhang Feng to determine. Clap, clap, clap. Zhang Feng led the applause, and the merchants followed suit, expressing their congratulations. Each one was enviously aware that securing such an item was akin to striking gold. Yet lamentably, their financial resources could not rival Brown's, leaving them only to cast admiring glances his way. Brown, however, had not brought such a hefty sum of gold coins himself. He summoned a servant from outside to fetch the coins. While waiting for the money to arrive, Zhang Feng exchanged a knowing glance with Blanche, who promptly understood. Our auction will continue. Up next are some smaller items that we hope you will find appealing. With a clap of her hands, Blanche summoned several elegantly poised attendants to the stage, each carrying different items: a kitchen knife, a long spoon, and a spatula. You may not be well acquainted with our esteemed Lord Mayor, so allow me to provide a brief introduction. Our mayor hails from a distant land to the east, a realm shrouded in mystery, from which both refined salt and white sugar were brought forth. While Blanche's remarks seemed tangential to the auction at hand, the merchants were captivated, scarcely paying attention to the items displayed on stage. The distant east? Could it be the royal capital? One merchant wondered aloud. No, it is evidently not the royal capital. There is no refined salt or white sugar there. Brown interjected, noting that he had intended to sell the refined salt and white sugar in the royal capital, and was thus somewhat familiar with its circumstances. Further east than the royal capital, perhaps the kingdom of Lian, or the Gamma Kingdom, or even farther. The merchants engaged in hushed discussions, intrigued by the origins of Lord Zhang Feng. Yet seeing that he seemed disinclined to elaborate, they refrained from pressing him further, knowing such inquiries could be bothersome. Having successfully captured the audience's attention, Blanche continued, "And the 3 kitchen utensils before me are indeed treasures brought back by Lord Zhang Feng from his homeland. They are composed not of gold or silver, but rather a unique metal known as stainless steel, which is impervious to rust. Moreover, they are heat-resistant, capable of withstanding high and low temperatures, resistant to corrosion, and remarkably durable." Blanche listed several attributes, each time enhancing the merchant's intrigue. Furthermore, they are crafted using exceptionally high-quality techniques. I trust you have never encountered such materials or craftsmanship before. The attendants presented the kitchen utensils before the merchants. Valen picked up the square kitchen knife, which felt heavier than he had anticipated, its blade gleaming with a silvery sheen, and he had no doubt regarding its sharpness. What a fine knife, what a pity. Valen lamented that the knife was too small. Had it been a knight sword, it would have been perfect. Typically, knight swords are forged from iron, necessitating regular monetary investment for maintenance to prevent rust and deterioration. Had this been a knight sword, it would certainly command a fortune. The spoon and spatula were significantly lighter than the knife, and the distinct metal captivated the merchants, for rarity signifies opportunity. Although kitchen utensils may not typically garner much attention, the prospect of superior options would not deter the affluent nobility from parting with their gold coins. Thus, we shall commence with this stainless steel kitchen knife, starting at 10 gold coins, 20 coins, 28, 30. Ultimately, the stainless steel kitchen knife fetched 50 gold coins, the spatula sold for 40 gold coins, and the spoon likewise sold for 40 gold coins. Concurrently, Brown's gold coins had arrived, and as Zhang Feng gazed upon the gleaming pile of coins, he deemed the auction a resounding success. These individuals likely had scant funds remaining, and thus the subsequent items could be sold with far less fervor. Chapter 43, Priceless Treasures. Now, let us welcome our next auction item. The attendant approached with a tray that bore no red cloth covering, for this item was already familiar to all. A sandwich. The taste of that sandwich is something I shall never forget. I had hoped to purchase one directly from Lord Zhang Feng. The merchants expressed a mix of surprise and expectation. Upon the tray lay 3 sandwiches identical to those they had enjoyed during the afternoon tea, filled with ham, eggs, and lettuce. I trust everyone is well acquainted with sandwiches, having tasted them at the afternoon tea hosted by Lord Zhang Feng. However, allow me to elaborate a bit more. Observing the crowd gulping in anticipation, Blanche spoke with conviction. The outer layer of this sandwich is crafted from toast that is even more precious than the queen's bread. soft and delectable, with a filling of egg, ham, and lettuce. There is no need to elaborate on the egg. It is indeed a rare delicacy today as for the ham and lettuce. These are ingredients that are simply unavailable in the kingdom of Baku, even in the possession of our Lord Mayor. They are exceedingly scarce. This is all that remains that if you venture beyond Red Leaf City, you will undoubtedly be unable to savor such a culinary delight. The price you are willing to pay for this exquisite food is entirely at your discretion. 3 sandwiches. Starting bid, 3 gold coins. 5 gold coins. As soon as Blanche's voice fell, Valen was the first to raise his bid. 5 gold coins won't suffice. 10 gold coins, a merchant interjected. 15 gold coins. Brown also joined in, though he said little, engaging in a contest based purely on skill. 18 gold coins. Ultimately, Brown secured the 3 sandwiches for a price of 25 gold coins. They could have fetched a higher price. But Blanche mentioned that the sandwiches had a shelf life of only 1 day, causing the bidding to slow dramatically. This detail was, of course, relayed by Zhang Feng, who believed in making a profit without resorting to deception. After all, reputation comes first. Following the sandwiches were 3 cups of pre-prepared instant milk tea and 3 egg tarts. The instant milk tea was purchased by a transporting merchant for 30 gold coins, while the egg tarts were claimed by Terry for 25 gold coins. The merchants who secured these 3 items were naturally delighted, while those who did not felt no regret, as they had already savored the delights and could boast about it in the future. Even if we return empty-handed today, we still profited, one merchant exclaimed. Indeed, during afternoon tea, I consumed 5 sandwiches, 2 egg tarts, 1 cup of milk tea, and 3 pieces of venison. That totals at least 60 to 70 gold coins. My goodness, I spent so many gold coins on a single meal. The realization struck. And not just this merchant. Others began to register the staggering total as well. To spend 1 gold coin on a meal is already quite extravagant. And yet I consumed 60 to 70. I must say, the lord of the city is indeed generous. For one person to spend so much gold, and with our group of over 10. Wait, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. How much gold worth of food did we consume in total? At that moment, Valen and Brown exchanged a glance, both astonished. The value of these items was recognized by them. In other words, they deemed this afternoon tea absolutely worth the price, especially considering their years of travels where they had encountered such exceptionally delicious food. The price could hardly be low. Even if Zhang Feng had made it himself, the cost would certainly be high. If we calculated for the 13 merchants, assuming each spent 50 gold coins, that would total over 600 gold coins. What does 600 gold coins signify? It is enough to feed over 1,000 people in Red Leaf City with dark bread for half a year, despite the fact that the items they just bid on were worth hundreds of gold coins. It was because they could sell them for an even higher price. And, as for Zhang Feng, he treated them to afternoon tea, which was a completely selfless expenditure. 600 gold coins for a single meal. Even a king couldn't be so extravagant. Upon realizing all this, the merchants exchanged bewildered glances, feeling uneasy after having consumed over 600 gold coins worth of food. Zhang Feng, seemingly aware of their thoughts, comforted them with a smile. "Ha, do not dwell on it. Wealth is but a transient matter. What matters most in life is to live joyfully." Hearing Zhang Feng's words, the merchants finally relaxed. Also captivated by his nonchalant demeanor, Tio treat everyone to an afternoon tea worth over 600 gold coins, and to express that wealth is but a transient matter. One could only say, "Impressive. Thank you for your hospitality, Lord of the City. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask." Brown was the first to voice his gratitude, bowing to Zhang Feng, regardless of the truth of his statement. At least his attitude was commendable. The other merchants followed suit, expressing their thanks. "Thank you, Lord of the City. Thank you. I simply hope that in the future, you will share your experiences in Red Leaf City with others. That would bring me great joy." Zhang Feng articulated his intent, which was essentially to have them promote Red Leaf City while they boasted about their extravagant meal. "Of course, without you even asking, we will certainly spread the word. After all, spending over 600 gold coins on a single meal is an experience unprecedented in our lives. How could we not brag about it?" Brown's statement was quite astute. He framed the promotion of Red Leaf City as a desire to boast rather than an obligation. A clever causal relationship. Zhang Feng regarded Brown with renewed appreciation. This young man was indeed broadening his horizons. Then I thank you all. Now, we come to the final item of this auction, which I shall personally preside over. Zhang Feng ascended to the stage, surprising the crowd. There was yet another item, and it was to be auctioned by Zhang Feng himself. This instantly piqued everyone's curiosity. Even Caroline, who was unaware of what item Zhang Feng had planned for the auction, as these decisions had been made in consultation with Blanche, of which she had not been a part. With a clap of his hands, Zhang Feng signaled as two young men entered, carrying a large board-like object that on top of the board lay an enormous red cloth, concealing whatever lay beneath. The merchants were intrigued to see that it was not a ceremonial maiden but rather two young men. Could this object be heavy? Zhang Feng instructed them to position the board upright on the auction stage, with one on each side to prevent it from toppling over. This item is of immense value, perhaps even considered a priceless treasure. Hence there will be no set starting price for this auction, that if I am satisfied with your bids, I will sell it. If not, it will remain unsold. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's revised rules, the merchants could hardly contain their eagerness that a priceless treasure. He would rather let it go unsold than sell it cheaply. What could it be? Zhang Feng noted that the anticipation was palpable and wasted no time. He swiftly pulled off the red cloth. My heavens! What is this? How is that possible? What on earth am I seeing? All the merchants were left astounded. Behind the red cloth, they beheld their own reflections. Chapter 44. A satisfying conclusion for all. What was it like to unveil the auction item and discover oneself within? If these merchants were to express their feelings on a platform such as Bihu, they would undoubtedly exclaim, I was scared out of my wits. The sight left everyone momentarily stunned. Even Caroline, who had been peering curiously, nearly stumbled. Zhang Feng swiftly grasped her arm. Thank you, Caroline replied, a mix of embarrassment and astonishment at the spectacle before her. This is a mirror, Zhang Feng explained. What, this is a mirror? The merchants, upon learning it was a mirror, dared to approach for a closer look. Previously, they had been frightened away. Once the red cloth was completely removed, the mirror's true form was revealed that it was roughly as thick as a gold coin. A half-length mirror that appeared thinner than a bronze mirror. The entire surface was impeccably smooth, its material somewhat resembling glass. Yet glass is transparent. Most importantly, the reflection within this mirror was strikingly lifelike. No, perhaps it was more accurate to say that the reflection was their true selves. So this is what I look like. Valen reached out, yearning to touch the mirror image of himself, but refrained, fearing he might damage the mirror. The others mirrored Valen's hesitation, gazing at their own somewhat disheveled reflections, lost in thought. Typically, the bronze mirrors used by them, or indeed by people in this world, were quite blurry. When they looked into a mirror, they merely saw a shadow. Perhaps they could see a slightly clearer version of themselves in water, but the reflection in water often distorted, making it evident that it was false. This mirror, however, was different. It provided a clear, undistorted image, a perfect representation of oneself. After a moment of fear and shock, Valen and the others began to exhibit fervent enthusiasm that a business opportunity, an extraordinary opportunity. Lord of the city, what is the starting price for this mirror? Valen asked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. As I said, this mirror can truly be considered a priceless treasure. There will be no starting price. As long as your bids satisfy me, I will sell. If not, it will remain unsold. Zhang Feng replied with a smile. 500 gold coins. Valen blurted out as soon as Zhang Feng finished speaking. However, despite the high bid, it did not deter the other merchants' determination to compete. 550 gold coins. 650 gold coins. 800 gold coins. Remarkable. The bid had surged to 800 gold coins, a testament to their status as great merchants, though Zhang Feng questioned whether they could actually produce the funds. With all due respect, I doubt you can present 800 gold coins right now. I can offer my assets as collateral. My merchant fleet and shops are scattered across the Sunset Mountains, and combined, they are certainly worth 800 gold coins. Brown proclaimed loudly, resembling a gambler willing to risk everything for this mirror. I'm afraid I was merely using that as an illustration. I do not find this price satisfactory. Zhang Feng shook his head. What a joke. Could he sell for 800 gold coins? Certainly, but not at this moment. He had already gathered sufficient gold coins to sustain all the people of Red Leaf City for half a year, with the most pressing survival issue resolved. Gold coins were no longer his immediate concern. What Zhang Feng needed was fame, as it would attract talent, and with talent, earning gold coins would be a given. Upon hearing that 800 gold coins failed to sway Zhang Feng, the merchants gradually regained their composure. They furrowed their brows in contemplation, glancing from the mirror to Zhang Feng, lost in their thoughts. Observing this, Zhang Feng subtly signaled to a female attendant. She discreetly exited, drawing minimal attention from the others. Naturally, Caroline noticed Zhang Feng's gesture. While others were preoccupied with their reflections, she was focused on him. "Who exactly are you?" she inquired. "Is there something on my face?" Zhang Feng responded, bemused by her scrutiny. No, I'm just astonished at how clearly this mirror reflects one's image," Caroline remarked, gazing at her own reflection, feeling an odd mix of familiarity and strangeness. "Would you like it? I could gift it to you," Zhang Feng whispered in her ear. "Huh?" Caroline was taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. "No, I don't want it." Such a luxury was worth far more than 800 gold coins. She felt that even selling herself wouldn't equate to that value. No need for speculation. It was a fact. She was merely a bonus after acquiring her noble title for 100 gold coins. The thought dampened Caroline's spirits instantly. Zhang Feng, witnessing her rejection, chose not to press the matter further. Clang! The sudden sound of clashing knight armor resonated through the hall. Knight Marlowe, accompanied by 8 soldiers, entered the auction room. "Since no satisfactory offer has emerged, I shall take this mirror," he declared. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Feng instructed the attendants to cover the mirror once more with a red cloth, as Marlowe directed 2 soldiers to carefully remove it. The merchants, confronted by the imposing figure of Knight Marlowe and his fully armed soldiers, felt a chill run down their spines that a few broke out in a cold sweat, suddenly reminded that Zhang Feng was not only a lord, but one guarded by knights. After hearing that Zhang Feng had no intention of selling the mirror, some envious merchants had entertained reckless thoughts, driven by the allure of wealth. However, the sight of the towering Knight Marlowe brought them back to their senses. This was the territory of Lord Zhang Feng, when it came to life and death. Wealth paled in significance. Warren and Braun exchanged glances at the mirror being removed, their expressions tinged with regret. They harbored no dangerous intentions, for their self-control and ability to gauge situations were vital at their level. They simply lamented that they might never gaze upon this wondrous mirror again. That in Warren's view, the fame of the miraculous mirror would eventually spread, attracting many eager to pay a price Zhang Feng would find hard to refuse. Alas, poverty still prevailed. Ultimately, amidst a chorus of sighs, the auction concluded successfully. With the items sold, Zhang Feng had no desire to prolong their stay for a meal, sending everyone on their way. However, before they departed, he expressed his intention to purchase some grain from them, to which the merchants readily agreed. Once they had left, Zhang Feng gazed at the bags of gold coins before him, a grin spreading across his face. "My lord, the total is 1,190 gold coins," Blanky reported, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Despite being present at the auction, she still found it surreal. Over 1,000 gold coins. Such wealth was beyond her previous experience. Quite unexpected, Zhang Feng mused, realizing the profits exceeded his expectations. A delightful surprise indeed. He decided not to have the mirror transported back to the castle, but instead placed it in the center of the second floor of the town hall, guarded by 2 soldiers at all times. Caroline hesitated, wanting to speak, but ultimately saying nothing. That it was clear she cherished the mirror that revealed her true self. Yet it belonged to Zhang Feng, and she felt unworthy to claim it. "Do you like it?" Zhang Feng suddenly asked. "Yes," Caroline replied, understanding his implication without denial. "All right, I'll send you an even larger one later." Larger? Caroline was puzzled, wondering if there could be something even grander. Uncertain yet thrilled, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Zhang Feng." Chapter 45. City construction. The group returned to the castle. Zhang Feng took his seat at the head of the hall, while Knight Marlowe clutched a hefty sack of gold coins. Reluctant to let go, Caroline, take out 700 gold coins. The merchants will deliver grain to Red Leaf City the day after tomorrow. Ensure the quality is impeccable, and there are no discrepancies in weight. The purchased food should be stored in the castle, with soldiers stationed around the clock to guard it. Quality grain is crucial for maintaining order, while it may not be necessary to buy in such large quantities at once. This grain will serve as a stabilizing force for the populace, Zhang Feng asserted. Understood. Caroline, seated beside him, gazed at Zhang Feng with admiration, acknowledging his orders with respect. Marlowe, take 100 gold coins as initial funds for recruiting soldiers and knights. Remember, when selecting recruits, physical prowess is not the only criterion. Character is equally vital, that we shall not enlist anyone of ill repute, regardless of their capabilities. Recruiting soldiers and even knights won't require this much gold. The remaining coins can be used for weaponry and steeds. I will leave those decisions to you. My only requirement is that you train a capable army to protect Red Leaf City. Zhang Feng's tone was firm. Soldiers were of paramount importance, and he would not tolerate carelessness. Yes, Knight Marlowe saluted with a precise, knightly gesture. Being entrusted with such a significant task signified the Lord's unwavering trust in him, while his exterior remained composed. He felt a different kind of emotion burgeoning within. Blanky, you will oversee the rest of the recruitment efforts. You too shall receive 100 gold coins. The criteria remain as I previously stated. Minor deficiencies in skill are acceptable, but character must be assured. Red Leaf City had only just begun to establish itself, and Zhang Feng would not allow any incidents that could tarnish its reputation. Understood. If you manage to recruit effectively, we must expedite the construction schedule, beginning with public restrooms. This is our top priority. Then we shall demolish and rebuild the inns and taverns, as they are far too unsanitary to salvage. The current establishments were beyond cleaning. Zhang Feng decided to raise them entirely, especially now that funds were available. Furthermore, as this marked the third day since his return to this other world, and with his imminent return to the modern world, Zhang Feng listed all that came to mind. All right, that will suffice for now. Oh, I almost forgot. You have both worked hard during this period. Marlowe and Blanky each take 10 gold coins as a reward for your efforts. Yes. They could not refuse their lord's generosity. After all, 10 gold coins were hardly something one would decline. Caroline watched Zhang Feng eagerly, yet he did not mention any reward for her, leaving her feeling a bit disheartened. Dinner is ready. Knight Marlowe and Lady Blanky. Please join us. Yes. Both were delighted. Even the usually composed Marlowe displayed signs of excitement. Ever since tasting the Lord's meals, he had been longing for more, yet no one dared to partake without Zhang Feng's permission. Let us go. Oh, by the way, please take charge of the remaining gold coins and find a secure place to store them, Zhang Feng instructed Caroline. You want me to guard them all? Caroline asked in disbelief. Typically, nobles kept tight control over their gold, each possessing multiple keys to their coin chests, as they trusted no one, not even family. Yet here was Zhang Feng, entrusting her with the responsibility for the gold, which took her by surprise. Yes, if you need any coins, feel free to take them without needing to report to me, Zhang Feng said with a smile. Having spent these few days together, he found Caroline to be quite reliable. Despite her occasional shyness and clumsiness, the development of Red Leaf City required funds, and it would be convenient to obtain them directly from her. Moreover, to Zhang Feng, this amount of gold was trivial. Simply put, he had become somewhat arrogant. Caroline nodded enthusiastically. Her joy stemmed not only from the permission to use the gold, but more importantly, from Zhang Feng's trust in her. After purchasing the grain, there would still be at least 200 gold coins left, enough to buy 2 Red Leaf cities. Yet Zhang Feng entrusted them to her without hesitation. Caroline relished the feeling of being trusted by him. The group ascended to the dining hall, where Zhang Feng took it upon himself to cook. As he was to return to his own world the following day, he spared no expense, utilizing all the ingredients from his storage to prepare a modest, yet satisfying Chinese stir-fry. The food in this other world was often unpalatable, largely due to the lack of seasoning. The primary distinction between noble and commoner fare lay in the quantity of salt used. Zhang Feng could not stomach such overly salty food, and he deemed it an unhealthy habit that needed to be corrected among these otherworldly folk. With limited ingredients at hand, he stewed a large pot of pork, boiled a big carp, stir-fried a chicken, and prepared a bowl of rib soup. Aside from the fish, which is freshly caught, the pork is entirely food that Zhang Feng brought from Blue Star. After all, the pork here possesses a rather overpowering flavor that renders it nearly inedible. Although the ingredients are simple, Zhang Feng's array of seasonings is quite abundant. Tio put it in trendy terms. With so many condiments, even boiling a shoe sole would yield a delightful aroma. The meal naturally left both hosts and guests in high spirits. For Carolyn and the others, it was their first encounter with such a dish previously. The food they had experienced lacked this richness of seasoning, and the cooking techniques were rather rudimentary. Nay, there were virtually no techniques at all. Any dish was simply tossed into the pot to boil. The contrast in flavor compared to now is quite frankly like night and day. Lord Mayor, I must take my leave. After a satisfying meal, Sir Marlowe and Lady Blanche took their leave first. Well, during this time, I ask that you endure a bit longer. Once the crisis in Maple Leaf City is past, I shall reward you handsomely. Yes, indeed. The two responded promptly. After their departure, Zhang Feng and Carolyn made their way to the study. Zhang Feng proceeded to convey a few more matters, but Carolyn couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Lord Zhang Feng, are you planning to leave? Carolyn inquired cautiously. Yes, that is correct, Zhang Feng affirmed with a nod. Ah, but why must you depart? We truly need you here, Maple Leaf City. It's doing well now. Carolyn's feminine intuition sparked, prompting her to ask, yet she hadn't expected Zhang Feng to actually intend to leave, causing her to falter in her words. Ever since Zhang Feng ascended to the position of mayor, she had felt a sense of security. Indeed, under Zhang Feng's leadership, Maple Leaf City had nearly eradicated its survival crisis and was developing toward a brighter future. If he were to leave, she found herself at a loss for what to do next. Observing Carolyn's disarray, Zhang Feng felt a slight sense of pride. Evidently, he held some importance in their hearts. However, Zhang Feng chose to clarify, "Oh, you silly. I'm merely stepping out for a short while, perhaps 2 or 3 days, but I shall return swiftly." As he spoke, he reached for a backpack set aside and began to pack the remaining items from his storage space into it. Within, there are plenty of provisions. The food is for you. Indulge as you wish without reservation. When I return, I shall bring more as for the other items you may not require. Simply keep them safe and do not misplace them. Yes, yes. You needn't worry. I shall guard them well. Upon hearing that Zhang Feng was only temporarily departing, Carolyn felt a tinge of worry, but ultimately chose to trust him. Moreover, Zhang Feng had left her with ample delectable food. Softening her spirits to be by the way, I will send you a gift upon my return. However, I need your body measurements. Measurements? Carolyn was somewhat puzzled by the term. Zhang Feng didn't elaborate much. He had a few small items in his space, such as a measuring tape. Come, I will show you how to use it. Zhang Feng took the measuring tape and began to take Carolyn's measurements that as he drew near, Carolyn felt a slight stiffness in her body, and their forms inevitably brushed against each other, causing Zhang Feng to sense her nervousness. Relax. I'm merely measuring your dimensions to prepare some lovely clothes for you. Thank you, Lord Zhang Feng. Although still somewhat tense, Carolyn gradually began to ease. However, when measuring certain areas, Zhang Feng was somewhat taken aback that, "Oh, I always thought you were quite slender. I didn't realize one should not judge by appearances." Feeling Zhang Feng's hands moving about, Carolyn's face flushed a bright red, particularly upon hearing his words, leaving her feeling as if she wished to disappear into the ground. "I told you. I'm not too thin," Carolyn recalled Zhang Feng previously commenting on her slimness, that, you currently have the right proportions. There are ample curves where there should be, and where you should be slender. You are indeed, so to call it a golden ratio would not be an exaggeration. Such a figure is quite beautiful, though this attire conceals your form. Zhang Feng generously offered compliments. Carolyn felt a mix of shyness and delight. Zhang Feng rarely expressed such intimacy and praise toward her. Measurements complete, Zhang Feng was careful not to overstep boundaries, as they were separated by thick clothing. Soon enough, a detailed account of Carolyn's dimensions was recorded. With Carolyn's cheeks still flushed, Zhang Feng remarked, "All right, that will suffice for now that it's quite late. You should rest early that I shall depart tomorrow morning. So there's no need for you to bid me farewell," that he waved his hand dismissively. Yes, Carolyn bit her lip, leaving with a gaze that held a mix of emotions. These past few days have been rather exhausting. Zhang Feng returned to bed and quickly drifted into slumber. Upon opening his eyes again, he was greeted by the familiar glow of the white ceiling light. Chapter 46. The porridge is a bit salty before dawn. Carolyn rose from her slumber. She made sure not to disturb anyone and quietly made her way to the kitchen. Personally gathering firewood, she used a lighter left by Zhang Feng to ignite the kindling. Cough, the firewood was somewhat damp, and the smoke produced made Carolyn squint her eyes. However, she pressed on, waiting for the fire to burn brightly before placing the rinsed rice into a pot. Adding water to bring it to a boil, and then adding some minced meat, chopped green onions, and ginger. This was a step she had noted while watching Zhang Feng prepare rice porridge, and she hoped she hadn't misremembered. Right? While the porridge simmered, she used another pot to boil a few eggs. However, she wasn't quite clear on the method Zhang Feng had described for achieving soft-boiled eggs in 5 minutes. The concept of a minute left her somewhat bewildered. Yet she recalled Zhang Feng mentioning that a minute consists of 60 seconds, and 1 second is simply the time it takes to count one number. Therefore, 5 minutes equates to counting to 300. After placing the eggs in the pot, Carolyn quickly covered it and began counting 1, 2, 3, 299, 300. The moment she reached 300, Carolyn swiftly lifted the lid, disregarding the heat wafting towards her. And with a large spoon, quickly scooped out the eggs, as if she couldn't afford to delay even a second. Few the eggs were hot, and Carolyn dared not use her hands. Instead, she blew on them before cautiously placing them in a bowl. The smoke in the kitchen had begun to thicken. Glug, glug at that moment, the pot of porridge reached a boil, and Carolyn hurriedly moved to the other side, lifting the lid to reveal a delightful aroma. Her eyes narrowed in joy. This was the scent she had been hoping for. Oh right, the steamed buns. Carolyn quickly sought out the buns. Due to their perishable nature, if not stored properly, they hadn't been kept with the other ingredients. There were only a few buns left, and she gathered them all. She then boiled another pot of water, placing a few bamboo strips atop the water surface and setting the slightly hardened buns inside. However, at this point, Carolyn discovered a significant issue. The stove pit was not lit. She hurriedly gathered a large bundle of firewood and stuffed it into the stove, then took a burning log from the adjacent pit and placed it into this one. Cough, the smoke from the 3 stove pits was quite choking, but there was no turning back at this point. Carolyn pressed on. Once the water boiled, she swiftly used a knife to extract the buns and place them on a plate. They softened. They smell delightful. The aroma of the white steamed buns made Carolyn swallow hard, but she didn't forget her task. What is that smell? Carolyn's nose twitched as she caught a whiff of a strange odor. An ominous feeling washed over her. She set down the buns and rushed to the stove where the porridge was cooking, but a faint, burnt smell wafted in her nostrils that, oh no, Carolyn disregarded the heat. Braving the steam to scoop out the porridge, only to find the bottom of the pot charred, leaving the entire batch with a burnt taste. Though somewhat disheartened, she refused to give up. Carefully, she used a spoon to extract the charred portions, revealing a small pot of white, lean meat porridge before her. Although it still bore a hint of burnt flavor, its appearance was nearly indistinguishable from the porridge Zhang Feng had made at tea that moment. Several servants rushed in a flurry. The kitchen is on fire. Quick save. My lady. The servants were momentarily bewildered to see Carolyn, whose face was slightly smeared with soot that its nothing. There's no fire. Please step back. Carolyn feigned calmness as she urged them to leave. The servants, glancing at the stove, seemed to piece together the situation and quickly retreated. However, as they departed, one bolder maid quietly reminded, "My lady, it seems the chimney hasn't been opened." With that, she discreetly exited. Carolyn's face flushed with embarrassment. She knew where the chimney switch was but had forgotten about it earlier. Hurriedly, she opened the chimney, and the thick smoke began to rise, clearing the air in the kitchen considerably. Carolyn ladled the lean meat porridge into a tray, then placed the buns and eggs on top, personally carrying the tray toward Zhang Feng's room. By this time, the sky was beginning to brighten, and the servants were awake and beginning their duties. Carolyn, bathed in the faint morning light, carefully approached Zhang Feng's room with breakfast. "Will Lord Zhang Feng be pleased with the breakfast I prepared? But what if my porridge turned out burnt and tastes unpleasant?" I'm a bit worried it may not suit Lord Zhang Feng's palate, but since I've come this far dismissing her chaotic thoughts. Caroline took a deep breath. Knock, knock, knock. Lord Zhang Feng, breakfast is ready. Shall I bring it in for you? There was no reply. Caroline asked once more, but the room remained silent. Thud, thud, thud. A flicker of panic crossed Caroline's face as she gently pushed the door. Discovering it was unlocked and swung open effortlessly. Balancing the breakfast tray, she cautiously stepped inside, only to find the room utterly empty. Has he left? Caroline's voice trembled with anxiety and loneliness. She was unsure of what was happening. Her heart in disarray. She ventured into the study, but it too was devoid of life. He really has gone. Fear gripped Caroline at the thought of Zhang Feng not returning, yet he had promised her he would come back, leaving her torn and uncertain about whether to trust him. Judging by the things Zhang Feng possessed and their daily life, it was evident that his current abode was far superior to the humble Red Leaf City. It paled in comparison. Perhaps, in Zhang Feng's eyes, Red Leaf City was nothing more than a backward and ignorant place. Faced with such destitution, would he truly return? Caroline could not articulate why she felt such dread at the prospect of Zhang Feng's departure. Logically, Red Leaf City was on the verge of stabilizing. Even without Zhang Feng, it could endure. But why, then, did her heart hold such concern for him? The mere thought of Zhang Feng possibly never returning sent a pang of pain through her heart. In a daze, Caroline lifted the porridge she had prepared and took a sip. A bit too salty. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng opened his eyes to the familiar comfort of his little nest, his mood quite pleasant. As he rolled out of bed, a thought crossed his mind, and his exotic attire instantly transformed into long sleeves, jeans, and sneakers. He retrieved a yogurt from the refrigerator, licked the cap, and muttered, I wonder what Caroline had for breakfast. Without me, I hope it's not just saltwater boiled meat again, but she really is quite incompetent. She can't even cook a proper meal. Shaking his head, Zhang Feng held no hopes for Caroline's culinary skills, especially since she had previously burnt even a simple fried egg. Buzz, buzz. At that moment, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Upon checking, he was startled to find dozens of missed calls, aside from a few from Lin Yulan. The rest were from an unfamiliar number, likely that of the antiques expert, Wang Boya. Given the volume of calls, it must be urgent. Could it be that there were new developments regarding the antique? Considering the amiable nature of the caller and the fact that he had profited 50,000 from their dealings, Zhang Feng decided he should return the call without delay, as the urgency was palpable. He dialed Lin Yulan's number. Hello, Sister Lin? Yan Zhang Feng. What have you been up to these past few days? I've been trying to reach you, but your phone was out of service. Where have you run off to? I've just been spending a few days in a rather remote area for some leisure, Zhang Feng explained, feeling a bit awkward. Goodness, you really are carefree. Have you forgotten how you spent those 3 days trapped in the mountains? And now you've gone off to a secluded place again. Hearing Lin Yulan's concern through the receiver warmed Zhang Feng's heart. He clarified, It's not like I'm deep in the wilderness. I've just been wanting to write a novel. You know, I went with a few friends to a tranquil spot to brainstorm the plot. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's explanation, Lin Yulan seemed to reluctantly accept it. By the way, Master Wang seems to be looking for you. You should get in touch with him. Sure, I just saw his calls that I'll call him now. And I want to buy a car, but it seems like the license plate situation might be a hassle. Could you help me out for a fee? Are we talking about a meat payment? That's a minor issue. Just give me a call after you purchase the car. Listening to Lin Yulan's playful banter, Zhang Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. All right, thank you, Sister Lin. I'll treat you to a meal later. After hanging up with Lin Yulan, Zhang Feng called Wang Boyu. Beep, hello. Is this Master Wang? This is Zhang Feng. Mr. Zhang, I'm so glad to finally reach you. The antique you sold us has been appraised, and it appears to be over 1,000 years old, possibly from a civilization that lacks any written records. This is of immense significance to us. The price we initially offered you was somewhat undervalued. Could you come by when you have time, so we can discuss this further? All right, there's no time like the present. I can come today. Wonderful. I look forward to your visit. Stepping outside, Zhang Feng waited for a bus, but after some time, decided he would just buy a car today. That he figured he would see what Master Wang could offer him first. Upon arriving at Lin's antique shop, he received a warm reception. Besides Master Wang, 3 other masters were present: Master Li, Master Lu, and Master Qian. After a round of pleasantries, they got down to business. Mr. Zhang, let's get straight to the point. The antique you sold us has been confirmed to be over 1,000 years old and likely originates from a civilization without written records. This discovery is crucial for Lin's antique shop. We've signed a contract and we won't cheat you. Based on our current pricing, the total value of these antiques is estimated between 2.3 million and 3.5 million, with variations depending on demand. Since we are currently in need, we've decided to offer you 3.5 million, which means in addition to the 500,000 you already received, we will pay you an additional 3 million. What do you think? Zhang Feng was taken aback. He initially thought the 500,000 he received was generous, considering it was likely due to Lin Yulan's influence. Never did he expect they would offer him an additional 3 million. Although they had a contract, the price of antiques is not solely determined by verbal agreements. He had not expected them to be so straightforward. Offering the maximum amount. Lin Yulan was not even present today. Could she have given them a heads up? Zhang Feng was puzzled, but since it was free money, he decided to accept it. While waiting for the transfer, he suddenly asked, "By the way, have you figured out which dynasty this artifact belongs to? Have you deciphered the inscriptions and patterns on it?" As soon as Zhang Feng posed the question, the expressions of the masters turned awkward. Especially Wang Boyu, who had previously boasted to Zhang Feng about his confidence in deciphering the inscriptions on the coins, that it was clear they had failed. They couldn't find any relevant literature. And even if they saw the inscriptions on the coins, they were unable to make sense of them. The writing did not resemble pictographs, but appeared to be a more sophisticated script. Making the task even more challenging, Lin's antique shop had even established a dedicated archaeological team and invited university professors to assist in their research. Observing their discomfort, Zhang Feng quickly realized that they had not managed to decipher anything. It was expected. If they could uncover something without any supporting materials, that would indeed be miraculous. After receiving notification of the funds, Zhang Feng bid farewell to the group. With Lin Yulan absent, he had no desire to engage with these older gentlemen. With over 3 million in hand, Zhang Feng's first thought was to buy a house, but he reconsidered. He was currently without a permanent residence, and besides, he already owned a castle. What more could he need? Of course, the primary concern was that the funds were not sufficient. In Xia City, as a first-tier metropolis, a decent property would only cover the down payment, and Zhang Feng was unwilling to be burdened with a mortgage. Hence, if a house was off the table, acquiring a good car became essential. Should I buy a sports car? Never mind. I shouldn't squander my fortune. Better save it. With over 3 million at his disposal, Zhang Feng found it hard to contain his excitement. It was the first time in his life he had possessed so much money, although he had plenty of gold coins in the other realm. He was not a native there and did not have a strong grasp of their value. However, when it came to the currency here, he felt a peculiar attachment to it. When considering a car, Zhang Feng first thought of the renowned BBA brands, as they are well-known luxury names in the country. Among them, he was particularly fond of Mercedes, appreciating both its appearance and comfort. After all, he had heard about the luxury of the Big Benz since childhood. Nevertheless, Zhang Feng had also learned online that anything below the S-Class was not considered a true Mercedes, and though the S-Class was quite expensive, he felt it unnecessary to indulge so extravagantly. Even with his newfound wealth, AS for BMW, he had heard it was known for its excellent handling and sporty feel, though its interior was somewhat lacking. And he was not particularly fond of its large kidney grills. Audi, on the other hand, left him with the impression of being a lamp factory, notorious for its lighting prowess, often humorously referred to in jokes and reality alike. Buying lights and getting a car was certainly a deal. Lost in thought, Zhang Feng arrived at Fuyulu, a street bustling with 4 S-car dealerships, where many brands of vehicles were available. The first thing to catch his eye was the 4 interlinked rings. "Hello, sir, welcome to the Audi 4S store. How may I assist you today?" A smiling young woman in a uniform approached him. "I'm here to buy a car." Zhang Feng gazed at the Audi models, noting that they appeared even more appealing in person than in photographs. "May I inquire about your specific requirements or preferred vehicle models? Allow me to provide you with a detailed introduction. Approximately 4 to 500,000, preferably in immediate delivery. Do you have only these 2 criteria?" The saleswoman appeared somewhat perplexed. "Is that insufficient? Then let's add another. Black." Do you prefer a sedan, an SUV, or perhaps a sports car? It doesn't matter. Will this vehicle be for personal use or for business purposes? For personal use. In that case, I would recommend the Q5 or the A6L. Oh, what is that vehicle? Zhang Feng suddenly interrupted the saleswoman, pointing to a station wagon. That is the imported Audi Allroad Explorer 55 TFSI, a premium off-road model. With a maximum power of 250. What is the price? The base price starts at 530,000, and it will be around 600,000 after all expenses. Is there an immediate delivery available? Yes, however, this particular vehicle does not currently have any discounts. Then I will take this one. Oh, are you saying, charge it to my card? The saleswoman stared at the credit card handed to her, somewhat dazed, and groggily signed the contract and processed the full payment. She suddenly felt quite redundant. Half an hour later, the temporary license plate was ready, and Zhang Feng, who had been playing on his phone, inquired, "So, can I drive it away now?" "Of course, please do." After driving the car out of the dealership, Zhang Feng suddenly recalled that he had intended to visit several other dealerships before making a purchase, yet he had impulsively bought the Audi outright. Chapter 48. Shopping and Tailoring Driving the Brand New Station Wagon. Zhang Feng felt quite pleased. Well then, let the shopping commence. The items in his living space had been nearly depleted, with the remaining few things given to Caroline. Zhang Feng's primary objective was to fill the space. However, upon reflecting on the space, he suddenly realized that it seemed larger. While waiting at a red light, Zhang Feng took a moment to assess. Indeed, it has expanded. Previously, the space resembled a 1-meter cubic volume, with limited storage capacity. But now, after Zhang Feng's exploration, the interior had transformed into a 2-meter cubic volume. 2 meters in length, height, and width. Not particularly adept in mathematics, Zhang Feng calculated that compared to the previous 1 cubic meter space, it had now increased to 8 cubic meters, an astonishing increase of 8-fold. Zhang Feng felt a surge of excitement, as this meant he could carry much more that he drove to a large supermarket. Filling his shopping cart with various household items, easily storable foods, seasonings, a coffee machine, pots and pans, among many others, even purchasing a gas stove. He pushed 2 shopping carts piled high like small mountains, buying one of everything he could think of that might be useful. Then Zhang Feng headed to FKC, acquiring a large quantity of food, disregarding the astonished gazes of onlookers, and unsteadily loaded it into the car. The moment he entered the vehicle, all the food seamlessly transferred into Zhang Feng's storage space, alleviating any concerns about it getting cold. Zhang Feng also intended to purchase some fabric, preparing to venture into the fashion industry in this alternate realm. However, the streets were lined with shops selling finished garments, and none offered fabric. Consequently, Zhang Feng resorted to the ever-reliable Baotao app, searching for fabric, and indeed he found several options available. Locating a seller nearby, Zhang Feng promptly contacted customer service. "Hello there." Upon initiating the chat, the representative greeted him before he even spoke. Zhang Feng typed, "I require a batch of high-quality fabric. Price is not an issue." The response came swiftly. "Certainly. Do you have any specific requirements? I can select some options for you to choose from." The customer service agent sent numerous images, but Zhang Feng couldn't discern quality from pictures alone, so he replied, "Please send me a sample of each. I am in Xiaoqing. Will it arrive within a day?" "I apologize, sir, although Xiaoqing is nearby. We operate on a batch shipping basis, therefore I will pay extra." "Understood. That can be arranged." After some back and forth on his phone to finalize the details, Zhang Feng drove outside the 6th Ring Road to a shop specializing in custom clothing. This shop had been recommended to him by Lin Yulan when he had recently inquired. She mentioned that the owner was her classmate and quite skilled. The shop was located in a rather obscure area, nestled within an old residential neighborhood, hardly resembling a conventional storefront, which only heightened Zhang Feng's anticipation. A business established in such a location must be formidable. Upon arriving at the address marked 886 in the alley, Zhang Feng knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After a brief wait, the wooden door creaked open a fraction, emitting a somewhat jarring sound, and Zhang Feng caught a faint whiff of mildew. A small head peeked out, belonging to a girl of about 13 or 14, with a bun hairstyle, large, beautiful eyes, although her complexion appeared somewhat pale, suggesting possible frailty. "Hello. Who are you?" The girl regarded Zhang Feng with cautious eyes. Zhang Feng took a step back and introduced himself. "Greetings, I am Zhang Feng, here to consult with Ms. Lan Qingyi regarding custom clothing." The girl appeared puzzled, as it had been a long time since anyone had come seeking such services. She scrutinized Zhang Feng and then said, "Please wait a moment." "Certainly." The girl closed the door again, and after about 3 minutes, Zhang Feng heard measured footsteps approaching from within. Judging by the crisp sound, it was likely an adult woman. Creak, the wooden door swung open once more. Before he could see her face, Zhang Feng's gaze was drawn to her legs, long, fair limbs adorned with nude high heels. And she wore a simple yet elegant light yellow qipao that perfectly accentuated her alluring figure. Her hair cascaded in loose waves, with some casually pinned up, and her exquisitely beautiful oval face resembled that of a figure stepping out from a painting. Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. Aside from Lin Yulan and Caroline, she was the third stunning woman he had encountered in reality. "Hello, I am Zhang Feng. Greetings, I am Lan Qingyi. Did I hear you are a friend of Yulan's? Please come in." Following her inside, Zhang Feng found his previously eager demeanor soothed by the calm elegance of her presence. The interior resembled a courtyard, appearing modest in size, yet adorned with an array of flowers and even vegetables. Upon entering, he was greeted by a gentle floral fragrance, indicating that the owner possessed a refined taste. Lan Qingyi led Zhang Feng to the main hall, which was filled with an assortment of uniquely styled garments. Though Zhang Feng could not judge their quality, he felt an inexplicable sense of their craftsmanship. The previously seen lovely girl reappeared, serving tea to both Zhang Feng and Lan Qingyi. "Thank you." Zhang Feng expressed his gratitude, then got straight to the point. "I understand that you offer custom clothing services. Is that correct? Any style can be accommodated?" "Indeed." Lan Qingyi took a sip of her tea. "Are there any specific requirements?" Zhang Feng recalled that individuals of remarkable skill often had peculiar requests, so he deemed it necessary to clarify. "Payment will suffice." Lan Qingyi deeply nonchalant. Very well. I shall be direct that I need several sets of clothing tailored, style at your discretion, but generally speaking, I prefer a design that incorporates classical elements, exuding elegance while also possessing modern functionality, convenient to wear and comfortable. Additionally, I would like to order several sets for women under the same conditions. Her measurements are 172, a hem, and perhaps some matching lingerie as well. Lan Qingyi, after absorbing his requests, inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Is this for S clothing?" "You could say that, but it must not only focus on appearance. Practicality is essential as well. Consider it for daily wear." Although Zhang Feng's requirements were somewhat unusual, as a designer, Lan Qingyi had encountered all kinds of eccentric requests. "Very well, let's begin with taking your measurements." Lan Qingyi gestured, and the small girl hurriedly fetched a measuring tape. Zhang Feng stood up as Lan Qingyi measured him, while the girl recorded the data. This was Zhang Feng's first experience with bespoke tailoring, and he found it quite intriguing. However, as he observed Lan Qingyi silently focusing on his measurements, the atmosphere grew slightly awkward, prompting Zhang Feng to initiate a conversation. "Your shop is in a splendid location. Clouds, moonlight, birdsong, and floral fragrances. Inexpensive." Lan Qingyi replied without lifting her head. "Huh?" Zhang Feng did not comprehend her meaning. "Outside the 6th Ring Road. Rent is affordable." Zhang Feng suddenly felt the image of Lan Qingyi as an otherworldly being dissipate in his mind. After completing the measurements, Lan Qingyi remarked, "Your garments will be straightforward to create. However, regarding the lady's clothing, since I did not measure her personally, the dimensions are solely based on your words. There may be discrepancies once completed. I recommend she visit here in person." "No worries. Her figure is quite good. It will be close enough." It was evidently impossible to have Caroline come over, so they would have to make do with some minor adjustments. However, even with some inaccuracies, the differences would not be significant, given that it was custom-made. If needed, Zhang Feng could always return to make alterations later. "By the way, how long does the customization take?" Zhang Feng nearly forgot that tailoring would require time, and likely not a short duration. "Approximately 15 to 20 days. "Ah, that long?" Zhang Feng was reluctant to wait so long, and he suddenly asked Lan Qingyi, who who seemed unfazed. I will pay extra. How much extra? With a face devoid of expression. Lan Qingyi slightly lifted her eyelids. I need it the day after tomorrow. How much do you suggest I add? Lan Qingyi's lips moved silently, as if she were calculating something, after a brief pause. Zhang Luo heard her tentatively say, 3 no, 2 times. Deal. Lan Qingyi looked at Zhang Feng, who readily agreed, and suddenly fell silent. Chapter 49. Hope Orphanage. After exchanging contact information with Lan Qingyi, Zhang Feng departed. Once he left, the young girl cautiously inquired, Sister, did you lose again? Go to work? Oh. Zhang Feng was indifferent to whether he profited. He merely desired to obtain his belongings swiftly. The location was indeed somewhat remote, and he had to travel quite a distance just to find a place to eat. In the afternoon, upon returning home, Zhang Feng called Lin Yulan to inform her that he had purchased a car. Lin Yulan came over in person, somewhat astonished. Well done, you bought a van? Are you planning to go out often? Not exactly frequently, just occasionally. I quite like this type of travel vehicles. I decided to buy it outright. Zhang Feng shrugged. All right. You can use the temporary license plate for now. I'll leverage my father's name to arrange a proper license for you in a few days. Lin Yulan readily replied. That truly is a great help. Zhang Feng quickly expressed his gratitude, and then, as if struck by a thought, asked Lin Yulan, Do you have time later? Would you like to accompany me somewhere? Sure, I have nothing to do anyway. I've been cooped up at home for days. Great. Then let us first buy some supplies. Zhang Feng took Lin Yulan to a bookstore, where they purchased several children's books, and then to buy a variety of clothing and mooncakes. All the clothing and mooncakes were branded, and the books were naturally authentic. Supporting genuine products starts with me. In total, Zhang Feng spent tens of thousands. What is this for? Lin Yulan had likely already guessed Zhang Feng's intentions. You see, I grew up in an orphanage. After all these years, I haven't really given anything back to them. Recently, I came into some money, so I thought I'd go back to see the director and the others. Zhang Feng smiled, discussing his background without a hint of reservation. Lin Yulan nodded, choosing not to say more. Having been carefree and cherished by her parents since childhood, she found it challenging to comprehend Zhang Feng's inner thoughts. Though he appeared nonchalant, no one could truly know what lay beneath the surface of his heart. Thus, Lin Yulan fell silent, wary of touching upon his wounds, after driving for over 2 hours, nearing the outskirts of Xiaqing. Zhang Feng temporarily halted the vehicle in a sparsely populated area. There it is. Gazing at the slightly dilapidated sign of Hope Orphanage, not far ahead, Zhang Feng felt a wave of nostalgia. It remained almost unchanged from his memories. Let us go. Hope Orphanage was a small, yet long-standing establishment. The director had seen 3 generations of children pass through its doors, sheltering countless youngsters over the years. However, perhaps due to unfortunate circumstances, although most children who left the orphanage were able to fend for themselves, none had achieved greatness, leaving the orphanage without any means of support. IT relied solely on government aid and donations from compassionate individuals to barely sustain itself. The arrival of Zhang Feng in an Audi station wagon caught the attention of the orphanage from a distance. After all, the surrounding area consisted mainly of small villages, and it was highly probable that this Audi was headed for the orphanage. A car is coming, and it's an Audi. They must be here to adopt a child. A few older staff members whispered among themselves. Perhaps. But our orphanage is quite remote. It's been ages since we had any donations, let alone an adoption. Let us hope this time we meet some kind-hearted individuals. It seems they are indeed coming our way. Let us inform the director. Zhang Feng's vehicle slowly approached the entrance of the orphanage. And before it had even come to a stop, the large wrought iron gate creaked open. A group of children, hearing the commotion, rushed out to watch. Most were quite young, and while they were there to observe, they dared only to steal glances from a distance. Several staff members, appearing to be in their 40s or 50s, hurried over. Zhang Feng and Lin Yulan exited the car. Hello! Hello! Zhang Feng greeted with a smile. Though the staff members were older, he did not recognize them, likely because the ones who had cared for him had changed. Are you here to adopt? A middle-aged woman, seeing their youth, quickly amended her question, tentatively asking, To adopt a child, you must be a couple over 30 years old with no children. May I ask how old you are? The surrounding children did not quite grasp the rules of adoption. Their eyes filled with hope as they looked at Zhang Feng and Lin Yulan, yearning for the two attractive older siblings to take them away, although they would not starve in the orphanage. They were all too aware that only by leaving could they hope for a better life. No, no, no. You misunderstand. I am not here to adopt. I have come to donate some supplies. Zhang Feng waved his hand in dismissal. Upon hearing that Zhang Feng was not there to adopt, the staff members initially felt disappointed, but when they learned of his intent to donate, their spirits lifted instantly. Welcome, welcome. May I ask how you two are addressed? Please come inside. My name is Zhang Feng, a child who grew up here. This is Lin Yulan, my friend. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's explanation, the staff members became even more enthusiastic. It had been quite a while since the orphanage had received donations from one of their own. Lin Yulan, meanwhile, observed with curiosity, especially as she noticed the children regarding her with timid eyes, that a surge of maternal affection washed over her. Having never experienced such a scene, she felt an overwhelming urge to adopt several children on the spot. By the way, where is the director? Zhang Feng asked, noticing the absence of the director, that he assumed he would only recognize the director among the staff. I've sent someone to fetch the director. He will be here shortly. Before the woman could finish her sentence, an older man, perhaps in his 60s with a small mustache, strode in. It was evident that he was still quite robust, followed closely by a somewhat frail middle-aged woman. Director, this is Mr. Zhang Feng and Ms. Lin Yulan. Mr. Zhang is one of the children who grew up in our Hope Orphanage. Mr. Zhang, this is our director, Liao Zhong, and our only teacher, Lu Ran. The woman hurriedly began the introductions. The director and teacher Lu curiously assessed Zhang Feng. He wore a look of bewilderment. This was not the director he remembered. Comrade Zhang should be one of the children raised by Director Lu. Unfortunately, 3 years ago, Ms. Lu Feng passed away peacefully at the age of 93. And I have since taken over Hope Orphanage. Sensing Zhang Feng's confusion, Director Liao offered an explanation. She has passed away. Upon hearing the news of the former Director Lu's passing, Zhang Feng found himself at a loss for words. He felt an emptiness within. But considering the timeline, Director Lu would have been around 93 years old 3 years ago, Zhang Feng murmured. Noticing Zhang Feng's somber mood, Lin Yulan quickly grasped his hand to offer comfort. Death is a natural part of life. Moreover, Director Lu lived to a ripe old age. She could be considered to have had a long and fulfilling life that I imagine she had few regrets during her lifetime. Zhang Feng patted Lin Yulan's hand to reassure her that he was fine. I came today bearing books, clothing, and mooncakes. They are all in the car, that I will go retrieve them. Chapter 50. I also donate. Zhang Feng, are you really okay? Lin Yulan asked with concern as she watched him huffing and puffing while moving the items. Although she had never had a boyfriend, Lin Yulan understood that generally, boys tended to conceal their emotions to outsiders. They might appear carefree, but only they knew the struggles within. Lin Yulan remembered how her father had been when his business was just starting. He faced all difficulties and grievances alone, never discussing them with family. I'm really fine. Why are you so concerned? Could it be you have a crush on me? Zhang Feng teased with a smile. Please, aside from being somewhat handsome, having a pleasant voice, and perhaps a little money now, what other redeeming qualities do you possess? Lin Yulan retorted without holding back. Huh? Zhang Feng chuckled at her response, then seriously explained. I truly am fine. I don't even know what I'm feeling right now. It's just a sense of emptiness. Tio put it melodramatically. It feels as though life isn't worth living. Hey. It's not the time for that. Why are we getting all existential now? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes, choosing to ignore the lively spirit and focusing on moving the supplies, that he felt that purchasing this vehicle had been the right decision. After all, the trunk of a station wagon was spacious, and by folding down the back seats, they could fit a significant amount of supplies. After some time, they finally finished moving everything. The staff members began to inventory the donations while Zhang Feng pulled Director Liao aside. Director Liao, do you smoke? Zhang Feng took out a box of cigarettes. Thank you, but I quit 10 years ago. Impressive. Zhang Feng raised his thumb in appreciation, genuinely admiring two types of individuals. The first type consists of those who, despite lacking the ability to smoke, feign sophistication by learning to smoke, even if it causes them to choke. The second type includes seasoned smokers who can quit at will and maintain their resolve. To Zhang Feng, both types are formidable characters. Since Dean Liao does not smoke, Zhang Feng casually put away his cigarette, for he himself is not a smoker. He had intentionally purchased this brand for his visit. Observing the dilapidated orphanage, his tone turned somewhat melancholic. This orphanage has changed little compared to my childhood. Dean Liao understood his sentiment, and with a bittersweet smile, remarked, "Alas, there is little we can do. Our orphanage is indeed too remote. Aside from government subsidies, we receive only a trickle of donations from kind-hearted individuals online, often limited to clothing and the like. However, things have improved somewhat over the years. Roads have been built, allowing some childless couples to adopt and occasionally donate supplies, which barely sustains our orphanage." Dean Liao had grown quite content with the current situation. He recalled the early days of managing the orphanage, when the staff was scant, with each person juggling multiple roles. Most significantly, the absence of proper roads meant navigating muddy paths riddled with potholes, making the transportation of supplies an arduous task. Few were willing to traverse such distances, and the orphanage relied entirely on state aid. It was then that Zhang Feng realized why he felt something was amiss on his way here. The roads had indeed been repaired. So, there must be many children who left the orphanage. Haven't they offered any support? Zhang Feng inquired, puzzled. Over the years, apart from once gaining admission to university, he had not returned to the orphanage. Though he anonymously donated a few items each year, which, while not valuable, represented the extent of his means, that if even he, a person of modest means, could offer support, surely others could as well. This matter is rather complicated. Dean Liao sighed, continuing, "To be frank, the children who leave the orphanage, when compared to those who have received a quality education from a young age, lag behind in both perspective and knowledge. They might manage to take care of themselves, but they often lack the capacity to assist the orphanage. As for the adopted children, they are generally quite young, and their sense of belonging to the orphanage is minimal. They may even forget about it as they grow up." Zhang Feng pondered for a moment, realizing the truth in Dean Liao's words that he himself was a prime example. Apart from being naturally good-looking, he could only be described as mediocre in other endeavors. Were it not for his unexpected journey to another realm, he would still be dutifully returning to work. Sensing the helplessness in Dean Liao's voice, Zhang Feng observed Lin Yulan mingling joyfully with the children and slowly said, "How about this? I will donate 1 million to the orphanage to enhance its infrastructure. Our old furniture has been in use for decades. It's high time we replaced it, but we should also hire more teachers, as one is certainly insufficient, that if there are any remaining funds. Perhaps we could build a new building. If not, that is more than enough." Dean Liao excitedly interrupted Zhang Feng before he could finish, his eyes reddening. "With 1 million in funding, the orphanage will surely undergo a transformation. But Mr. Zhang, are you certain you wish to donate so much? 1 million is a considerable amount, especially for someone your age. I am certain you need not worry about me. I have started a company, and my annual profits are quite respectable. I can indeed afford 1 million. After all, I wish to be part of the orphanage's future, and having the means, I naturally want to contribute." To ensure Dean Liao would accept his donation, Zhang Feng deliberately mentioned his company, as owning a business is often perceived as a sign of wealth. "Wonderful, wonderful. Mr. Zhang, you have achieved great success. You have not let down the hopes of the orphanage. I believe Director Liu would rest easy in the afterlife." Dean Liao grasped Zhang Feng's hand with fervor. Zhang Feng glanced around at the tearful yet joyful faces of the children enjoying mooncakes, and suddenly felt a renewed sense of purpose in his life. Upon hearing the news of Director Liu's passing, he had briefly considered not returning, imagining a carefree existence as a lord in another realm, building his territory. After all, with his only family member gone, what was the point of remaining here? Yet now, Zhang Feng's perspective had shifted. Although Director Liu was gone, the hope she instilled in the orphanage remained. In times of lesser means, it was understandable to refrain from assistance, but with resources at his disposal now, it felt remiss not to help the place that nurtured him. Zhang Feng had found a new life goal: earning money. Dean Liao led Zhang Feng to the reception room, where Lin Yulan took a moment to approach him, quietly asking, "Have you encountered some good fortune? You seem quite happy." She found it curious that he had appeared so melancholic moments before, yet suddenly seemed like the cheerful young man she knew. Is it that obvious? Zhang Feng mused, realizing he had let his emotions show too freely. Dear sister, I see everything. I intend to donate 1 million to the Hope Orphanage, Zhang Feng replied with a smile. Oh, are you truly happy just from donating money? Lin Yulan, momentarily perplexed, gazed at him quizzically. Pretty much, though it's specifically for the Hope Orphanage. Then, I shall also donate 1 million. Yes, to the Hope Orphanage. Chapter 51. Fenyu building and the urging parents, are you serious? Absolutely. Zhang Feng observed the earnest expression on Lin Yulan's face. Marveling at her carefree wealth, 1 million is not an insignificant sum for most, including Zhang Feng, but for Lin Yulan, it likely amounted to mere pocket money, since Lin Yulan had taken the initiative. Zhang Feng did not refuse. After all, it was a noble cause. Dean Liao, Zhang Feng called out. The dean, who had been busy printing documents, turned around. Lin Yulan is also donating 1 million. Zhang Feng gestured towards her. Lin Yulan beamed brightly at Dean Liao. Excellent, excellent. Dean Liao's joy was palpable, his mustache nearly curling with delight. Soon, the necessary documents were prepared, and Zhang Feng and Lin Yulan signed their names. There was no grand ceremony or interviews. In front of all the children, teachers and staff of the orphanage, Dean Liao formally introduced Zhang Feng and Lin Yulan to everyone that he then declared the immediate construction of a new building, aptly named Fenyu Building. Applause erupted, as no one had anticipated that such an ordinary day would witness a donation of 2 million to the Hope Orphanage. No, from this moment on, today would no longer be an ordinary day. In the evening, Zhang Feng and Lin Yulan enjoyed a sumptuous dinner at the orphanage. When they said sumptuous, it merely meant there was a bit more pork than usual. Due to its remote location, some of the ingredients were sourced from a nearby village. Zhang Feng bore no complaints. After all, compared to the dismal cuisine of the other realm, even a simple stir-fried dish could be considered a culinary delight. As he had driven, he abstained from alcohol, and it wasn't until after 7 in the evening that he bid farewell to Dean Liao. Mr. Zhang, Ms. Lin, thank you for your generous donation to the Hope Orphanage. When we build Fenyu Building, I will erect a monument to inscribe both your names. Dean Liao, there's no need for such formality. You know I don't donate for recognition or gain. I merely wish to improve the place where I grew up. Nothing more, Zhang Feng replied sincerely. I understand, of course. While you may not care for fame, it is imperative that their names be remembered. The children of today and those of the future need to know who supports them. Dean Liao's words were resolute, leaving Zhang Feng with little room to argue. Very well, you may proceed as you see fit, that I may be quite busy in the future and may not have the time to visit. But regardless of my presence, I will continue to provide financial or material support to the Hope Orphanage each year that I wish for the children to have a better home. Dean Liao listened to Zhang Feng's words, moved to the point of tears, yet he still expressed his concern. On behalf of the Hope Orphanage, I once again thank Mr. Zhang for his donation. However, to be frank, I do not wish for your philanthropy to interfere with your career. I can only say that your intentions are deeply appreciated. Rest assured, Dean, that I am not foolish. You need not worry. Very well, Mr. Zhang, Ms. Lin, safe travels. As the children had already retired for the night, the dean and staff saw Zhang Feng off, silently praying for the longevity of good-hearted individuals like Mr. Zhang and Ms. Lin. In the car, Lin Yulan observed Zhang Feng's profile and, biting her lip, said, "Those children are so unfortunate. I want to adopt a few." "Please don't." Zhang Feng quickly interrupted her thoughts. "What's wrong?" Lin Yulan asked, puzzled. "They are living quite well now, much better than I did at that time. And you, being so young, will undoubtedly have children in the future. If you were to adopt a child now, how do you think they would interact when your own child is born?" Zhang Feng elaborated. "The conditions for adoption are strictly regulated, including age and whether one has biological children. It is not a decision to be made impulsively, lest well-meaning intentions lead to unfortunate outcomes." "Oh," Lin Yulan acknowledged, realizing that she had perhaps oversimplified the matter. After a moment of silence, she spoke again. "What are your thoughts on the soon-to-be constructed Fenyu Building at the welfare institution?" What do you mean by that? Just look at it, Zhang Feng retorted. Forget it. I don't wish to converse any longer. Lin Yulan replied, somewhat disheartened. Recently, every time she returned home, she was faced with a nightmare that plagues all older single women: pressure to marry. It was not that her parents were insisting she marry at this moment, but rather that at her age, the absence of even a boyfriend was concerning. Marriage could wait, but surely she ought to have a boyfriend, otherwise. How could she expect to conjure one when she finally desired marriage? Lin Yulan found it difficult to argue, knowing her parents meant well. However, matters of romance rely heavily on chemistry, given her family's wealth. She felt free to disregard the partner's background, as long as there was mutual attraction. Yet the pressing issue remained. She simply had not found someone who appealed to her. Currently, Lin Yulan was only interested in travel. Men? What were they? Nevertheless, after being persistently urged by her parents, a shadow began to unconsciously manifest in her mind. None other than Zhang Feng. She was somewhat familiar with him. Single, principled, devoid of vices, and most importantly, handsome. Lin Yulan contemplated whether she should give Zhang Feng a chance. Or perhaps they could pretend to be a couple to appease her mother. Her mother had effectively grounded her, insisting that while she need not rush into a relationship, she must at least have a goal. Otherwise, she would be barred from going out. This predicament frustrated Lin Yulan immensely. There were still countless magnificent landscapes in her homeland left to explore. How could she be confined at home? Observing Zhang Feng's focused driving, Lin Yulan felt disheartened. He was as oblivious as a block of wood. Could he not perceive her subtle hints regarding the Fenyu building? It was not that Lin Yulan harbored romantic feelings for Zhang Feng at this juncture. She regarded him as a good friend. She thought that if she had to choose someone to date, Zhang Feng was the least objectionable candidate. After all, he was quite handsome. Zhang Feng, however, remained unaware of Lin Yulan's thoughts that in his eyes, she was simply a carefree friend who took care of others. He could never entertain the notion of harboring feelings for a buddy. Is this the place? Standing before the Tianhua Villa District, with security stationed every few steps, Zhang Feng felt a pang of envy. Being wealthy truly has its advantages. Yes, Lin Yulan replied, rolling down the window and scanning her key to the security system. The electric gate swung open. The guard saluted, and Zhang Feng drove inside. Wow, I thought you were wealthy, but it seems I underestimated you. That I reckon the villas here must cost no less than 100 million. Zhang Feng jested, gazing at the spacious, luxurious villas. It seems to be over 200 million, but I can't recall precisely. Many of the buyers are young. Zhang Feng realized he had still underestimated the cost. 200 million from years ago. Too daunting to contemplate. You're an only child, aren't you? Whoever marries you will have an easier life, saving generations of hard work. Zhang Feng's tone was tinged with envy. Lin Yulan shot him a sidelong glance. Speechless, that if he were foolish, his logic was rather clear. Yet if he were clever, he ought to consider whether he might be that who. Zhang Feng parked in front of a brightly lit Chinese-style villa. Glancing at the number displayed, it was 1. Would you like to come in for a glass of water? Lin Yulan invited. No, it's late, and I wouldn't want to disturb your parents. Zhang Feng declined, shaking his head. All right, Lin Yulan said, not pressing further. After watching her enter, Zhang Feng gazed at the opulent villa, feeling a twinge of envy, reassuring himself. My castle is far larger than this villa. Chapter 52. Customization completed at the Tianhua Villa District. Villa No. 1 as Lin Yulan opened the door. She found her parents seated in the living room, their eyes gleaming with intensity as they regarded her. What is the matter? Lin Yulan felt a chill from their penetrating gaze and instinctively took a small step back. Yulan, have you eaten dinner yet? Shall I have Auntie prepare a light meal for you? Her mother inquired with concern. I've already eaten. Lin Yulan waved her hand dismissively. With whom? Zhang Feng and Liao. Who is Zhang Feng? Mom, what are you doing? Lin Yulan felt a twinge of irritation at the interrogation-like atmosphere. Ahem, the child has just returned. She must be tired after playing all day. Best not to worry unnecessarily, her father interjected, clearing his throat to diffuse the situation before abruptly shifting the topic. Who is it that just dropped you off? Zhang Feng. Lin Yulan looked at her parents, exasperated. Do you really fear I won't find someone to marry? Of course not. How could we? Our precious daughter, So beautiful. Never find a partner. Her mother rushed to assure her, grasping Lin Yulan's hand and quietly inquiring, "What does this Zhang Feng do? What is his character like? Is he handsome? We are not pressuring you to marry, but you could at least consider dating." I'm going insane. As Zhang Feng drove home, a thought struck him. Perhaps he could start a company with over $1 million in hand. It wasn't an insignificant amount, yet leaving it in the bank to accrue interest seemed unwise. Making money from money was the way to go, while selling some ancient artifacts from another world was an option. Zhang Feng believed that saturating the market would devalue them. Moreover, if he were to continuously produce such artifacts, he feared he would eventually attract unwanted attention. Opening a company and hiring a professional manager to oversee operations might yield sustainable profits. Perhaps, Zhang Feng was not well versed in business matters. In his mind, being a boss equated to making money, albeit the scale of profit varied. Until he returned home, he had yet to determine what kind of company he wanted to establish. Ideally, it would facilitate the flow of goods between the other realm and the real world, allowing him to profit from the price discrepancies. However, he still needed to contemplate the specifics. After a day filled with activity, Zhang Feng returned home, feeling both exhausted and drowsy, promptly washing up and heading to bed. The next morning, awakening early, he felt invigorated, devoid of any fatigue. It must be due to traversing the other realm. My body and spirit seem to be improving. Clenching his fist, Zhang Feng felt content with his current state, for health is indeed the foundation of all endeavors. With seemingly little on his agenda for the day, Zhang Feng took to the internet to research how to start a company, what paperwork was required, and the various types of companies. Before long, the morning slipped away in a whirlwind of online exploration that in the afternoon, he received a call from the courier service, informing him of a large delivery. It was the fabric he had ordered. After signing for it, he stored the fabric in his spatial compartment. I almost forgot. Zhang Feng suddenly recalled that he had promised to buy a large mirror for Caroline, which he had neglected to do yesterday. Venturing to a large shopping mall, he found a specialty store that sold mirrors of all sizes. With a grand flourish, he purchased several, including a few enormous full-length mirrors. Speaking of mirrors, Zhang Feng was reminded of cosmetics. These would likely fetch a good price in the other realm, as well that he hastened to a cosmetics store. Although he was not particularly knowledgeable about such products, he understood that inexpensive items were not necessarily inferior, while pricier ones were likely of reasonable quality. Thus, he began collecting various well-known brands that moment. He comprehended why women often spent so much. Cosmetics alone seemed an endless pit of expenses. The total cost of the cosmetics he purchased that day surpassed everything else in his spatial compartment. Alongside, he acquired some gold and silver jewelry, while such items existed in the other realm. Their handmade counterparts surely lacked the precision of machine-crafted pieces, which he believed would appeal to the nobility. Another bustling day passed. Apart from a section reserved for the ordered clothing, Zhang Feng's space was filled to the brim. 3 days later, Zhang Feng arrived at the remote courtyard located beyond the 6th ring. Today marked the delivery of the clothing. He approached the alley and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Soon, a lovely young girl appeared. You're here. Please come in. The girl led Zhang Feng to the main hall and brewed him a pot of tea. Thank you. Please wait a moment. My sister is finalizing the last details and will be here shortly, the young girl said thoughtfully. All right. Zhang Feng sipped his tea and glanced at the quiet girl beside him. Curiosity getting the better of him. Is Lan Qinghe your sister? May I ask your name? Lan Qinghe, the girl replied cheerfully. Zhang Feng checked his phone. Today was Wednesday. Aren't you supposed to be at school? It doesn't seem like a holiday. I don't want to go. Zhang Feng was taken aback. This seemingly delicate girl turned out to be a slacker. Zhang Feng felt it imperative to properly educate her, instilling an understanding of the significance of learning. However, the young girl seemed to anticipate his words, interjecting once more, I have mastered everything taught by the teacher. There is no need for me to attend. Well then, it appears she is not only an academic prodigy, but also a rather headstrong one. At that moment, a calm, unhurried footstep approached. She has already completed her middle school curriculum. Whether she attends school or not is inconsequential, Lan Qinghe gracefully remarked as she walked over. Miss Lan, Zhang Feng greeted her. He noticed a faint shadow of dark circles beneath her beautiful, large eyes. Please follow me. Lan Qingyi gestured invitingly, with Zhang Feng trailing closely behind. Adjacent to them was Lan Qingyi's studio, and upon entering, Zhang Feng was immediately dazzled. An array of garments adorned the space, each piece appearing exquisitely crafted. Lan Qingyi had no intention of providing a tour. She led him straight to the back, where several mannequins stood, each draped in a splendid outfit. The meticulous details of the garments were breathtaking. Although Zhang Feng was not particularly knowledgeable in this domain, he could not deny the outstanding quality. I had many unfinished products previously, and according to your specifications, these garments were crafted from those. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to complete them in just 2 days. Lan Qingyi's tone conveyed a hint of fatigue. Thank you. Zhang Feng clasped his fists in gratitude. Although it was a business transaction, it was evident that Lan Qingyi had invested considerable effort. By the way, do you know of any place where weapons can be forged? Weapons models? Lan Qingyi inquired. No, I mean actual usable weapons. Forged, not mere models. Forged weapons. Indeed, there is a place not far from here. There is a blacksmith who seems to have opened an online shop, selling various swords and knives that I'm not sure if they meet your requirements. Yes, that's exactly what I'm looking for. Zhang Feng had not anticipated that his casual inquiry would yield such a lead. Then allow me to take you there. It is not far. Chapter 53. The sword and blade workshop. Zhang Feng had envisioned the blacksmith described by Lan Qingyi as a brawny, unkempt man, swinging a heavy hammer to craft iron. Surprised young brother, a middle-aged man with a plump physique, dressed in a suit and sporting a slick hairstyle, remarked with a smile. You differ somewhat from my expectations. Zhang Feng scratched his head. We are in the machine age now. Those of us in the forging business must keep pace. Pleased to meet you. I am Shun Zheng. Hello, I am Zhang Feng. Come in, please. Shun Zheng gestured for him to enter. Zhang Feng followed him into a moderately sized workshop. Lan Qingyi had left Zhang Feng here and returned, as he sensed she was not particularly inclined to engage in conversation. Upon entering the workshop, Zhang Feng was greeted by the humming of machinery. The workshop housed numerous machines, yet only a few were operational, processing strips of iron into sword models that in no time, a brand new sword emerged. Zhang Feng found the process intriguing. Witnessing a long strip of iron transform into a genuine sword in such a brief period provided a peculiar sense of satisfaction, akin to the stress relief videos he had seen online. However, he soon noticed a concern. I see you have quite a number of machines. Why aren't they all running? Currently, only a few machines were activated, producing swords quickly, yet in limited quantities. One would think that the more of such items produced, the more profitable it would be. Running more machines is futile. Our orders are limited, that if we operate too many machines, we risk overproduction, which would tie up our capital. Moreover, for this type of product, there is no need for excessive machinery. These few are entirely sufficient. Shun Zheng sighed, a hint of bitterness in his voice that if there were substantial profits to be made, he would not let his machines gather dust. He was contemplating whether to sell the redundant machines, as each additional day they remained idle meant further loss. Zhang Feng gleaned 2 pieces of information from his words. The orders at Shun Zheng's workshop were few, and these swords were merely decorative. I've noticed many online selling such decorative swords. Surely their orders cannot be lacking? Zhang Feng voiced his curiosity. As you can see, these decorative swords can be produced quickly with just a few machines, and their cost is minimal. Many small workshops can manufacture them, often at lower prices, thus capturing much of the market share. For items like these, as long as they look appealing, quality is not a priority. Naturally, the cheaper option prevails. Listening to Shun Zheng's grievances, Zhang Feng realized that despite his seemingly prosperous appearance, his business was struggling. However, this was not Zhang Feng's primary concern. He was more interested in the second piece of information. From what you just said, are these swords merely decorative? Are there genuine ones available? Upon hearing Zhang Feng's question, Shun Zheng burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, these items, including those sold commercially, whether sharpened or not, are primarily decorative. They may appear formidable, yet they can be shattered with a single strike. As for genuine weapons, I certainly have some. But, not wanting to prolong the suspense, Zhang Feng interjected, let me be straightforward. I am here to purchase such genuine weapons that if you have them, Please show me, and we can discuss the price. Hearing that the price was negotiable brightened Xin Zhang's eyes. Follow me. The two men entered an office, presumably Shun Zhang's personal space. Aside from a desk and a plush chair, the walls were adorned with various sheathed swords, some exceedingly ornate, while others exuded a rustic charm. Xinzheng casually picked one up and retrieved a wooden rod from the corner. Thick as an arm. Here, young brother, take this. Zhang Feng accepted the wooden stick. With a swift motion, Xinzheng unsheathed the sword. With a single swing, Zhang Feng watched in astonishment as the thick wooden rod was effortlessly severed. This is astonishingly sharp. Observing the perfectly clean cut, Zhang Feng struggled to believe his eyes that he had witnessed the training of the Marlow Knights, yet their gleaming swords paled in comparison to this one's prowess. Huh. What do you think? Sharp, isn't it? But don't be too astonished. After all, I possess considerable strength, Xinzheng remarked with a hint of pride. Impressive. Zhang Feng gave a thumbs up, then, somewhat perplexed, inquired, with such a sharp sword, it should sell quite well. How could there be a lack of business? You are mistaken. While my sword is indeed sharp, its cost is also substantial. The materials alone surpass those of ordinary swords. Not to mention the processing and labor costs. For those who merely seek decorative swords, they can easily purchase items produced by small workshops for a mere 200 to 300 online. While those who wish to collect swords have the means, yet they prefer well-known brands with heritage, such as Longquan to them. My unestablished products are akin to those from a small workshop, Xinzheng shrugged. Zhang Feng now understood that while Xinzheng's swords were of high quality and craftsmanship, their lack of renown rendered them unappealing to potential buyers. Those without means could not afford them, and those with means looked down upon them. How much does this sword cost? Zhang Feng pointed to the one in Shun Zhang's hand. The selling price is over 3,000, Xinzheng replied, sheathing the sword and handing it to Zhang Feng. With a swift motion, Zhang Feng drew the sword, inspecting it closely. The scabbard was indeed ornate, yet the blade lacked any intricate patterns, appearing rather dull, although the edge gleamed ominously, signifying its lethality. Over 3,000 seems quite reasonable, Zhang Feng mused, considering purchasing it to gift to his knights for a test of its superiority against their knightly swords. Reasonable? That's your perspective, but others might disagree. Why would they not prefer to spend 200 to 300 on a far prettier sword online? In today's world, what use is a sharp blade when law enforcement can swiftly intervene? As you observed, the machines currently at work were purchased later solely for producing inexpensive decorative swords, which sell far better than my actual swords. Upon hearing Shun Zhang's explanation, Zhang Feng finally understood his misjudgment. He had assumed that the sharper the sword, the better, but others preferred to avoid sharpened weapons altogether. That sounds quite disheartening. Zhang Feng sympathized with Shun Zhang, recognizing that despite the superior quality of his swords, they struggled to sell, while the hastily produced decorative swords thrived in popularity. To be frank, I've been inquiring lately to see if anyone is interested in buying these machines, perhaps even selling the entire workshop. I am contemplating a career shift. A career shift? Zhang Feng's eyes sparkled with interest, prompting him to ask, I have always been curious. Are these sharp swords produced by machines? Shouldn't formidable swords be handcrafted? You are partially correct. Handcrafted swords are indeed superior, especially those made by master artisans, which are highly sought after by collectors. However, for practical use, I believe machine-forged swords can be equally effective, if not more so, as modern techniques combined with composite materials yield remarkable results. Of course, these machines are not just any machines. Upon hearing Shun Zhang's explanation, Zhang Feng experienced a moment of enlightenment. It was no wonder that the masterpieces of those masters commanded such exorbitant prices. However, for Zhang Feng, practicality held greater significance than collectible value. Having spoken so much, I suppose I have vented my frustrations to my young friend. I hope you do not take offense. I have heard you intend to order a batch of swords. What are you seeking? Something aesthetically pleasing, or perhaps more functional, or ideally, a harmonious blend of both? Shun Zhang inquired with curiosity, believing that regardless of future circumstances, it was prudent to seize the opportunity for profit now. There is no rush on that front. May I be so bold as to inquire how much you plan to sell this soar manufacturing factory for?